never enough on my plate. Moving the muscle, I'm making my way, leaving my opponents in disarray. You didn't know what you're learning today, learning today. So you wanna try me? Nah. You know I get grimy. You're not gonna tie me down. So how do you like me now? Now is the time. The iron is hot and I'm ready to strike. Finding my flame, I ain't dimming my light, but haters So don't you tell me about no tears, no pain. No fear, no gain. 'Cause I know I feel like the tracks about to turn. When the time is just a moment away. Live another second wasted. You make it count so you control what you made. No, no. And no tears, no pain, no more excuses. So don't you tell me about no tears, no tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. No, 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 no. Your line, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time.
Test this dragon. I'm really strong right now, but your top laner is walking top lane and your mid lane's like farming raptors, but like you're going to the dragon anyway because that's what you should do. And I almost got those vibes a little bit from some of these engages that Inspire was going for, where it's like, I think he is making the correct decision, and they released their comms and you can see like, okay, he is making the correct decision like if everything is there for the setup. But you know, there's this one example, it's like the Nocturne game where we're up like 6K early. We have 3 early dragons, and he Nocturne ults into the back line, and Saint is top lane, still pushing to get gold for a Seeker's Arm Guard. Dokla has already Mega Nard out middle, and his Narbar is expiring, so he's going to go mini. And it's like, yeah, should you win this fight up 6K? Yeah, you should win it 10 times out of 10. But your mid laner is top lane, and your top laner has no Mega, so now it's not a good fight anymore, right? And so it's like, that was the thing that was weird about it to me, is that we kept getting these winning positions, but then we kept choosing these horrible fights from those positions.
And a lot of them occurred around dragons. That one was a dragon fight, a very important dragon fight. That was, I believe it was going to be the soul, right? That was, and they had all 3 other dragons, and like you say, a big gold lead. And that was an ultimate, you know, that was an ultimate engage. The other one, another one was when he was on Malphite, and like Berserker takes this weird, dangerous route through the dragon pit. And he's fed Corki at this one. That's the one where they also had comms listen-ins where like he takes a bunch of damage going into the dragon pit, and then he has to Valk out of the dragon pit. And then like the fed Corki is in a really bad spot and hurt already. And so it's like everything goes into chaos. But then the Malphite ultimate that Inspired goes for is like, there's 0 damage follow-up. He Malphites into the pit, and it's like not low for a smite, and then back out. So it's another one where like the scenario is a super scuffed scenario at this point, but it does, in that, like that reality, seemed like a pretty bad, like choice to go for. And then there was one that I remember clearly where the camera is looking at Berserker Ezreal recalling in mid lane, like the bottom of it, and I'm like, Inspired is summoning the Herald. I'm like, and Ezreal's still recalling. I'm like, he's about to jump in that. I'm like, Ezreal, like, stop recalling or like something. And you can tell it was like one guy is doing something and he's like, and they're standing right next to each other. It's the same frame. Like the screen is looking at it the whole time. And you're like, one of you guys has got to like change course here. But then nope, SGL goes back and Inspire goes into the Herald and drives into the tower. And then the other team 4v5s us. And I was like, what in the hell is going on? Like, I don't know. There were so many frustrating moments, I guess, is kind of the feeling for watching some of those. Cause yeah, I did feel like, basically I felt like we were a good team, but maybe I was really feeling a disconnect between the story we were telling at the end of lock-in tournament was that everybody's on board, marching orders, inspired directions. This team is so in sync, like they're doing everything the same. And then at first stand, I was like, it's the opposite. Everyone, complete communication breakdown or something. Nobody's on the same page anymore. But like we were a good team getting into good spots and then completely fumbling so many fights.
Yeah, that recall incident, it's just it's kind of hard. I feel like a lot of those things you were talking about where, you know, Inspired sees the play and he goes for it, but not everyone's ready. I promise you so many like post-game discussions come down to those situations where Inspired's going to have the point of view like, you know, they're doing this illegal thing, we need to punish them. And then someone's like, well, I had a recall or whatever. Or, you know, they just weren't in position. And so it always comes down to, you know, like, whose fault is it? And I guess in reality, it's sort of both. But
yeah,
I think for me, I'm more on Inspired side for this sort of thing because for the reason that I think a lot of the time when you're in pro, there's a lot of stuff going on, right? Like anyone who's played League, there's so many things going on that you are mostly going to be focused on what the opponents are doing, or ideally, right? And so you should be able to rely on your teammates to be doing what they're supposed to be doing. So if you feel like you have to double check, like, hey, is my AD carry recalling as we're going for this play? Or like, you know, is my Leona randomly bot lane when we're going for this other play? I think, you know, obviously you could do those things, but at the same time, if you're expected to do that, it'll make you less decisive and hesitate more. So,
but if your Galio is top lane and you're Nocturne ulting into the back line, whose fault is it? Like the Galio should have been there, and that like that mistake has already been made though. That's where you lose me a bit because I'm like that chip has sailed. Saint messed up. He greeted for the Seekers. He should have based early and been at the Dragon because you should win that fight from 6K up. But like once that mistake has been made, which is the worst mistake? Having to give up the Dragon or Nocturne ulting in the backline with no solo laners there and losing the whole game because you lose the Dragon, you lose the fight, you lose the Baron, right? Like that's
gotta teach him a lesson.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the thing I always say.
That's where it kills me. I'm like, yeah, Inspired is the best player on the team. Yeah, Inspired built this massive gold lead and played insane early game on that Nocturne. He was just running the game on these invades. But also, no one pressed R for you. You pressed it with your teammates not there. Yeah, they should have been there, but you still pressed it and cost the whole game.
Yeah, that's why I say for solo queue when people are, because everyone always gets into these arguments of you should have been here. That's why I did this. It's like you have to play in the reality like that you're in right now in that second, and you have to update your choices based on that. But
that's actually a really good point. I was thinking about mentioning that too because I think solo queue actually trains you to be very good at like paying attention to when your teammates are not doing what they're supposed to. Because you know there will be so many times where, especially as jungle, you know, I'm like, okay, my mid is prio, my bot has prio. I can get this dragon here. But then that's not guaranteed. A lot of people will just, you know, not do what you would expect them to do.
Yeah.
And so it does add that little extra layer of awareness of like, okay, you know, this is what should happen in the game, but what's actually happening. And so I think there is value in being able to pay attention to that, but I think I'm still kind of on the side of you should be able to trust your teammates to do what is expected of them, which comes from playing together and reviewing things and making sure everyone understands their piece and what's going on. Not to say it's all his team's fault. Obviously, like Azale said, I do agree with the part of, you know, if it's clear your teammate's not doing the right thing and then you just consciously go into a bad situation to teach them a lesson, you know, consciously or not, that's also not good. So, yeah, I mean, it's tough, and it's a situation where, you know, both people should do better. But, you know, I'm more on the side of like, if you're doing the right thing and your teammates should be doing the right thing and you go for it, I'm like, I would blame the other people more.
I hope I'm excited for the growth of this team though, because you know, Lion, this is one of the teams that when it was put together as you know, some kind of headline grabbing like super team, getting Berserker back, former MVP, inspired the most recent, MVP of North and South. And we're looking at there being a pretty like steep curve for this team as far as where they can go if they can work together well. So I have some pretty high hopes. I hope that that they can get to MSI as well and perform internationally again.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks so winnable against JDG that's what made it hurt more, is that every game you can see how the path to victory, right? And I definitely think there is a lot of room for growth. Obviously, the team hasn't been together that long, and I think Dokla, individually did not perform well at all at first stand, and we have seen him do a lot better. When you think back to Worlds, obviously he did a lot better at Worlds, and so it is always one of those things, though. Like when I see some interviews, like Berserker, gave an interview basically saying like, oh, like, we're not gonna be able to beat the LCK LPL teams before they even went. I'm like, is this like a nameplates on thing? You know what I mean? Like, how much are you kind of in your own head sometimes? Because with some of these plays where they are getting a little bit more nervous, they are getting a little bit, I think, kind of taken advantage of in that way, where it's like you're sweating because of who you're playing against more than because of the situation in the game.
Yeah, I really, that attitude makes me so sad when I hear that, like the early Berserker interviews of not having hope, because at the exact same tournament, whereas we're kind of judging Lions' performance by like, oh, we kind of expected them, to at least beat Brazil and then like maybe look good or do well and take a game or some games off LPL.
Yeah.
We didn't really expect anything versus Gen G. But then at the same tournament, you have these G2 players and their mentality is we're going to win. We're so much better. Like, it just seems like such a better mindset. Of course, they've been able to play against with each other for a long time. And then obviously when you have Caps on your team and he has so much history of success, like there's a lot of things that would make their, mentality a lot easier to have a good mentality about it and an attitude about it. But at the same exact tournament, and they're like, oh, they 3-0 Gen G, and Skumond is also popping off, and he's also like so nice in every interview and talking about his how good his teammates are and blah blah blah. And having the two so close together at the same tournament was like, oh man, just G2 team is making me kind of jealous. But I do have some high hopes for this team. I went to play, speaking of Dokla specifically, I felt real bad because he was pretty down on his own performance. We did, because we had the week off, get to go play our beach volleyball. And I made a joke about, I forget exactly what the joke was, but it was basically about Lion.
But it was really funny.
It was really funny. And it was about Lion losing and Dokla. But Dokla didn't.
He didn't laugh. What?
Yeah, it was great.
Hey, remember
No
first
sense
when
of
you
humor.
sucked?
No, but he didn't even bite back at all. It was my fault. Like, I got completely off of it.
no.
And I was like, oh no, I'm sorry.
You kicked the puppy.
Yeah, because he just like immediately was like, yeah, I could have played way better. Like, I got picked off a bunch of the side, and I was like,
Too soon.
but yeah. So
if they lose that MSI, it was Kobe's fault.
But also-
they beat down Dokla mentally.
even because we had Dokla on the analyst desk afterward, and he was doing the interview, and immediately after the series too, you could tell like they're all thinking about their own mistakes a lot.
Yeah.
And so I do have hope that they can like get to the point where they think that they can win and don't feel desperate. Because, there were definitely some plays later into some of those games where, like flashing forward to go for some crazy stuff because they're like, we're losing. We can't do anything versus these guys. Go.
It's tough. It's tough when you've been losing, coming off of getting 3-0'd by Gen G. I'm sure if they're scrimming those Eastern teams, like scrimming Eastern teams is like such a rough experience most of the time. Sometimes you can win if your team's really good and it's a good patch for you, but a lot of the time you're just getting destroyed everywhere. It's like lanes are going bad. You feel like you're getting out-drafted every game. It feels like nothing you do works. And so I kind of get where they're coming from. And I don't think you should say it in an interview. You should at least fake it kind of deal. I don't think you should go in being like, yeah, no chance. Like, we're going home quick. Like, let's get this over with kind of deal. I don't think that's great. But I do think it's hard to fake the confidence because it sounded like G2 was actually just winning scrims. Right? I think that didn't feel fake. They actually knew they could win.
Lion had the best scrim record against them. They were the scrim world champs.
I was going to say, I believe Dokla himself was saying, yeah, we were really competitive and close with G2 and scrim. So that was also some very good news. So he was like, yeah, there's not a very big difference. So yeah, we can also compete. I've got confidence. The fake it till you make it thing too is actually so funny because there's a lot of like psychology that really backs that up, that it actually will manifest because
I think it's important.
repetition. And so like the fake it till you make it, like it rhymes, so people are like, oh, that's cool, right? But it's actually
where there is dilution, there is hope.
yeah, it actually it actually does not hurt. It does, it can't help.
I mean, the opposite does hurt, and that's the bigger thing for me. Is that I remember with one of my teammates when we used to play tournaments, he had this habit of like when a game was going bad, he'd be like, we're screwed. We can't do anything. This game's like in the middle of the game, and then everyone gets depressed, and you're not talking about. Like, even if you are kind of screwed and everyone knows it, there might still be a small chance you can win the game, and you're not focusing on the chance you have to win the game and that kind of thing. And so I do think through that lens, it is actually really important to, like, even if it is delusional and you all know you're probably screwed in this game and it's going real bad, you should still focus on the small percent chance you have to win, right? Like in any given circumstance, whether it's a 90% chance from your spot or 1%, you should be really focused on that. So we had to make like a literal rule. We're like, okay, we're not allowed to talk about like anything negative during the game. Like, save it for after.
Yep.
Yeah.
That remind on C9 we had something similar. I don't think anyone ever would like doom post in mid game, but we definitely would have just like a agreement that no hindsighting in the game. If something went terribly, you just wouldn't address it. You just
talk about it after.
What sums were used. What's happening next. Definitely good. I think, going off of the doom posting. That's a really common thing in solo queue. And then the worst is the whole game is just saying we lose, and then say you do end up losing in a completely winnable game, and they'll go like, I told you guys this at 5 minutes. I'm like, dude, if you're trying to lose, it's not that hard to lose on purpose, right? It's like, don't feel good because you said we're going to lose and we did. Like, what are you saying,
It's like a 35-minute game. It's close. Told you guys at 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just like, damn, nice, man. Like, how about you try to win next time, and maybe that'll happen too. Like,
yeah. The whole time the guy's doing the bare minimum. He's like farming a couple camps and recalling at full health to go by and like going back out, farming his camps again. Like, no, of course we lost. So yeah, that's definitely accurate. On the thing that you talked about with solo queue having some benefits of like training the mentality of, well, it does actually train you to react to imperfect scenarios if your teammates don't do what's expected. We had that topic come up again recently because JoJo, playing over in Europe, of course, gave a little interview where the headline was pretty funny.
This one was on RiftGG. The website is down, so I can't tell you what the author was, but it was from RiftGG.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. I'm looking at this thing here too to see what the author.
Oh, maybe you have it. But yeah, he was basically saying that.
Well, I have the exact quote.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
He said, "You learn way more about the game watching Vons than you do laning against Scrub Daddy 400 on Malzahar in solo queue." And yeah, it just says RiftGG. Let me go find. You continue. I'm gonna go to the website.
Their website's
and see if we
down.
can find who did it.
But yeah, I mean, I agree to a point. I think that there is like value in both, right? I think that probably the perfect world exists somewhere in the middle. And I think sometimes this kind of attitude gets memed because sometimes it's used as an excuse for people who don't want to play solo queue, right? And they don't want to practice. So they're just like, no, like it's just more efficient to do what I'm doing. And I think, there's merit to both sides. Like you need to play the game a lot. That's just a reality to like, build your muscle memory, to, learn new champions, to do all these things, keep your reactions sharp. But also, people who are just like mindlessly playing brain off solo queue games, not even really engaging in it, like that at a certain point doesn't have as much value as just like watching VODs, right? So I think to me, it's always just been like focused practice, regardless of how you're doing it, is going to be the most valuable. And if you can mix in VOD watching where you're like actually paying attention and analyzing the VODs with, solo queue where you're really trying to improve, with scrims where you're really trying to improve, then that's going to be the most valuable. And I don't think that should be a hot take or anything, but to me, it's like the answer is always somewhere in the middle where it's like there's value from everything. But if you do too much of one and not enough of the other, then you're probably hurting yourself.
Yeah, definitely. It's a weird one for me because I don't think the reason you play solo queue necessarily is to learn stuff. Like obviously watching a VOD of a really good player, you will learn stuff, but usually when you're practicing, it's more about just repetition. It's like hammering out the mistakes because you're not playing perfectly. There's always things each game you're doing that could be better, right? So even if you're not necessarily learning anything from playing against Malzahar, and solo queue's full of just degeneracy that isn't going to show up in a pro game, but it's just about making sure you're really comfortable on your champions, because if you don't play any amount of time where you're not engaged with the game or playing or VOD viewing, I mean, obviously, you need rest, but if you're just wasting your time, then you start falling behind. It's the little things, you might make some mistake that you otherwise wouldn't have, because I've always seen the best players at any given time are the ones who don't really need to be reminded to just queue it up. They just want to play as much as possible. They just keep going and practicing until they don't make the mistakes anymore, because they've just done it so many times. They don't even think about it.
I mean, obviously, if you're going to play solo queue, you're not going to learn a lot of macro. That's definitely going to be better for our VODs, but it is important to keep your mechanics. And at least I feel like, because a lot of it is like muscle memory, just when you're playing a champion, to be able to do things smoothly and cleanly. And there are specific things that you can still practice in solo queue. And so I definitely agree with both of you guys, of course, that both are important in different doses. And it's actually applicable to a lot of different jobs in esports, not just for pro players. This discussion even happens with casters, where there's casters that are like, oh yeah, you just gotta watch all the VODs of LCK and LPL to analyze all these matchups, because the matchups don't go the same way in solo queue. And then they use I'm like, well, that is partially true, but then they use that to be like, so that's why I don't play the game at all. And I'm like, well, I can definitely hear from listening to you that you don't play the game at all, because there's like other stuff that they say that's just
Call them out. Give me a name.
That's just so strange, right? So I think that it is important, like you're saying, to mix both. VOD, high quality VODs are very important, but so is playing the actual game and staying connected. And so that's why I value it as well, just personally. Still, I've never stopped playing. And then also we have interviews that I feel really validated from, because coaches like Tabe, who's considered one of the best coaches in the history of the game, he made a really big point that I still play solo, or he still plays solo queue, to at least up to a master's level, to be able to put into practice some of his ideas. There's like some things that you can still test in solo queue that are not like pure pro play macro or something, and it does help you stay connected to the game and relate to other people that play the game. So
I also think it's not a fluke that when you look at a lot of the world's best players when they're playing at their best, and you look at how they're doing in solo queue, it turns out that a lot of these guys are at the very top of the ladder, right? It's solo queue is not everything. Your ranking is not everything. We've seen examples of that too, where people who dominate in solo queue try to go pro. It doesn't really work out in the same way. But it's no mistake that when you're talking about G2, it's like Skewmon and Caps are two guys that are at the very top of the ladder. There's some of these players that are so dominant for so long. When you talk about some of the best Korean players and some of the best Chinese players who have been at the very top forever, and it feels like anytime I look at the leaderboards, anytime I look at the top challenger, you're going to see those guys up there, right? And I don't think that's a fluke either. So I do think that there is a lot of value in it, and sometimes it can be. It can be hard to practice that much and to not get burned out, and sometimes people just want to break and they want to kind of, I think, have a reason for that, and sometimes it's a little bit of justification. But just like with solo queue being garbage if you're not putting in effort, I think the same is true with VOD reviews, right? If you're just kind of half watching this, I know I've seen sometimes watching some scrims and going to team houses in various places and stuff, and it's like sometimes watching players do VOD review, and they're like have something else on one monitor and the other VOD's just playing. And it's like, well, if you're not actually paying attention to it, you're not really getting anything from it either.
This is one of our favorite classic caster stories about Freak that you reminded me of, because we were at Worlds, I don't remember what year, but it was 4 or 5 years ago, a while ago. Freak was still casting, and we were all in our little green room where everyone's getting ready and stuff. And on the monitor, there's a game playing, but Freak is sitting in front of this, and so there's a game playing. Freak is sitting in front of it, but he's looking at his phone, playing a mobile game, completely in there, some gacha game or whatever, spammy or whatever. And then he looks up after 15 minutes or something. He's like, guys, keep it down. I'm watching this VOD. And he looks back down at his phone.
Oh no! I was telling him to turn off the volume because he's listening to a VOD loud as hell. I'm like, brother, you're not even watching it.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I am. I'm like, mother, you are playing like Clash Royale or something. I'm like, and then I pause it. I'm like, tell me what happened in this game. You didn't know a single thing that happened.
It's like this. It's definitely the same thing. But I like your report about like putting intention into VOD watching because I come into this problem when we're like prepping for Worlds and you have to prep for so many teams at the same time. Sometimes I'm just like watching VOD after VOD and I'm trying to pay attention. I'm even taking notes and they're still like they bleed together, you know. And I'm like, wait a second. What game did that happen in? When did this happen or whatever? And like things can just get kind of mushy if you don't have like proper intention and then breaks to like remember lessons that you've learned and stuff. And so, yeah, it seems like usually the best course is involving a mix of everything. Staying connected to the game in some way, I do think is important to at least play it some at all and not just be a pure VOD watcher.
Yep, absolutely. Speaking of staying connected to the game, we got April Fool's merch that's
you
coming
can be
out here.
Connected too.
There you go. I actually really like this shirt. It's a little bit small for me. Otherwise, I would have been wearing it. But we got the Dumpling and Moo Moo. We got new merch here. It's the new April Fool's merch that just came out. We got Dumpling, Darlings, and Moo Moo. We got the Daejeon Defender Rammus tees. And then also there's a Pengu Garen figurine that came out and a Baby Galio plushie. You can check it out on merch.riotgames.com. If you're interested, go grab yours now. The patch notes also just came out, 26.7. Doesn't feel like a super big one. The only one that kind of is interesting to me is the support farming changes where they took off the restrictions from support farming. So there's no longer a cap on that. I don't really think it's going to be super relevant for pro play at all, but I was thinking like it could be interesting, where you're doing like the fasting Senna stuff. Like I wonder if there's some strategies there where it could kind of be impacted a little bit, where it's like, okay, you have your farming TK or whatever, but now like Senna could take like a larger portion of the gold while still playing support or something like with a support item. Because if you get to play support as Senna, you can focus more on farming souls, especially in like melee matchups. It's really easy to farm a lot of souls if you're not focusing on farming minions. So I was kind of wondering like maybe there's something there where Senna could start picking up minions earlier, like try to accelerate in some way. Otherwise, I don't really see it as affecting pro, but definitely is one of those ones in solo queue where when you read that, you're like, is my brand just going to take my whole wave now?
Well, he probably was going to already, but he'll at least get more gold this time.
That's the real answer.
Yeah, it's definitely it's one of those things that when you read it, you're like, that might lead to some bad stuff. But I do think a big difference is before, when it was a problem, it was when you could get like multiple of those on a team, and now you can only have your support with it, and they're the only person who has access to ward, so they're going to want to go around warding and whatnot. So I think it's fine. It seems like in the grand scheme of things, it's probably not going to change too much. I think the Senna example is probably one of the ones that like could show up, but even then, I think fasting Senna hasn't. I mean, we've seen a little bit of it with Sion and whatnot, but it's a weird one because with the way that you select your role when you go into champion select, I don't know if you're even allowed to have your bot laner play the Senna and your support play the Sion or whatnot, unless
But you can swap role in champ select. You can trade roles.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure how it works because I remember talking to Pobelter about it when he was doing the Forsen League. And you're in those custom games, you have to choose your role when you start the champ select. And I don't know if it'll let you switch.
Oh, you can't trade role in champ select?
I'm not sure. I haven't played since they had the role selection whatnot in custom games. So
I just assumed you could because you can in solo queue.
Yeah.
It's different in tournament realm and custom games. So.
Yeah, it would be. It would be a pretty interesting restriction if you just couldn't play it for that reason. But there'd probably be some kind of workaround for it, because if people wanted to use that strat and there was just some like arbitrary reason that they couldn't, it would be kind of unfortunate. But yeah, I don't think that change is going to affect games too much. Maybe the AD carries can be a little bit more nervous if they have like a Xerath or brand support on their team. Swain support actually kind of insane.
The first thing well, at least when your AD carry dies as a support now, like you can, like if your AD carry is dying a whole bunch and they're never there, it does help that scenario. So it's like it's less bad then, because at least if your terrible AD carry is dead all the time, then at least somebody can make use of a bunch of extra money. But it's probably not going to have too big of an effect. I was listening to the Cloud9 podcast and Sven was talking about.
Why'd you point to me? I'm not doing that anymore.
It's just off into the distance. Cloud9 is actually located there.
I see. Okay. I'm just making it about myself.
Cloud9 merch now.
Sven was bringing up the point that the last time when it was really a problem was because at that time you could have both players have the warding item, and so you have double the wards, and everybody would be farming. But now, because of the roles, then only one can still have the wards, so there won't be like an over proliferation of wards. And so I think the roles, like they kind of said in their post, the devs said in their post, they think the roles will be like kind of the checks and balances for this, because you don't want to take a bunch of extra money away from the AD carry who has the AD carry role with extra gold income and everything like that. So we'll see, though, because they also said on the podcast they're going to try and practice some degenerate stuff and see if it's broken. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there could be a world where there's something interesting that, Lee Sin, you could just theoretically make your carry be the support, and then you have something with him who maybe spikes at one item, they farm early, and then once the support finishes their quest, they just take over and farm, and your other guy's kind of the support who can't ward, but they're just, like a Pantheon or what, I don't know. All just theory crafting, but, maybe we'll see some fun degeneracy.
Yep, it is interesting. There's been a number of changes. None of them feel too big, to be honest. So like there's not a lot that's like really interesting to talk about. Rel got a buff. There's some enchanter nerfs that are trying to obviously shift the meta a bit, because I just think enchanters are just too strong. We started to see that a lot at first stand, that enchanters were either just getting banned or picked in almost every single game. I've talked about that a lot. We talked about it even before the season started. It's the role quest changes. You get so much more gold, and enchanters just scale way better. You can realistically get in pro games now to multiple items as a support. And when you can get to 2 items, 3 items, whatever, you just scale so much better than the melee supports do. So they're doing a couple changes. Nami is getting a nerf. Karma's getting a nerf. Rel is getting a buff. So
they don't seem that big though, because I think the way they're doing these nerfs, like the Karma one is just to your empowered E shield for later. So it's
35 off each shield.
Yeah,
though.
but the way they're not attacking how crazy poke you are in lane. So like you're still gonna be the same lane power, and they're just making the trade off for picking a Karma bigger, because your team fight value was so much with the empowered R shield later on. And so it's just kind of interesting to me, and I actually like changes like that, where it's not just like, all right, we'll take off some damage here, some health here, and buff like that. It's like, okay, this area of the champion we're gonna nerf, but we'll leave one of the strengths still the same, like lane bully style. Part of the champion is still going to be the same. So I do kind of like that.
Nami's is a bit more lane focused. It's like the bounces are more of a nerf per bounce. So it's like, it used to be minus 10% effect per bounce, and now it's minus 20. And so like obviously all the Nami players are looking for these triple bounce W's and stuff early on, and so that's going to be less effective. But yeah, in general, it's very small changes. There's an increase on the Veigar ultimate cooldown. Graves lost some base AD. Callista is getting a little bit of a buff on Ren damage. It's pretty minor. I will say Cassio is a champion that's already pretty popular in pro play, and Cassio got base mana buff and the Twin Fang buff as well. It is like pretty slight, but it is 8 damage per E at max rank, so pretty slight. But the mana thing is always one with Cassio that can actually be pretty impactful, because Cassio really does hurt for mana early on, and sometimes you can actually find yourself in these situations where you just hit 1Q and you can just chase people down with ease and win a lane early on.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the only reprieve for your opponent as Cassio, is like she just runs out of mana, because if Cassio had no mana for whatever reason, if she was a manaless champion, that would be rough to play into, because she does so much damage. If she hits a Q and then can get in range and start spamming E on you, that's not many things are beating that in those early trades. So yeah, she'll have a little bit more potential to do that. I don't know. Has she really been doing well in pro play? I anecdotally feel like she loses most of the time.
I feel like she's been on the deeper side into Fearless. So not like, game one picks or anything like that. But I think she's been okay. And, maybe this does bump her up a little bit more. But I don't think it's going to be anything overbearing or anything like that. My biggest question for this whole patch is me personally in solo queue. Do I stop banning Graves now? Because that has been my perma ban. And I
played against him today with Shyvana, and I was beating him in fights. So
okay,
maybe I do. The patch had already come out when I was playing. Because the thing is, I'm like, okay, I want to play some Shyvana. And normally I permaban Graves, but you have to ban Sylas if you're picking Shyvana. That matchup is comically skewed. Like Sylas is so strong with Shyvana ult that it's unplayable. So, I banned the Sylas. They first the Graves. I'm like, oh man, I wanted to play Shiv. I'll pick it anyway. But yeah, it wasn't that bad. So yeah, sometimes those 2 AD or whatnot can have bigger effects than it might seem on the surface.
Yeah, because he's basically attacking as much as he possibly can the whole game. Like he's farming all the time, or like fighting people all in between farming the whole time. And 2 AD certainly in the past has pretty heavily affected him. So that's probably a % or 2 win rate change, and I guess I'll have to try it. I'll unban him
at your own risk.
If I lose 2 games, then he's going back on the ban.
Just blame the playtest team.
Yeah, now it's actually so nice. Now we can blame Medios and flame Medios each patch. If we don't like it.
Right as Freak is moving off live balance, we can't blame him anymore. So now we needed someone else to blame.
It's funny, since taking the contracting role, a lot of my friends or just people in the stream they think I'm sure you guys have got it the whole time. Any association with Riot, it's just like, hey, can you buff my favorite champion, nerf my most hated champion, and ban this person?
Why did you do this?
Well,
it's like, oh yeah, I don't really have anything to do with any of that stuff, but sure.
I get so many. Please, dude, I'm totally not toxic. Can you get me unbanned? and then they'll like send me something, and that's just actually crazy. And I'm like, all right, you know what? I could forward this to Drew Levin. Maybe they'll sort through that.
Get the hit squad on it.
So many people are like, come on, this was totally unjustified. All I said was this, and this, and I was like, whoa. No reply.
Yeah, and then you just see in chat like, so the summoner has been muted. Blah blah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they usually forget the really bad stuff. They'll point to one game where they're like, yeah, all I did was I didn't help my losing bot lane one time, and I'm banned for it. I'm like, what about like all the
slurs,
complete heinous chat? And they're like, well, that game my team was so bad. I'm like, oh, okay, so they deserved it. It sounds like you might have deserved your punishment as well. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's definitely crazy. We are going to take a quick break though, and then we will be right back to talk about our power rankings and LCS.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Welcome back to the dive driven by Kia. It's time to talk about some LCS. Spring Split is going to be kicking off this coming weekend, which reminds me, by the way, we are going to be live in the Riot Games Arena for April 4th and 5th. So you can get your tickets now on the LCS website or on Riot Games website. You can go find your tickets. It's going to be April Fool's themed tailgates before the games this weekend from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. The ticket link will be in the description, so you can just use that if you would like. And it should be a lot of fun to kick off the Spring Split.
Mm-hmm. They're going to have like games and stuff set up. I've heard that,
I like games.
I've heard that Cloud9 has some sort of reaction speed new game that they're gonna set up. So we'll see about that. And there's always boba and free food and stuff like that too. So it's a good time. Now the power rankings that you brought up, they need some adjustment from lock-in power rankings because a couple of those did not go as we expected. And one of the funniest ones, because previously you and I had TL as number 1. I believe Meteos, you still had Cloud9 as number 1, and you put TL like second or something probably last split.
Yep.
But that was one of the biggest like differences between where they actually placed and where we and a lot of people thought they were going to be placed because again of all these scrim rumors that were happening, and because they had played their boot camp in Korea and played in Kespa Cup and stuff, and so there was a lot of stuff that we were pointing towards. Okay, this will probably be some early success for this team. You know, they've got the extra time and advantages, and it really didn't pan out. But still all lock in long while they're not performing on stage. Everyone's still like, oh yeah, you know, the scrims are still going great. Like they're still crushing everybody. And then Cloud9, people are like, yeah, that, you know, TL is still way better than all these other teams that they're smashing and stuff. And it's just like, I'm not going to put them first again, but I am still going to place them higher than they placed in the lock-in tournament. Honestly, I guess we should just say we didn't actually aggregate all of our power rankings, did we here?
Well, our top 3 are all
Our
the
top
same.
3 are all
So
the
our
same,
top 3 are all Lion, C9, then TL.
Yeah.
Then it starts to differ a little bit. I had FlyQuest 4th, while Kobe and Meteos had Sentinels 4th. I think the biggest difference here, maybe we can just start talking about the differences, because I think the bottom half, it gets pretty hard. And I think that kind of makes it interesting, right? Because it doesn't feel like there is just like a guaranteed last place team. I had FlyQuest all the way up at 4th. Meteos had them in 8th. So that is the biggest discrepancy, I think, out of all the power rankings. So
Okay, so
go 4th. And
you know, I will start by saying I'm not a FlyQuest hater in any way. What I base this off of is basically how I feel like the team's trajectory was during the first split. And granted, I think FlyQuest had a really hard schedule. That being said, I think that the way that they played kind of trended downward the more that they played. In the same way that we talk about Berserker feeling hopeless on Lion against the international teams, I think FlyQuest might have been feeling kind of hopeless and desperate in their games. And so I think that for a team with really young players, they came in with this bravado, confidence. They were making really flashy, cool plays. But the more we saw them, it felt like they just were playing worse each time. And so that makes me a little concerned for the team, whether or not they'll be able to bounce back. I don't necessarily think they're guaranteed last. I don't think they're guaranteed the worst team, but it's just of all the teams in here, I think that some of the other ones have a bit better chances.
what about Shopify though, right? Because you're talking about trajectory. Like Shopify didn't win a single game.
That's fair, which is why I had them 7th. I think for Shopify,
Their trajectory wasn't downward because it was just flat. It was just a dead heartbeat at the
right. That's fair. That's fair. For Shopify specifically, since this team has been around, or like that roster of contracts and fudge, you know, going back to energy and whatnot, they're just so inconsistent that I think if they did really well, I would be more likely to rank them lower because they did so bad. I don't think they could get
because
worse.
they're so inconsistent and they were so bad in the first split.
Yes.
They can't possibly
Actually,
be.
though.
They're due for wins
Actually,
now
though,
because they can't consistently
It's
lose.
got to go up.
I think that they're kind of.
That's crazy.
I think maybe they're going to win, and also, you know,
Maybe they're gonna win.
yeah, I think that their games didn't look all terrible. There were some hope occasionally, but like Zinni didn't show up at all. You know, did not live up to the hype. But we've seen before, Quid's debut was pretty rough. I think it's totally possible that with a little bit more experience, being here longer, he finds his footing. And I don't think they're a last place team looking at the roster. Maybe, but
Yeah, they were last time, but maybe not this time.
I mean, it's interesting. Like
they'll win a game.
I'll talk about FlyQuest a bit because like I had them the highest, right? To me, I kind of looked at it a little bit differently than you did. Like, yes, their trajectory did go downward. You know, it felt like Griffin really struggled against the top junglers, right? When he was playing against Flower and stuff, like and Inspired, he was really struggling. But that being said, I feel like this team looked better in Split 1 than what I expected them to do, and I expected them to grow throughout the year because they have a lot of young players, a lot of new players, right? Like Cryogen, Griffin, Gakkos. I thought they were going to struggle more than they did overall in the first split. So for me, like the fact that they actually did have a pretty hot start and looked good against the like shall we say, like tip top teams, I thought was pretty promising because I do think this is a team that has like a really high ceiling, has a lot of mechanically talented players. So I'm pretty excited for them. Like, Cryogene and Masu did way better as a 2v2 for most of the split than I expected. I know in their final series they kind of got ran by a Lion. But to me, Masu and Cryogene were, one of the best 2v2 lanes that we had in the league throughout most of the lock-in. They got tons of 2v2 kills. Griffin was doing well and kind of like playing his own unique style. So I'm still pretty excited for this team, and I do feel like they have a pretty big upside because of the amount of talent and because of the amount of experience they have, right? Where it's like, there's a lot of issues that they have that I think could be fixed through coaching, and then there's a lot of things that they have, like as far as their innate skills that I think can't necessarily be taught, that they kind of like already have.
Yeah, the biggest thing that will determine FlyQuest success for me is, can they develop a strong in-game leader? Because their early stages of a lot of games are good, but they're all so young, and they need someone to be more calm, I think, in the mid game and late game to focus the team more, maybe, and have that kind of inspired effect of like aligning everyone. Even though we already talked about the kind of loss of that for Lion at first stand. But that alignment in game, like a coach can do a lot out of game.
Yeah.
But I think they're also going to need, someone really to be like, all right, I'm going to be the in-game leader, or at least maybe the team. It doesn't have to be a single person. The team can decide like how they're going to communicate, or how they're going to talk about the goals for the next couple of minutes in the game, how they want fights to go, that type of stuff. If you get into the habit of talking about that ahead of time, then it makes it way easier to play out their mid game and stuff than kind of what we saw. So, I also have high hopes for them, but I put like Sentinels above them just because I've already like seen that from Sentinels. And it's to be expected when you have so many veteran players on this team. And I thought they were able to hold it together. Even at America's Cup, I was like, that's about how I expected them to play and perform. So I kind of bumped them above a little bit as far as like, I think they're going to be more consistent in what they're going to deliver.
I've got a hot take. I think that teams are not guaranteed to get better as they play longer. So I think that that's sort of played into my reasoning for FlyQuest, is that because they're so young and it seems like they trended downwards, they might not actually be taking the correct lessons from their games. It's a very real thing that just because you lose, it doesn't mean you accurately were able to figure out.
Improve.
Yeah,
It's a lie.
You might not realize why you lost that and draw a completely off-base conclusion. And then, with every team pretty much, you're not always going to be able to pinpoint the thing that went wrong right away. And it takes different attempts and whatnot. But especially when you're super young and new, if you don't have someone who's, very knowledgeable about the game, who can help lead you in the right direction, sometimes you'll just go down the completely wrong path. And then, because with FlyQuest games, it felt like a lot of the time it was Griffin going for aggressive early plays and then not having the support from his team, right? Like we saw a lot of those games where it would be some disaster happened in the early game. And then it felt like the way that they were drafting was just trying to pick all lane dominant stuff. So maybe they have these really rough early games where a play went bad, and then their takeaway is, all right, we just got to pick more prio. So you have Masu on these like non-scaling champions all the time. And so I don't know if that's what's happening, but I just think that that could be happening. And I think a lot of the times with some of the lower teams in the standings, that's probably what's going on, is they're just not getting the right reads from practice. And if you don't have access to scrimming with the best teams, you might not even know what playing the game correctly looks like. So yeah, I don't think it's guaranteed you improve the more you play. Sometimes teams will actually just get worse.
Yeah. I think it's just really interesting in general, because I feel like there's actually a lot of different arguments to be made around power rankings in this split. Even though we were pretty unified at the top, I think that was kind of arbitrary. Lion, I think, is coming in obviously as the favorites. Like they won, they look good. They felt, even though they had their struggles at first stand, throughout playoffs in lock-in, they looked by far the most unified, right? They looked by far the most on the same page, and I think they're going to come in and they're going to be going that same way. But C9, for most of lock-in, looked like the best team, right? Like they looked really, really good. Then they completely face-planted in finals and in America's Cup. So everyone, I feel like, is almost like overreacting the other way. Like when I see the talk about them online, people are talking about C9 like they're total garbage, but like I would not be shocked if C9 even won the second split. I think that is the hump they have to get over, is actually showing up in the big match and showing up, for finals or for one of these big important matches. But I think that they could be right in there, and they showed that for most of the split. TL as well. I think TL had a pretty bad split, like a really bad split. They honestly, I think, if you replay that Dignitas TL tiebreaker for the knockout stage, if you replay that from the position the FBI was in a number of times, Dignitas usually wins, right? Like I think that's fair to say. So like they were close to not even making playoffs, but yet I would also not be surprised if you came from the future and told me TL wins Spring Split, right? Like I wouldn't be shocked because they have a lot of talent on that team. So I think that's one of the things that's kind of making it really interesting for me going into this split is that, yeah, Lion are the de facto number one. They are going to come in as the favorites, but if C9 and TL perform well, I think the top of the table is going to get really interesting really fast. And I do feel like there's pretty reasonable arguments for most of the teams beyond that to be the ones that are kind of like rounding out the middle of the pack, right? Like whether you believe that FlyQuest is going to get worse, better. Sentinels, had a strong showing. Like you can even make arguments for Dignitas and DSG and Shopify that they should be able to improve. So I do think it's actually I'm pretty excited for the second split.
Yeah, I think because we always just do normal traditional power rankings, and it gives the idea that it's top to bottom, this is the pecking order. But if we did a like magnitude of power discrepancy between teams, this split,
we'd have a blob.
This split would be so much tighter than usual. Like I feel like usually, and sometimes in the past, like last year, we would even had like, okay, well, the first four are pretty close. They're all like really powerful. And then the second four would be like really tiny, magnitude of difference and power. So all the other ones would be close, but like so far away from the top four. And it is pretty interesting how, there's way more condensed. I feel like the league overall is a lot more competitive with each other, which does make it very, very interesting and makes power rankings a lot harder because you're just seeing the 1 through 8 as normal, and a lot of these I think have some pretty strong wiggle room based on individual performances that we do see, or like how compatible players are going to be in this split and how well they're going to work together. So some of the other big differences though, you talked about the Team Liquid one and kind of the Cloud9 one. I mean, I don't know. Cloud9 one is probably. Do we need to talk about more because the discussion of the, America's Cup and First Stand are so prevalent? Maybe people are like, why don't you have them lower, type thing? Or do you think?
Sure.
Or do you think people are gonna kind of be on board with that? I mean, I guess we could go over what the matchups are going to be.
I think with C9 and TL, I could totally see them bot 4ing either of those teams just due to. Booming or whatever, but I don't know. I think the question just comes down to who are you putting above them, right? I think Lion number one makes sense. Inspired has yet to show that he's just not gonna win, right? I was kind of doubtful this year. Yeah, I was somewhat doubtful this year. I was looking at it coming in being like, okay, he's actually mostly played with new rosters who are players that are just going to put a lot of trust in him, and I think that is the formula that works. So how is he going to work with people who might have stronger opinions? And
he's going to break their wills too.
Yeah, I was thinking, maybe this team's just going to explode because they have all these like strong conflicting personalities. But he's shown he can make that work too. So I'm not doubting Inspired anymore. I never did a whole lot in the first place, but yeah, I think it would just be crazy too at this point. So that one totally makes sense. And then it's just tough. I think a lot of these teams, nobody looks untouchable. Like the range, the potential for each of these teams, I think is pretty big.
Yeah.
I would just look at, I think some of these teams have very big weak points, whether it's like a player's performance or their team play. And so I think that's sort of, for me, the stuff that stuck out to move people down.
Yeah. I guess one of the last things for the Cloud9 discussion that I thought was interesting was the Dom has said several times, talking about how they were losing scrims still a lot, even though when they were dominating the league and all fans and us were like seeing them perform on stage and beating convincingly, team after team. they were still losing a lot of scrims to Lion and TL. And so, yeah, he's basically been like, like those teams were like, we weren't shocked to, lose. And we thought that, those teams were going to be very powerful. So I guess there could be arguments and wiggle room for like, putting if you want to put TL even higher or something based off of that. But I think I'm all out of scrim bucks. Like I'm not biting on that anymore.
They got to prove it.
Yeah, they really do have to prove it. And I still think like a lot of the things that we saw from Cloud9 are going to be strong. APA and Blabber together, even though a lot of people love to throw flame at Blabber. It's like, yeah, he loses a lot to Inspired specifically. And then they also, of course, the America's Cup kind of crash and burn scenario, but a lot of stuff was very suboptimal for them, in those last like that time period. So I have faith that Cloud9 are going to bounce back pretty strong here. And so I think they're deserving of our second ranking, second spot ranking.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that people are overreacting a bit to like a bad stretch of games. I mean, lock-in tournament is not a full split, and they did really well for most of it. They got blasted in the finals by Lion, and then obviously they did really poorly at America's Cup. And it is an excuse. People can say it's an excuse, whatever, but like the reality is they flew down like, I don't know, 12, 24 hours, whatever it was after losing finals. And, and obviously I don't think they were in a very good mental state, and they played poorly and they got their butts whooped by Fury at America's Cup. But I don't think that having like one bad stretch of games guarantees that you're going to be just like bad for the rest of the year. And I do feel like the Blabber slander is getting a bit out of hand. I think
people love to hate on Blabber.
They do, which I find really weird because he's
so nice.
He's so nice. Like as far as one of the people that like has been around the league for a long time, Blabber is so happy to talk to you about the game. He's always been a top level player. He works super hard. He lives and breathes league. I never hear any of his teammates say anything bad about him, his work ethic, anything like that. And just like results wise, he's been one of the best junglers in a long time. Yeah, he's clearly not as good as Inspired, but that's true of every jungler in the league. The only jungler that you can really compare in the West right now is Skumond, right? Who's doing really, really well, had an incredible first stand event. So you can say, he's up there, right? Or he has better current form, whatever. But like, I don't feel like there's a lot of junglers that you can really put above Blabber, in the LCS. And he's kind of proven that time and time again. Obviously, C9 fans want championships. They don't just want like almost, and they don't just want like pretty good and all that. And I get that, right? Because C9 has won a lot over the years, and they want them to be back at the top. But that being said, I feel like Blabber is maybe getting a little bit too much hate for his level of performance.
I think that's been going on for a long time with Blabber specifically, because I've definitely said it before, but I always thought he was the best player I played against for jungle. He is like extremely smart about the game. He is very hard to read and predict what he's going to do. He's super creative. I think it's probably just due to the fact that he keeps his head down. He doesn't have a super huge social media presence. He's respectful, humble, whatnot. And so people just kind of expect him. Like the expectation for Blabber is super high. So anytime he doesn't live up to that, people just see that as, underperformance and come for his head. I think also sometimes he just has these really loud mistakes compared to some other players where, there's like the crab incident that's followed him for so many years. There's a lot of plays where he'll do something that's just so crazy looking. He'll just have some mistake, like flash in engage when his team's nowhere near and just throw the whole game. And it's like, well, everybody makes mistakes. That one was pretty apparent compared to some, Every game, the losing team has mistakes. I mean, every game, everyone has mistakes, right?
Yep.
And so I think people like to latch onto Blabbers just because combination of him having really high expectations and just, yeah, he has some funny looking stuff because he plays very aggressively.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I think it's fine to criticize him and his play, but I feel like people are talking about him like he's a bum, and it's like, come on, he's one of the best junglers in the league ever. So I do think, it's fair to have high expectations for C9, but to me, it's like give it the full split in spring split and see how C9 does, and then I think it's maybe more fair if they're struggling through all of spring. Hey, C9 is not a team to sit around and not make any changes. If this team looks really, really bad after spring, I would not be shocked to see them make changes, but I think it's a little bit too early, and they're going to have an opportunity to change the story a little bit about themselves, because our kickoff match for week 1 here, spring split, C9 versus Lion. I am actually really excited for it because I feel like if I'm C9, I will be so hungry to prove myself against this team because they whooped your butts. Everyone's talking trash about you after America's Cup, after finals. And I feel like if you come in and you win as C9, it's like the monkey off your shoulder, the monkey off your back. You get a little bit of room to breathe. People are going to get off you a bit.
I talked earlier about going to play volleyball and asking the different teams could come. We made specifically the day be Sunday so that the people from LCS teams could come, but nobody from Cloud9 could come because Cloud9 were taking 0 days off. The other teams got 1 day off. Cloud9's taking 0 days off. They're practicing all the way through. So very clearly it's buckle down mode. Like they're locked in. And so I like to hear that, because obviously, we always say this, and we're always trying to, tell people like, okay, like you shouldn't be flaming so much. The players are going to feel the losses way more than you, and all of them clearly, the underperforming really hits them hard, and so they're fully locked in, no days off, practice, and show up. So I think that even make this Cloud9 versus Lion matchup is going to be a super banger for opening day.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly aren't going to come in as underdogs, I don't think. I mean, maybe Lion will be slightly favored based on recent games, but I don't think anyone should be expecting that Cloud9 can't win, because I think there's even a decent chance they do win. They've always pretty much looked very good in the beginning of splits in the year and then trend downwards throughout the year, especially near the end. So, I think they got some good motivation coming into this one.
The next series of the first day on Saturday is going to be Sentinels versus DSG. And we didn't talk about either of those teams super in depth. So I think this is a good opportunity to talk about both of them. I did say, in part of me like bumping them up above FlyQuest and putting Sentinels fourth was a lot of the consistency that they have showed, even when going down to America's Cup. And they had the same, not exactly the same travel issues because it wasn't like right after playing, but very, similar timelines there. And the veterans on the team, I have no questions about, like Huhi direction of shot calling and like impacts, calling macro game and stuff like that. And so I felt like, all right, this is my like solid team. I'm putting in the middle because I feel like I know what I'm getting from Sentinels. And there is upside and there is some wiggle room. I do think that Hambach stocks for me were personally up as the season went on as far as synergy with the rest of the team and performance. And it was interesting to get updates on interviews with like Huhi and stuff as the season went on of like what's the percentage of English being spoken versus Korean in their comms. And it like started out as like all Korean. And you could definitely tell Darkwings is like Darkwings is like, what's going on, guys? And yeah, their plays were like disconnected around mid for sure. But then as the season went on, they shifted over towards English, and it did look, like they were, had better synergy with Darkwings, especially Hambach and Darkwings. And so I think Hambach plays some like aggressive plays for sure, like some aggressive jungling, and plays some carry junglers pretty well. And Darkwings, I always love when we do have North American talent. And this dude's been grinding away forever in Tier 2. And so you always want that to be rewarded, perseverance to be rewarded. And so I do think they have a pretty good shot here. It's also just a fun matchup now because we have this rivalry between DSG and Sentinels because Sentinels, the organization came in and yoinked most of the roster of old DSG from Toast. And then Toast, after their first series, got to talk a bunch of trash and on stream reacting, and they beat them, and it was really fun. And the DSG roster also is very exciting because they had a lot of success with a lot of these replacement new players they got.
Yeah, I mean, this I think should be really close. DSG did win that first best of 3 that they played at start of lock-in. They won that 2-1, and then they lost the best of 5 in 5 games to Sentinels. So it's across lock-in, they were 4-4 against each other. So it was really, really close, really, really competitive. Even though DSG did kind of like, fall off or whatever towards the end. They were part of what made lock-in exciting, because I think DSG, FlyQuest, Sentinels all kind of performed better than people expected, and that was part of what was kind of upsetting the standings. So I think it should be a fun one, and I'm excited to see more of Kyra and Sajed, to see their development. To me, that was kind of like part of the most exciting part of DSG was, getting to see Kryra come in. Obviously, he wasn't there at the very beginning because of, visa issues and stuff like that. And he was who they kind of intended to build around. And seeing him come in and have some good games was really, really cool. And Sajed, while I don't think him and Lions were doing great in the 2v2s in the lanes, Sajed had some really impressive team fighting. You could tell mechanically he is very, very good in these 5v5s, and especially when he's playing as Kaisa, he had some really, really nice moments. So I think it's just fun to see the development of some of these players, and across all the teams there are at least a couple players that I'm just like really excited to see kind of like what you're going to look like coming into Split 2. So I think it should be a pretty good match.
Who do you think is going to win that one? The third matchup.
It's tough.
Yeah, it is a tough one. You just went over 4-4 game score.
I don't know. I feel weird predicting against Sentinels. I feel like I'm a hater, but I don't know. I think DSG is going to win. I'm just going to have
Just be a hater.
Yeah.
It's fine. People hate all the time. I'm going to go with Sentinels for that one. I think, I think DSG kind of had some problems toward the end, and I think they had sort of a formula that was working for them with their picks, and I think their drafts were on the better side of some of the teams, but. I don't know. I think maybe Sentinel's just a more solid team overall. Also, I've been pretty impressed with Darkwings. I think he's a player who's been trending upward a lot. I think he's someone that has been kind of like a small fish in a huge pond kind of deal of, the talent pool you're up against for LCS is hilarious, because it's like...
It's the LCK talent pool.
It's all imports. So I think the fact that he's doing well in such a competitive environment is pretty promising. And just think about what he has to deal with. It's like his teammates don't speak English. In comms or whatnot. And he's been pretty impressive given the circumstances. So I'm gonna go with Sentinels.
Nice. I am also Sentinels, because I think the early consistency and veteran power is going to be really strong at the beginning and have the most effect then. Sunday, our matchups are Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. I said I'm done with Scrimbucks, but I'm still going to predict Team Liquid over FlyQuest.
And you still put them third in your power rankings.
And still put them third in the power rankings. So I guess, even when you think you're done with the Scrimbucks.
It's a gradual thing, It's like he's quitting cigarettes, but he's still using nicotine patches, It's going to take a little bit of time.
I quit Scrimbucks, but I've got the Scrim Dollary dues or whatever the hell. What were your Canadians called? Looney Tunes?
Loonies and
yeah. I'm on Scrim Looney Tunes now.
Toonies?
Yeah, Scrim Toonies.
Yeah, TL, you're gonna be a process. You're weaning yourself slowly off of the Scrim Bucks.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it would be hard to not go for TL here. I think you'd have to be like really a FlyQuest super fan to predict against TL here. Mm-hmm. I hope I don't hear about TL scrims. That would give me more confidence in them, because like for so long we've just heard about TL scrims, and it's not been manifesting. So, I mean, I think their players are good, right? I think Quid didn't really look like himself on this team.
No.
But it could just be a new environment. Like I mentioned earlier, on 100 Thieves, he had a pretty bad debut, and he's just somebody that he's a really good player, and sometimes he'll just show up and do insane stuff that really no one else will do. So for that reason, I think that this team's still very strong. But their team play was pretty lackluster, and that could be something that is improved with time. We'll have to see. But I did put FlyQuest last place, so it'd be weird to predict them over TL.
I also felt like even just when you're looking at individual play, not even just team play, I thought Jan actually didn't even look good in lock-in, which was so weird, because I felt like across these last couple iterations, even when TL looked really bad last year, everyone's like, but they have Jan though. and Jan was still looking really good individually, even when the team was struggling. So I was a little bit surprised to see him look not that impressive. I didn't think he looked great. I didn't think Quid was impressive. I felt like, honestly, everyone except Morgan. I thought Morgan looked good individually, and Lion even talked about that, how their whole plan was basically just Morgan's the only one who's going to do anything, so we're just going to do range, counter picks top, and just kind of like neutralize him, and then the game will be easy. And you're like, well, that's pretty bold. And then they did it, and you're like, well, I guess that was right. So, TL is definitely going to be a team that is grinding. Yeah, people get sick of the scrim thing, but it's like, scrim's also somewhat our reality. You can't have it both ways. You know what I mean? It's like people get tired of hearing about scrims for when a team is performing well in scrims, but not on stage. But it's like, okay, yeah, but then you have the other side of it where Lion was performing well in scrims and getting better and better in scrims and was doing well in stage 2, right? So a lot of times it is also correlating, and people just kind of don't always focus on that, because at the start of the split, that was definitely not true for Lion. Some people were telling me they thought they were the worst team in the league. And they improved in their scrims throughout the split, and obviously that did translate to stage. So I'm excited to see how TL looks. I'm hopeful that we are going to have this really competitive top end of the league, and TL would be part of that. So I think it should be fun. See this match. We also didn't get to see it in Lock-In at all, TL versus Fly. So I think it'll be a pretty cool one.
Yep, definitely.
All right, the last one. We've saved the best for last. The Palafox Revenge Part 2. Shopify versus Dignitas. Who do you think's going to win Part 2? Huh? We got the matchup again. Last time around, Palafox was victorious and led the Dignitas soldiers to victory and kicked Shopify out. As you said, Shopify, no games. Winless. Yeah. They Kangas put them first place on his power rankings, and they didn't win a single game and got last. That's like the most wrong you can possibly.
Incorrect power rankings of all time.
Actually, I don't know if anyone's ever I'm just gonna say no one's ever been that wrong before.
I would agree.
He was so wrong he ran off to Europe.
Yeah,
couldn't be seen in the country anymore. Yeah, this
Crazy.
one. I think for me, this one really just hinges on if Zinni can get it together or not. I think that if he looks like he did last split, then, he's probably going to get run by Palafox. But, Palafox also both these teams are just like, it's basically just both halves of energy that were very inconsistent all the time. So really hard to predict. I think Dig was looking pretty decent at the end of the split. I think, they had the visa issues, but once FBI and Ignar were able to show up, that's a really solid duo.
Yeah,
I would say. And, Bivoy and Seos, they're not bad, but I would still probably favor Dig there. And yeah, so I'll probably give it to Dig overall. But I do think that Shopify could turn it around this season. I wouldn't be surprised if they, came in top 4 finish. Just because they have good players on their team who've had success before. But like I mentioned initially, I think it comes down to Zinni if he shows up or not.
Yeah, and I mean, just because he had a bad first split, people are always going to use the Quid example, right? Because Quid came in, people were calling for his head on 100 Thieves. People wanted him completely off the team, and I remember when it got announced that after that first year that he was going to be coming back, people were kind of pissed. Like a lot of 100 Thieves fans were pissed, and he ended up winning the MVP. So we'll see if Zinni can turn it around. I also think that it's not just about him, because to me, Fudge had been one of the most impressive top laners in the league last year, and I did not think he had a good lock-in. It didn't feel like he's it's not like it's just his fault or anything, but he was not making a big impact. I don't think Contracts was playing well. I think it was a whole team thing, right? This team was struggling individually. This team was struggling, to actually have much cohesion. And Dignitas did look better once they had their intended bot line with FBI and Ignar. But I also think Photon was a real bright spot for me. Photon, I think, I really liked that he was bringing out the Ignite in some of these matchups and actually putting himself in some really good spots. He had a really, really good Kennen game in a loss that kind of like stuck with me. And I feel like that if that wasn't it was against Lion, I remember, where Inspired kept hunting him out and actually forcing his ult and kind of just like solo won that game, I felt like. But Photon, I think, is a bright spot. I feel like if their bot lane is playing well, then Dignitas should be favored, but that's just kind of based off of lock-in. And yeah, I mean, if Shopify hit as high as we know they can, then they could be actually a really solid team.
Yeah. Should be an exciting one. Can't wait for part 2. I'm hoping that Shopify do bounce back and show some of the upsides of they're supposed to be high variance team, and Just got a bunch of losses last time around.
The
so.
slingshot is completely primed.
Yeah.
They're so far down.
It's like all the way down here. It's like, pew! To the
Can't
moon.
go a whole lot lower.
They went winless in lock-in. They're going undefeated in spring.
Nice.
Not even a game.
No.
Not one game.
But then in playoffs, they're going to completely bomb back
they'll
out. The
trigger
regular
it.
season, they'll be first place,
Yeah.
and then boo, right back to the
Yeah,
bottom.
exactly. Then they're just dead last.
All right. Well, that's a pretty fun one.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to this weekend.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. That's going to wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of Dive. Also, leave a comment and maybe leave a suggestion for Medios on how to buff your favorite champion or nerf your most hated champion.
Anyone
Don't
you
forget
need
that
banned,
too.
I'm not your guy.
Medios has you. He also personally does unban reviews.
Yep.
LCS returns this Saturday, April 4th at 1 p.m. Pacific with a finals rematch. Cloud9 hungry for some revenge against Lion. Tickets are online now. Check out the link in description and show up early for the tailgate. It's going to start at 11 a.m. We will see you there for some free coffee and boba.
Hello and welcome back to the LCS. We're outside here in the fan zone. Opening weekend of 2026 spring. We have our power rankings on the board here. More as a conversation starter. We're going to have these up throughout the day. We also just had Rob Moore visiting us. He blamed me because I wanted to say that I considered putting them 8th. Notice how I did not actually put them 8th, but the fact that I considered it is a felony.
Yeah.
Yes, and it was as if the moment you said it, I had to attack. But I had them tied with highest with who? It was with Kobe and with Kangas, who's not even here.
Yeah.
Kangas is the turncoat.
Also, didn't put Shopify first this time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
now
just
you
want,
cheat.
Shopify
I just
last.
want to point out that Rob gave Emily and Raz stuff, but he did not give me stuff.
That's
so
true.
We're gonna go to fan
For-
questions right now. Rob is here. Does he have anything to say officially to the broadcast? We have the microphone right here.
Took off my lanyard. Hello. On behalf of Team Sentinels, I would just like to point out that on his podcast this week, Jat was on the verge of putting us 8th.
Buzzman!
And then Raz is like, what are you talking about? He's like, you're the biggest Team Liquid lover. And oh, wait, did Sentinels play Team Liquid in kickoff?
They did.
They
And
may
who
have.
won?
That was
Not only did Sentinels win
Sentinels.
2-1, but on game 1, Impact decided to play one-handed. He's like, give me a champion and give me the worst possible rune, and let's see if we can beat him anyway.
Yeah.
And instead, we beat Team Liquid. And at America's Cup, Fury in their post-game said, we were more afraid of playing Sentinels than Cloud9. So maybe we should be rated 2nd. Just saying.
I would personally disagree.
I will accept all of your inspired love for now.
Okay.
Nice.
That's
But
perfect.
I
It'll
do.
turn into Hambach love. I unironically love Hambach. I watched him in actually like on KT Challengers.
My dream is nobody's watching today because my hope is Hambach gets to play Skarner. That is my favorite thing to watch him play.
He's hilarious.
Because he lands an inordinate amount of his ults, just dragging people into the team
Yeah.
over and over again.
Yeah.
So I will say still, and then my favorite other part of the podcast, not the one with you, but the one with Vedius, is when he pointed out that Inspired likes to refer to his teammates only by their champion names. I thought it was hysterical.
That was funny. That was funny.
Why is my Nautilus roaming right now? Anyway, so if we lose today, I will come back to take my heat for
Nice.
mocking you.
Appreciate it.
All right,
All right, thanks, Rob.
on to
Thank
the next.
you.
All right, let's
That's
bring in the
awesome.
first fan
That is
question
awesome. Accountability.
/ comment.
Okay, so my comment is top lane is an irrelevant role. All that matters is support in mid lane, and that's it.
That's it.
Support mid.
That
What role do you play?
is not
Support.
true.
Okay, well, there it is.
So I'm not gonna touch the top lane is irrelevant part. I disagree with that part too. But I also think support jungle, not only separate, but as a duo, was the deciding factor at first stand. And that is why I vehemently disagree with you. I'm sorry.
So the thing that I think there's a kernel of truth here, that if the game isn't close, top lane doesn't matter. Top lane matters in close games.
Yeah.
Because we saw a whole split before finals of Thanatos doing amazingly in lane and then having the worst fantasy score of basically all players because he'd end like 0-0-2.
Oh, God.
Support it.
Yeah.
I've got it.
I think
Tagged
Rob
by
is
power
back here
rankings.
pushing our power
He's
rankings over
hating
because
on
no
it.
one has Sentinels in
I
the
might
top
just
3.
throw in the other way.
Yeah.
In the other directions.
Yeah, it's getting windy in here.
So I'm of the opinion of if an international team has Xiaoshu in it, it probably doesn't matter.
Oh no! Wow. Look, he's improved. Okay.
But I do think it is the even though it matters a lot in terms of laning because of the fact that you can't go out and lane swap anymore in the first like 12 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
It is definitely all about mid, support, and jungle. So I actually agree with your take
Yeah.
heavily.
Appreciate the take. Quick, introduce yourself. We forgot to ask.
AJ Blast, I'm here everywhere.
Hell yeah.
All the time.
Hell
I've
yeah.
not missed a game in 2 years.
Wow, we
That's
see
what
you.
we
We
talked
see you.
about.
Thanks
Yeah,
for coming.
thank you
Let's
so
get to the
much.
let's get to the next question.
Appreciate you, brother.
Oh, the LTA
Hello.
North.
Oh my
Hey,
God,
guys.
a representative.
I'm Ryan. So my biggest thing that I've learned, last year from FlyQuest and this year, firsthand with G2 is that I think that team duration is a huge part of League, and I think the biggest issue is that we have this massive turnover rate. Do you think we're going to have an issue, more of a trend to like try to develop these teams, or do you think that there's issues that are preventing those, these teams from being long-terming and developing?
I like that question, Raz. You want to go first?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think a lot of the times teams will be a little shiny-eyed when they go into off-season and they see so much turnover from other teams. They're like, oh, if this player comes in on our team, it's great. And when there's a core issue that a player has or a team will have with each other by the end of the year, they think the best solution is to find a new player instead of just addressing it and making it very apparent. No, this player is likely to stay and we have to work through it, and that's on the coaching staff. So I think like small turnover is fine, but what we're often seeing is major turnover on every team frequently.
I will say we haven't had any roster changes from lock-in to now, which is the first time it's basically ever happened. So there is a chance the teams are listening to that line of thought. I think part of it is also the expense of the turnover as well, which teams are probably trying to save a little bit at this stage. But the thing that I always think of when I think about turnover is what happened before professional league. So I played a different game competitively. I know I'm going to do a weird long tangent here, but we're in waiting room.
Hate yourself.
Yeah, I played Guild Wars back in like 2007, and this tournament would have monthly tournaments, and it would be rare that even the top guilds would run the same 8 players month to month, let alone year to year. So I think competitive gaming in general is just an incredibly high turnover thing to do. But as players get older, I think it becomes easier because there's more maturity and there's more structures in place to keep people together, that almost the friction of making turnover will actually unnaturally force them to stay together, which I think is good. Like, I think the point is correct that they should stay together longer, but I just think that from where the sport came from, I understand why there's such high turnover.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Appreciate it. I love these takes already.
I think I spent too long. We have like 5 minutes
Hello.
left, and we're going on to 2 takes.
How's it going, brother?
Hello, my name is Kevin. As a longtime C9 fan from all the way from season 3, I'd love to be proven wrong, but we've all heard the meme, no sneaking, no worlds, but I feel like nowadays it should really be no berserker, no title.
Oh my!
It is looking real bad. I really want to be proven wrong.
Yeah.
So you don't believe that your team is going to win?
It's hard. After watching so many failures, I want to be proven wrong.
Do you think, would you take Berserker today? Just put him in the same roster and you think you'd win?
I would like to see him play with Vulcan. I think that would be pretty good. Honestly, I think that would be a pretty good lane.
Because they had Berserker Vulcan with JoJo 2.5 years ago.
But and I feel like with
That didn't work
the
out.
amount of time that's passed, maybe they could have gotten a little bit more better, because I think they only played for like 1 full year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like that might not have been enough time for them to, gel.
Awesome. Thank you for the take. Emily?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult for me to not to still see C9 at the top, especially we're going to go into kind of like the way they lost, right, in Split 1 from that one Lion thing. I do think they can bounce back. I actually still really like, I know everyone's thinking of that invade, and I think it was game 2, where they're like challenging at Raptors and they end up getting owned, and it gives over Blabber's jungle to Inspired. But I do think the APA and Blabber have worked really well together, and that's kind of the synergy I wanted to see out of them. So I think, provided they stay together and stick with it, I still think they're going to be contending at least.
Dude,
for the
I
title.
think as much as I don't want to believe you, it's like turning into the reality. And I think my biggest thing is like they have the tools right now. Like Thanatos is the best top laner in the league. Like if they can play around it, obviously the main thing is top lane may not matter as much. But like, and Blabber is such a game warping player, and it works really well during the regular season. So I believe in them to get at least one without him.
My hopium is that they're the most underrated now than they've been in years. Because finally the faith is gone, so the pressure's off, and maybe they'll succeed now. I want to make sure we can get.
so too.
I want to make sure we can get to the next. Thank you very much, Ryan.
Thanks a lot, brother.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, I went to a concert last night, so my voice is kind of gone, but I'm going to keep talking anyways. I guess this is a very simple question, but maybe a complicated answer. We've seen like G2 was able to like compete on the international level in this last first stand. So the question I have for NA is, what do we need to do to actually be able to compete at that level, to take on Eastern teams and actually beat them in best of fives? And what should NA teams be focusing on to eventually get to that level?
Great question. We have 2 minutes.
Oh,
Raz.
I mean, so I'll say this. I think one thing kind of is slightly related to a previous person's take, where this G2 lineup in particular, a lot of people heavily criticize them for hanging on to Skewmond and specifically Labrov for this year, right?
Yeah.
But they decided to stay together. Every single player on that roster has had ups and downs throughout their tenure as a roster. And G2, as an organization, it feels like is kind of willing to stick with a lineup for a little bit and see how well they do, at least recently. And I think that is part and parcel of how they were able to do so good and how they were able to have confidence in each other and adjust very quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, G2, I feel like they are the best Western esports organization, and they also have the best Western esports player of all time. So those two things are pretty hard to replicate straight off the bat. But if you try and take the components of it and apply it to North America, one would be take one of the best players in the league and try and empower them as much as possible. And for what it's worth, the teams that have come close to competing have done this. So last year's FlyQuest with Inspired was very close to making noise internationally. And they even swept this exact same G2 roster at MSI 3-0. And then if you go back further, it was the core JJ rosters of Team Liquid in a couple different iterations, making MSI finals after beating IG, the world champions, and then also being competitive with T1 about 2 years ago. So I think that's the core that I'd like to see is identify the best player, empower them as much as possible, and then keep roster continuity. I think gives us the best chance. And I think we're closer than it feels.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think incremental changes will always be the way of going it, but the best North American teams have always been really confident in their way of playing the game. So like, you should just be confident in your way of playing the game, even if you get blasted in scrims. That happens a lot of the times when you go internationally. Just be firmly confident and make small tweaks when you can.
Real quick, since you have the question, we have to wrap up soon. Which team do you think is closest to making noise internationally right now?
Ooh, I would say in the past Cloud9. Nowadays, I mean, Lions has been doing very well, at least domestically. But I don't really see any team right now that's really strong internationally.
That's totally understandable. All right, thanks very much. That's going to wrap up the question portion right now.
But we brought them to us. Now I want to go and check out the rest of Tailgate because you guys can't be missing stuff like this. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Now the beauty of all of these things, as you can see over there, Dignitas got their Baron throws. So if you've been losing Barons, go over there. If you can, check it out. Tomorrow we got tickets still available, so if you want to check it out. Here, what do we have here, Rob?
Here we have Mini Cubert, the mascot of Sentinels, and Raz, who's now unofficially part of Sentinels.
That's what I like to hear.
He's the only believer, the only real believer
Hell
here.
yeah.
He would have put us third, but he felt so much peer pressure from Jat that he put us fourth.
We're blaming Jat for that one. Let's check out the rest of this one, but I appreciate you, Rob. Hell yeah. Over there, you can see Lion is, they have a few tricky games. I was there a little earlier. I'm not going to play them now. I would be embarrassed. I would be embarrassed. How you guys doing?
Raz, don't do this to me, Raz.
It's fine. I'll leave you alone then. I was ready to bully him. Oh my God. He's the band that's been beating me constantly when it comes to push-up contests. So we don't want to do that one more time. But here, guys, as you can see, we have a lot of Fight Cuss swag out here. We have Basil herself, eyes on her. And of course, if you want the plushies are sick. I have one at home. Let's continue down this trek here. Adopt a Krug, adopt. What does this sign mean, adopt a Krug?
Well, you just get your Krug, you put his little hats on, and then you get to take him home. But you have to promise to always protect it from junglers every day.
That's not me. I'm a jungler. I'm killing that thing. Let's go. Now, I do believe we have a prediction here, a tier list maker, something like this. So it's a stonk situation here. So what's your name, brother?
AJ Blast, hello again.
That's true. We just saw you a little earlier on. Now, I want you to pick a team and to say where their stonks currently are. Currently, since you have that Team Liquid jersey, where are they at in the stonks meter? I'm going to give you this.
They're almost off the charts.
So I'm going to give you the right. What you're saying?
They're almost off the charts. I say they're like up here.
What?
Yeah. Your power rankings agree with it.
He's got me on that one. And where would you place? Ooh. Everyone's been talking about Cloud9. What about Cloud9?
Cloud9, I have them right over here.
Okay.
They're just a little bit below. We can beat them, of course, as long as we like lock in. So.
And the last team for me is Lion. A lot of people have been talking about Lion. Where do you place them currently?
So with them, I actually have them split with C9. They're a 50-50. It all depends on whether or not Inspired references to his team by their champion names or by their actual summoner names.
That's a great question. We just saw them at first stand, and we got, honestly, some comms from them. So let's check that out.
Okay. Alle gode til Jin.
Just look at that. Ultimate. Jin behind. Renekton behind us.
It's not that good. Looks like.
Bad.
But
Kite back. How did we die?
well, you guys can't mark Renekton or what? Like,
I mean, I guess
I tweaked. Okay, at least I was behind here. Okay,
wait, guys, I'm fighting. Come.
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
I'm ulting up.
Give me.
Oh, wait.
Any no flash.
Okay. I can do that. Kite.
Look me.
We have to take it really slow, guys.
Yeah,
really slow now.
Don't engage me. I'm fine. Yeah. Look here, guys. Yeah.
Come.
Ukon open. Look front. Yeah. Look front, guys.
Okay, looks really bad. Back. Guys, don't come to me.
Yeah. Here.
Just stay outside. Kite out. Back. Yo, Corky, just what are you doing? Hold your position. Annie was getting by me.
Okay.
Any no flash?
I'm going top.
Oh, I need a for item. I'll take some.
Please, just keep playing.
Yeah. Just hold the line. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I have to fight like this.
Jinx there.
Yeah. Okay,
blank.
I have blue.
I'm in the pit, guys. They might fight here.
Okay.
It's gonna be fine if they go for me, maybe.
I see them in river.
Fight like this. Jinx is alone. Can you fight here or not? I'm coming behind
No
her.
fine.
Look,
Cancel,
listen,
cancel.
we are
Jinx no
fighting.
flash, Jinx no flash. Jinx no
Okay,
flash.
Okay, loop fine, loop fine. Next tower, go.
Jinx
Drop
don't
it
forget
now.
the
Okay,
side.
Loop counter.
3K.
Jinx no flash.
Finish.
Hey, slow. BKB.
Silent flash then. Jinx no flash. Maybe
Okay.
winnable. Hard.
We lose all fight. How?
Oh no, because we are just worse.
Inspired, honest, and
Always
speaking his mind. I wanted to show those comms, though, for those of you who watched the minute or saw the whole Lions voice comms video on their YouTube channel. I think it gives a really interesting insight into their team dynamics.
Yeah.
But also, the impression that a lot of people that have watched it got when I was reading the comments is different than my takeaway, actually. So I talked a bit about this on the podcast, and it's half meme, half serious, that Inspired is almost always right. So even in the situations, to me, that looked like he Nocturne ulted in early, and then Renekton got in behind them, and the fight was lost. And yes, if he didn't ult in early before the team was ready, things could have been better. But the whole team agreed at the end there that if Gnar marks the Renekton, it's fine. Because he gets the Gnar ult, the Gnar backs off, Inspire can back away, and the team can keep playing. And then the second one, when he ults in on Annie, or is fighting Annie and the team followed him over the wall, when he says, guys, hold your position, both Berserker and Isles immediately acknowledge that they should have held their position. So I do find it interesting. I don't think that team is like a vibes team, is ever going to be a vibes team.
Yes.
But I just love the insight that gives to Inspired as a player, that even when he's harsh and even when he is making mistakes, it can be frustrating, he's right almost all the time.
Yeah, but still, even the idea of Galio not being there, I don't want to be too specific.
They talked about this in their doc, actually, as well.
Yeah.
They did agree that Galio should have been there a little earlier.
Yeah.
But it was like a matter of like 3 seconds. They wanted him pushing top regardless. He just needed to reset soon.
Fair.
I also think it goes back to that thing where it's like, if you're all on the same page, it doesn't matter necessarily if the call is right or wrong, because that's the flip side to this, right?
Yeah.
It's like, if they're a little bit more unified in some of these situations, I think it could work out better instead of, because your point is correct, right? Inspired is right. If he's going ahead of the team, that's still not going to work out for them. A time where stuff did work out for them, however, was against C9 in finals, right? And I think a lot has been said about how Inspired had these really specific jungle invades. This was actually capitalizing on a C9 invade. And what's going to happen is he's actually going to get a lot from Blabber's jungle, and then eventually that all-important second Scuttle Crab, which is going to spawn on the bot side of this map, right? So you see Inspired taking Raptors after he pops Scryers. He's going to be able to take these Krugs as well. It sets Blabber back really, really far behind. So yes, the importance of the play was that they overreach, but the flip side to that is how much they're able to get off the backside, right? So Inspired's going to be able to back, he's going to do his own wolves, and then he's going to be able to kill that all-important Scuttle Crab. And I think this does show like how much, I guess, this first part is to show how quickly he is able to capitalize on over-aggressive mistakes, right? We talked about how much Blabber and APA, the Scuttle Crab death actually looks so dramatic now that it's not in fast motion. This is another invade, I believe, from game 4, where Inspired is going to basically invade blue, get Gromp, and then do a really nice level 3 gank. And again, this was not something we necessarily saw from Inspired in the regular season. It was definitely more something that I know C9 themselves talked about, Dom talked about, when even in his on-camera interview during this series, where Blabber is right there, but he's not going to be able to do anything. Inspired's going to do the classic Jarvan level 3 wraparound gank since C9 are pushed so far forward in this lane. And once again, it just sets them up for success very early on in these games. And it was obvious that they'd taken C9's thought process of like, we're playing around Blabber getting super strong. We know how C9 are going to play. And Inspired was really able to capitalize on that from these more aggressive plays in the early game.
And I think what was really impressive, just looking at Inspired's timeline and what is him versus success, he's always aligned with success. I want to talk about the fact that, like, C9's expectation in that series was that Lion was going to be slow paced, give up Dragons, play for gold, right?
Yep.
And not take any risks. Inspired then goes and does the literal opposite of that and heavily push the pace of the game, like you mentioned. Go for enemy jungle camps and like make it incredibly difficult for whatever champ like we're seeing be played for Blabbers. So like I think the fact that he can change on a dime and play any different style, and if it's an Ivern meta, you better believe he's going to be the one early prioritizing Ivern is the most impressive aspect of him. We don't look at Inspired and see a style.
Yeah.
He's easily malleable to whoever his opponent is.
As long as his teammates are listening to him.
As long as they're
That's
listening.
the thing.
Yes.
He's malleable into changing himself as long as everyone will do exactly as he says. Which might put a ceiling on the team. I have said that at this point, until he loses LCS, he's the favorite to win LCS.
Yeah.
Every single split. Even though I do feel like there's plenty of teams that can compete with him, it's just the dominance that he has had now on EG to FlyQuest to this Lion team is just extraordinary.
It's crazy. And I think it makes sense that Lion wanted to pick him up because Lion as an organization is an extremely successful organization throughout its history. Like just seeing how like overall successful, just talking about the LLA for them when they performed for so much, as you can see, boom, count them all together, 17 titles, 17 championships that they've had throughout their entire history as an organization. For any Latin American fan that looks to this organization and they see the color gold that signifies their actual jersey colors, it also just signifies how incredibly successful and how important it was that when they went to North America, that trend continued.
Yeah, they are pretty good. And the start that they've had to this year, last year was really rough for them. They got eliminated very early in a lot of the splits. They were usually about 7th place. Now they've been able to win. But we've done a lot of talking about Lion. I think it's time to talk a bit about Cloud9 because they had a rough finals and America's Cup.
Yeah.
And they need to find a way to bounce back because it's a big pattern now that they are very successful in regular season and then very poor in clutch situations.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for C9 for me isn't necessarily that they got bested in finals. Obviously, they did not want that to happen. However, they were kind of running and dictating the North American meta up until that point, and then Lion figured it out. This is a quote from Dom. But basically, it showcases how, in an interview, and he also talked about this in his own like coaching reviews in terms of we didn't feel like we were massive favorites because of what was happening in scrims and kind of behind the scenes.
And he was pushing back on the idea. Dom here.
You were pointing out his watch.
Yep.
Yeah.
He didn't button the top of his collar.
He didn't button the top. That's
Dom,
actually, I didn't notice that.
If he's trying to be sharp.
Yeah. There used to be a Ty's Twitter account that's out there catching all this stuff.
Yeah.
Lol Ties would have been able to catch that one. But like what he was trying to do is basically push back on the narrative of like they choked this time. Because that is now flatly and centered just like what people look at when they look at C9.
It's interesting.
So
we didn't choke, we're just bad.
That's literally what
I was going to say, I think it's the interesting part to me, again, isn't necessarily that they were bested in finals. We saw essentially Lion not only rising to the occasion, but really recognizing what they'd been good at and then punishing them for it. The more worrying thing to me is America's Cup, honestly.
Right, for sure.
Because that is where I would, look at Dom's quote and I'd be like, okay.
So 12-1 game score leading up to the Lion series. Then they lose 1-3. And then that means at America's Cup, it continued to go poorly.
You know what's funny? Like the moment I just turned to my right, I was like 7-1. I helped build this. Like talk about wanting this bracket.
7-11,
I was like 7-11. No, that's awful. Though I might make a visit. No, the fact that this team had just played incredibly poorly from, you mentioned, America's Cup. And we made our excuses, all of them. Day one, I was like, okay, the trip over to Brazil, a pretty terrible one. Then they had to do this, then they had to do that. First day, understandable. But it's just them not being anywhere near the level that they were during the regular season. And I think that drop-off is the confusing aspect of it. Because if it was up against like better opponents and they failed in that moment, or versus someone who is similar like Lion and failing versus them in the finals, I would have completely understood that. But like the type of fights they were choosing, something we never saw during the regular season, really came to be like horrendous. So we need to see them play a lot more of a stable game.
Absolutely, and starting up against Lion is definitely not an easy task in terms of a team needing to rescue their vibes.
Yes.
Because listening to a lot of the content that they've put out, there's no mystery as to what was happening while they were going 12-1 and what was happening when they went 7-11. Because when they were 12-1, they were saying that they were struggling in a lot of their scrims. So
Yes.
they said Lion consistently beat them, not massively, but if they'd play a set of 5 games, Lion would usually 3-2 or better. They couldn't really remember the last time they even won a set against Lion.
Yeah.
And Team Liquid was even worse. Team Liquid was running them in scrims. All that's fine when you're 12-1 on stage. You feel like you're going to have some type of stage magic. However, once you have the bad scrims, and the bad scrims aren't getting better, and the stage results start being bad as well, where do you search to find your confidence? Because now you're losing everywhere.
Yeah, you're losing a lot.
So that can start snowballing on itself, especially when you see all the social media uproar that happens when you go to America's Cup and get 5-0'd by Furia.
Yeah.
It can get really negative and mentally difficult to deal with. And I think that's the situation that Cloud9 is now in. So even though the pressure is low, the pit of self-doubt, they're deep in that pit. So a win would actually go a really long way for them if they're able to beat Lion today.
It 100% will. And I love at least that they came out with like pretty strong conclusions immediately afterwards. And I think one thing that aired true that we got to hear from Dom in that same interview was that like working with Blabber to then basically be more comfortable with losing slowly. Like if an early game is completely awful, like being able to play in that kind of a game state without coin flipping. Because the one that comes true to me was when he was playing, if I remember, Vi into the Trundle, and the game state was really bad for him. So then it went straight into the Wolf camp, and you're like, oh, that's the Trundle pick. And so like, I don't want to find ourselves in a situation where our early game, for whatever reason, based off of ward or bad scouting or just like happenstance as a jungler, you're really far behind, and you coin flip a little bit more.
Yeah, it's time to get into our predictions as well, because we know what happened in the finals. I have a bit of a pivot. I wonder if anyone else is taking this pivot with me.
Okay.
Ooh.
Raz has taken the pivot as well. So I'm no longer the hot take artist here. So I'll go. Couple of things play on this.
Okay.
There's, to me, usually a little bit of an international tournament hangover.
Yeah.
When you have those high peaking moments at international events, and then you come back, you're usually a little later to practice than other teams. I think Cloud9 is additionally hungry. And we got a little bit of intel today as well that you're going to see on broadcast. Inspired has an ear infection. So
True.
he's actually playing in a separate room where he won't have to have the headset on his bad ear.
Yes.
And he has to play in the separate room because then he won't hear casters or the opponent comms.
Exactly.
So not only is he potentially in pain, he's separated from his team. Now, whether or not you feel like that'll reduce the toxicity and actually buff Lion is a different topic, but I'm going to say it's going to make them slightly weaker.
Yeah. I have a similar take. Not the ear infection one, though it helps my point. I also just think Cloud9 does well basically in the regular season. I feel like when you come in with a set focus and you're going in with more rest than Lion, I think that'll help them tremendously. But
yeah,
you
and I mean,
are going
so
with the
first of all, I'll
normal
say,
take.
yeah, my prediction, I made it before I knew about, I actually got my predictions in super early.
And you didn't change it?
No, I didn't.
Would you have changed
so
it?
I'm sticking with Lion, no.
Okay.
I'm sticking with Lion. I think it's going to be a really close series. I just think when it comes to these two junglers, Inspired really, really knows how to best Blabber. And kind of as I brought this up previously, I think jungle is just such an important role, which is why I disagreed with that take initially. The one where it was mid and support, or the
Oh, sure, from the
roles.
fan.
I think jungle is actually so important, and I think C9's biggest problem that you guys have already mentioned, because they themselves touched on it, was like Blabber being able to recover from getting challenged really early, right? And not always looking for every single angle to try to get back into it and then getting set further and further behind. And so I just think it pretty much does boil down to an Inspired versus Blabber thing for me. And I still think Inspired will get the better of Blabber.
Another thing that is making me predict Cloud9 today is if it's going to be a close series, top lane begins to matter.
Yes.
And I think Dokla had a string of great peak performances in LCS lock-in playoffs. Against Thanatos, Impact, and Morgan consecutively. But I think he had a very poor first stand. In the comms, he was talking about the things that he messed up, and in the team reviews, he was silent. He did seem distant and self-doubting to himself in those things, not to mention the winner of first stand had the best player at first stand, which to me was Bin. I know Bin, Shun both played exceptionally well, but I think if it is a close series, Thanatos versus Dokla will be big favorite to C9.
I have a slight counterpoint to that, and it's that I think because, and we'll see how C9 respond, right? And what kind of strategy they'll come out with today. But I do think they could potentially apply the same logic to Morgan that they did to Morgan to Thanatos, right? Where C9 is really relying on Thanatos to just be good. And he's the best top laner in the league, so.
It's a close one.
Yeah. We'll see.
I'm excited the fact that we're going to get Lion and C9 in our first game in the split. Just set the tone, set the expectation. And I just think C9 is going to start the way they started in Split 1.
How is that?
By taking over. Let's start the damn games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Riot Games Arena here for the first day of the 2026 LCS Spring Split. We got done with Split 1, we went to first stand, we had some battles, and now we're back here in LA, ready for Spring Split to kick off, and we're gonna get to start this one with a rematch of our lock-in finals, C9 going up against Lion. You can see Cloud9 on your screen right now, making their way up to the stage, and Kobe, you know they gotta be hungry for some vengeance after the final.
Oh, they certainly do. They lost the finals to Lion, and then because they lost that finals, went to America's Cup, and they definitely want some revenge for that as well. C9, they're back. Let's see it.
I'm hoping they're ready to compete. I'm hoping that they've used their experience at the America's Cup, their time between then and now to continue leveling up, because their opponents are not going to give them any breathing room. You can see them on your screen right now. You're defending LCS lock-in champions. It's Lion with Dokla and Inspired and the whole crew making their way over to the stage now. These guys clearly leveled up in playoffs in a way that everyone else, including Cloud9, was not ready for in the league.
They certainly did, and I'm excited to see where this Lion team can go from here. Dokla here, let's go back on stage. He's been playing a lot of carries, Flowers. Maybe the draft is going to be fun and exciting.
That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Give me some top lane spice. Give me a Lion squad that is ready to show that ferocity. Split number 1 is so short. Like, not even every team gets to play every other team, right? You don't really have a whole lot of time to make adjustments, really kind of find your flow. And especially with Lion really coming online in playoffs, like I mentioned, I'm really excited to see how they do moving forward. Like, now that we've kind of seen what happens when all the gears start working and clicking together, I'm excited to see, like, how high does the ceiling go? Oh, hey, that's us. Welcome, I'm Captain Flowers. This is Kobe.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Spring Split of the LCS. We're going to start it off by replacing Blabber's computer because...
Yes, unfortunately, we do have to do that.
Blabber's had a few issues, but I'm excited for this crowd. It was really cool seeing the lineup and them giving all the high fives to the players coming in. I do see Jack in the audience. I want to know how many people think Cloud9 are actually going to get the win in the rematch?
All right, all right. We got some C9 fans in the audience, but now we also have to pull the other side. Let me hear you make some noise if you think that Lion is going to continue that dominance they showed at the end of playoffs last split. Okay.
It's like 50-50, yes. I think.
That crowd is my favorite type of crowd.
That was pretty close. I'm also curious, since we have PC issues here. I've long had this question, because I always turn my computer off at night, Flowers. Are you one of the people that leaves it on, leaves on sleep? or do you turn off your computer?
So normally I will turn it off. However, if it's one of those times where I'm just playing games till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning or something, and then I just get to the point where I'm so tired it's time to pass out, no, then it just goes to sleep.
Yeah, people.
But if I'm being my best self, if I'm on top of my schedule and whatnot, yeah, the computer goes to bed when I go to bed.
Okay, I like it. I'm a big fan of always turn it off. You know, he's gonna fix up some stuff.
Yeah, you got to give it some rest. You don't want to be like Raz and fall asleep on your keyboard. That's the number one. As long as you're not doing that, you're doing all right. Got some young fans, the new age of League of Legends in the audience here today.
That's a scuttle crab, or what's inside there? Decode that picture real quick, Flowers.
That's an objective.
I think
what that is.
Yeah.
That's an objective.
Honestly,
you got to secure objectives.
The scuttle crabs are objectives, especially whenever we have Cloud9 on the Rift here. Really big proponents of throwing down over, especially the 6-minute scuttle crab. We'll see about that if it has a big determining factor. Dom draft gap, please.
I'm glad you put the word down after the throwing in there. Because at first I was like, oh, whoa, we're coming out the gate swinging immediately here for this one. But C9's coaching staff, you can see they always dress to impress. Clearly sticking with that for spring.
But we got Rain over on the other side. He's suited up too, so we got suits on both sides here, Flowers.
Are we bringing back this era of the LCS? Are we going to have to find our suits from Worlds and put those on?
Well, Rigby's got a regular T-shirt under, so I don't know. You get like half points for suit plus regular T-shirt.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you half points.
No collared shirt.
Yeah, that's fair.
And Nero and Dom both have ties, fully suited up.
Ooh, yeah, the ties are. Fun fact: when I first joined the LCS 9 years ago, I didn't know how to tie a tie. I had to spend my first week here in the office tying a tie with YouTube tutorials.
I remember that.
Yeah, I had to get some practice in there, and now I don't even have a tie. How the times have changed.
We've graduated. Some Nico fans in the audience as well. I think there's a high chance. Nico is still very, very strong in the meta, so you got some good chances with that one. Some pretty creative signs actually throughout here.
I'm always excited when we have the people cheering for champions that will actually get picked. Like somebody cheering, yeah, pick Nico. That's great because, yeah, Nico's probably going to get picked. When a guy shows up with a sign that says somebody pick Teemo, you're setting yourself up for heartbreak.
You feel bad
right?
for him?
You know that Teemo's not getting lost.
Mom thinks I'm in Sweden.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a pretty good bamboozle.
Don't worry, we won't tell.
Managed to sneak all the way over here. Your secret is safe with us, my friend. We can see league officials right now just getting done, making sure that Blabber's computer gets reset. It was some kind of issue with his keyboard or something like that, so just making sure that the computer gets swapped out and he's ready to go.
Do you think the fact that Blabber plays with his face so close to his screen like that contributes to a lack of map awareness because the map is in your bottom corner?
No, man, it reduces the ping between your eyeballs and your brain because they have to look through less inches of space to get to the monitor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Close the distance and increase the awareness.
The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and the straight line between Blabber's eyeballs and the screen is really short.
Yeah.
So it works out, right?
He is in there.
I am excited for this rematch, though. I think that, especially with the way that America's Cup didn't go the way that C9 wanted it to, especially with the way that the story about the finals was just Lions' surge to power, it's kind of easy to forget how dominant C9 were throughout pretty much the entirety of Split 1 except for that finals. And to go from being the hero, to go from being the main character to all of a sudden crashing back down to earth so violently like they did, you know these guys have to want to say, no, that was the fluke. The real deal was the part where we were on top, because that's what the debate is going to be. Which Cloud9 is the real Cloud9? Was it the one who was running the show all split long, or was it the ones who ended up floundering and they were just on a hot streak?
And I know for a fact they did not take any days off. Because I have an esports volleyball group where I try and get people from all the teams to come, and usually we can get one day where the teams have off. But Cloud9, they have practiced all the way through because they want revenge. They want to make up for it. We still have some empty seats there, so it looks like even though we replaced the computer, we lost some players. Bathroom break, Flowers.
Yup, it happens every time.
Classic.
Although I will go ahead, this is as good a time as of any to talk about why it might mysteriously be that there is a very important player missing on the stage for Lion. Yeah, so Inspired apparently currently has an ear infection, and he's not capable of wearing the headset on stage. So he's playing from our Howling Abyss setup, the B stage here at the LCS Arena. So he's still here, he's still in the building. He just cannot be on stage with the rest of the team right now because of the ear thing. So that's why if you guys are looking at the stage, looking at Inspired, you'll notice that the chair does seem a little more empty than it might normally be.
Yeah, a lot more.
I
was like, oh no, we got to.
That's a big presence to not have, but you know, he's still there in the comms. He's still able to communicate with the team and everything.
You saw him there with like one headphone on, one headphone off with the ear infection. But let's get into the draft here.
We're in. We're ready. Locked and loaded. Let's go. Okay, so Lion going to be playing from the blue side as C9 selected first pick. Lion banning out the Karma, the Seraphine, and the Orianna. Over on the other side, it's Pantheon, Varus, and Azir taken out by C9 as they first pick the Yunara for Sven.
And throwing down the Yunara so early. I mean, they do ban out the Varus, but we'll see what Berserker wants to reply with. Aphelios is another common answer where you can really use your level 1, capabilities with Green Gun. To go offensive and keep the Yunara in check and scale very nicely as well. So we'll see what sort of Yunara answers, because only banning out the Varus here, and we already got that sign answered, Flowers.
Yeah,
Nico's been picked.
Nico, cosplayer vindicated, second pick of the entire day. You can't get much better results than that. So the Nico locked in for Lion. Now what do they want to go with here as that second pick? There's our sign. That's what we're talking about. And they'll lock in the Vi alongside the Nico. They're for Inspired.
Okay, so very, 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 very clear dive comp, Flowers. You cannot get more clear than drafting your support Nico and your jungler Vi to say we are going to dive and kill Yunara. So oftentimes, we talk about when it's like game 1 and you're just throwing down first pick Yunara or Zeri or any sort of hyper carry like that, you're gonna get hit with a bunch of point and click and a bunch of dive. So your counters aren't always just in lane, and they're gonna be looking to kill Sven. But Vulcan will be looking to keep him safe with the Lulu here, and we'll see if Cloud9 can do that. APA Ziggs also on the menu.
Normally one that's always banned away from APA. The APA signature pick. They might just want to go ahead and wait on that one. Instead, going to lock in their own jungler. They want to make sure that they get something pretty high on the tier list to answer the Vi before the second half of the bans come in.
And one of the things is, especially with Xin into Vi, you have big advantage in combat pretty early on versus Vi, pre-6. Xin definitely has the advantage, and so you can force a lot of stuff. And jungle was a really big part of the matchup last time around in finals, where Inspired had a significant advantage over Blabber in several of the games, and especially the later games in the series, he was invading Blabber pretty significantly. But when Blabber's on Xin and you're on Vi, the Vi does need to farm, have a lot more focus on that early. So we'll see the capabilities this time around. Caitlyn paired with the Nico Flowers, though.
That's scary.
The extra range here is going to do a lot early on, so going to have that pushing bottom lane.
This is also going to be pretty scary, I feel like, for C9 to try to play around neutral objectives into this combination, right? Like Nico sneaking up through a brush. If you don't have total vision control over the area, the Pop Blossoms can just completely ruin the fight before it even starts. Caitlyn, if she's there first, is going to set up the trap lines to just give you this natural advantage based on the terrain. I feel like this lane can be very, very scary very, very quickly down here in the bottom lane for Lion. But since both teams have drafted their AD carries, supports, and junglers, it means the name of the game is solo laners. Here in the second half of the draft, Lion is going to go ahead and ban out the Cassiopeia first, while C9 takes the Ahri off the table.
And honestly, Cloud9 are going to need, Thanatos on an engaged kind of tank-style champion up there. Yes, APA can also play some engaged mid-lane champions. He is good at that, but with the Nico being taken away, that's one of the primary ones. He could still go a Galio lane in mid lane if they really wanted to, but otherwise, if it's a more traditional AP carry in mid lane, then you're looking at like Thanatos, Scion, or something like that, where you can have a front line for the Yunara to work around and some engage on your side as well. Otherwise, you just get hit with Caitlyn in the back here with all the extra range. So we'll take a look. They are taking some of the mid lane engage options away. I like the Annie ban from Lion because of the Ahri ban as well from Cloud9. That matchup was a contested one last time around where APA actually got solo killed on the Annie by Saint's Ahri, which was not expected from the matchup, and then Saint went on to be a huge driving force in that game. But we'll take a look here. In addition to the Nico and the Vi engage, adding a Ryze on top of that is always really nice because you have multiple ways that Ryze can play the game. You can split push to apply pressure, and then you're facing fairly short range champions already, so you can come and you can realm warp to the fight and have a huge presence there. Or you can play those really fun realm warps where you get Nico popping the ultimate.
Oh yeah,
and then you realm warp the Nico into the enemy team for big engage that way.
Okay, so we've got the Ryze locked in for Lion. Makes the Cassiopeia ban make all the much more sense. Over on the other side, pretty quick response from C9, going double AP in their solo lanes. You've already got a powerful AD jungler in the Xin Zhao, so putting Rumble and Anivia in your solos is going to feel really good.
It is going to mean that C9 are basically all reactive here, though. They don't have engage other than Xin just running in and getting a Lulu ult on top of his head. So
Anivia has that slow as molasses Q that she can throw at you and stun you.
So they're Cloud9, they need to get advantages in their lanes so that they can get to objectives first, and then they can, you know, get the advantage there by having Lion have to come to them. But they don't get a lot of choice as far as when to force things, and so it's going to be a lot of reacting. And trying to get advantages from lane to translate into early positions added objectives. If you get there to the objective really early, then you're going to have a huge advantage. Same thing here for Lion. They've got Caitlyn lay down the traps, and Lion have mega hard engage, as we said, even just from the first 2 picks. They have,
and then they put Ornn on top of it. That's crazy. So I'm seeing a lot more go on the Lion squad, and I feel like I want to see these guys just go, being that like coordinated style. Even if he's in another room, I hope Inspired is on the shot calling, coordinating everything.
Yep. I will say, with these lanes for Cloud9, they should have both winning solo lanes here. Both Rumble should have a big advantage into Ornn, and then Anivia is a really good counter pick into Ryze. And so they should have some areas to work with, especially with a Xin Zhao early on. So we'll take a look at what Blabber wants to get to work, especially on the top quadrant of the map.
All right, let's do it. Hop into our first best of 3 of the 2026 Spring Split. You can see C9 already off to the most modest of leads, as APA has a 10 gold lead over Saint, thanks to clearing out a little bit of that vision there. Thanatos on the Rumble. You can see both of our top laners do have teleports as expected, so no extra shenanigans with different types of combat summoner spells here. Everything pretty par for the course. Electrocute for APA's Anivia for the extra burst and trading potential. Bottom lane, everything also pretty much exactly what you would expect it to be. No summoner spell books on either one of our supports, so there won't be any unexpected teleports or anything similar catching anyone off guard.
Yeah, so here we go. The early lane phase for the pushing Caitlyn and Nico, and trying to push as slowly as possibly here, build up a large slow push on the wave, and then finally get to crash and harass at the same time. Try and kind of milk it there, and with the junglers going opposite, that is going to mean Blabber pathing away from Sven and Vulcan, so they're going to have to deal with the pain all by themselves. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we saw APA going in and using his auto to break the bone plating of Saint to try and prep for the next trade there. Pretty good spacing on the Q as well.
Okay, tri-lane view, just kind of showing everything. No critical mass hit in any one of the lanes so far, as it is Lion with the push in pretty much all 3 of them here very early on. You already touched on it a little bit, but we do have junglers pathing towards opposite sides of the rift. Obviously, C9 has to be careful about this wave crashing into the bottom lane. They don't want to find themselves at the mercy of Inspired's pressure, but we obviously know, since we have perfect vision, that he's still all the way back over at his red, as all 3 waves are kind of going to get crashed into the turret around about the same time.
Yeah, APA getting to work on Saint here, though, trying to work through these potions. again, you know, you pop the bone plating with an auto or something early, and then he goes for his little electrocute trades, and he has been getting some good value. Doesn't quite get that Q though. And it's about time for junglers to get involved, fully completing their full clears. Inspired has easy access to bottom scuttle, so it should just be traded with the top one there for Blabber. Nobody really prepped for any dives or anything. You know, Sven and Vulcan, they were very respectful while they're getting pushed in. Nobody takes any extra damage, so they're not really diveable down there. And we'll just go into pretty smooth second clears.
Do you feel like we're going to get any early action, or is this more of probably just waiting till level 6s and seeing what we get at a bigger skirmish around like a dragon or something?
I mean, with nobody blowing any summoner spells early, I would say we probably won't.
Okay.
The one possible area would be for me around mid lane, because you do have a pretty good setup there. You know, Xin has very good combat effectiveness early, and if they try and do something on Saint, but actually Saint using his Ghost, he still has, you know, phase rush, and he has his flash though, so probably not too big of a deal. It's just going to be repeat second clears, and again, it is going to be Inspired clearing towards bottom, whereas Blabber here will be clearing back up towards the Ornn, towards that top lane. So if there actually is an opportunity with the Ornn getting whittled down, and maybe they'll get to work. But this is Cloud9's record versus the entirety of the LCS, and then what happened at America's Cup, because you mentioned it a lot in the intro, Flowers, but C9, they spent the majority of our year just dominating everybody they
were on
played
top
until it got to finals, and everything came crashing down, and then it continued crashing down in America's Cup. So everyone is very curious to see how they bounce back. Dokla goes for the flash and rises here.
Yeah, Thanatos with the flash away, tries to escape, but Saint has already arrived. Thanatos knows the only thing he could possibly try to do is make this one a 1-for-1. Dokla continues trying to walk away from it. There's your Rune Prison. A little bit more damage from the Overload should seal the deal, and first blood goes over to Lion.
Very nice gank. That's even pre-Realm Warp here, only level 5. Saint making the roam up to the top side, and it counts for first blood. That is huge, Flowers. This Ryze is so pivotal in their comp, because not only is he big damage, you know, once you get to Actualizer and stuff later on, but huge split push threat as well will be available. So very big to get a first blood cashed in here for Saint.
Ooh, look at the damage on Sven as he tries to flash away to escape Berserker. Meanwhile, back over in the mid lane, APA versus Saint. Health bar's getting low. APA, though, might just be cooked. Inspired goes forward, but the flash back over the wall from APA keeps him safe.
Yeah, he does not want to lose his egg early on, especially over there. Lots of flashes and summoner spells being blown. Bottom is vulnerable now. Saint, though.
Whoa! Saint overplays his hand a little bit too confident there, and APA with the burst damage from the electrocute takes him out.
And the last little bit of his mana, too. He had down to like 5 mana there.
Yeah, calculated.
Barely had enough for the combo. He gets it off, and there you go. Just like that, he fights it back. Flowers, that is crazy. After just getting ganked and losing his flash, able to get the solo onto Saint, who also... Saint just does not use his own flash.
Yeah, and honestly,
thought he could win.
That's great for APA, considering Saint was the one who benefited from the first blood roam up top. He's the one who got the kill gold there. Now that little advantage he might have had is no longer there, as APA hits him with the classic XD. I like how he makes sure that he still capitalizes both the X and the D in this. But he's back to his old ways. APA going to be happy with that one. But the biggest difference so far, Kobe, in this game, hold on, we'll get back to it in just a second. Let's take one more look at how this 1v1 went down.
So this was the earlier gank where Inspired is going to get APA's flash. So we're seeing that again. But then really is about the follow-up trade. And APA is also very low on mana. So it's probably why Saint stays in there, because APA is so low. Yeah, that got down to barely any. That was probably single digits mana to be able to cast that E. Saint kind of smiling.
I like the smile.
He's like,
He knows. He's like, come on, man. You really had exactly enough mana. But C9 are going to take their opportunity now to go for the Drake. As you can see, Isles and Berserker not really in a spot to be able to contest the control over this bottom side river. that C9 has with their jungler. Biggest individual gold lead that I was going to talk about before we got the replay is Berserker over Sven. Whenever you draft Caitlyn, you want to see control over the laning matchup like this. The character's range, the bullying power that she has in the lane, really got to make sure that you're getting ahead nice and early so you can have that tempo, take the turret as quick as you can, rotate her over into the mid lane, continue moving around the map afterwards, as we do have 20 seconds left on the clock until the Void Grub spawns. So that first Drake being taken by C9 was taken early enough that it's not like it even really comes at an opportunity cost.
Yeah, Berserker is dominating. Berserker is going to be a problem for sure. This Caitlyn, so much flat AD too with the early buys here for him. So the Peacemaker really packs a punch. You know, at this sort of time, and Sven, the wave is in a bad spot for him too. So you actually have Nico roaming time at the moment, and Sven and Vulcan are like, all right, we gotta get this cannon, we gotta get it pushed in, so we can at least salvage something here from the situation. But Berserker has Owls coming back, and they at least do get the wave to crash there for Cloud9, and aren't going to be kind of held in any more denial for now because it's going to get the bounce back, but still just sitting on their coal and pieces there. It's going to be a little bit painful.
All right, checking in across the board, you can see Thanatos has completed Swifty Boots as his first item here on the Rumble. Over on the other side, Dokla still having the ingredients, the components for the Kaenic Rookern, and it's the every tank into Rumble matchup is before Kaenic Rookern and after Kaenic Rookern. Once you get this item up, it really just kind of alleviates all of that pressure that the Rumble would normally have on you during those short trades. You can see, Thanatos still does have a very marginal gold lead over Dokla, but if you're the Ornn in this matchup, you're totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even when you get to your Spectre's Cowl, this thing is so just OP. Of course, it's really Rumble. Good. Pops so much regen, got your good magic resist, a very, very good component there, and Dokla has been able to get a refillable potion on top of it, so he has tons of sustain. And your Ornn just farming away. This is why the Ornn is such a common pick into the Rumble.
Yep.
It's not because, you know, you're supposed to get solo kills or anything versus him, but you are going to be a huge tank for the team later on, and you have a very good time kind of weathering the storm. And he was even able to set up the first blood for Saint with his flash for the brittle proc. So Dokla has been doing his job really admirably, very nicely on top side, and we'll see once he gets to join and show off with his Ornn ultis. He puts his full power on display, but I think everything going pretty well for Lion, aside from the solo kill where APA was able to take down Saint.
And I mean, going back to what we were talking about towards the end of the draft, for a game that's honestly been pretty quiet for these first 10 minutes, I feel way more comfortable if I'm Lion, if the game is on very even footing, just because their team fight mechanisms, their engage buttons, are so much more effective than Cloud9's. I don't feel like Cloud9 is in this spot where they can just say, yeah, it doesn't matter that we don't have engage.
Yeah, and again, it is going to come back to, can Cloud9 kind of get good positioning early at objectives? And currently, since they're losing a lot of territory on bottom side, especially with the tower getting whittled down, I think it might be difficult. If they can, they do have a lot of defensive tools. Remember, they're going to be really reactive.
Yeah.
A good Anivia wall, Xin ultimate and Lulu ultimate here. Maybe they can still create positive fights for themselves. It just has to be kind of in response to Lion's moves, which is usually not where you want to be, because Inspired is very good at leading this team, and they have some really decisive tools at their disposal.
And here we go, the engage coming out onto Blabber. Inspired leads the charge, Saint right behind him. They're trying to burst down the Zinja, but it's Inspired who's down to 100 HP now, reinforced by the shield, and he stays alive. APA wants to try to finish off the kill, but he doesn't quite have enough damage here just yet. Thanatos alive, but APA's egg gets scrambled. A double kill for Inspired as the Vi still lives, and Dokla chases after Sven. A little bit more damage from Saint is all they need, and Lion just slaughtered him.
Okay, I know Inspired is the GOAT, but Isles is actually what saves the day here. Isles comes in on the Nico. That was clean. Flash with the ulti. He gets 3 of them, and he makes sure that they win the early kill. And the early kill is so important. Look at Blabber right now. Isles gets all 3 of them, and it allows Inspired enough time to turn it right back around, heal back up. He flashes away and gets APA's Flash, who had tunnel visioned on trying to kill the Vi here, goes into egg form, and Dokla had been creating space on the other side of the fight. That's it, Flowers. Lion wrap it up at the Dragon fight. Very decisive play. They Vi ultimate in. They win the skirmish. Good move up there from Isles through the river. And we kind of talked about this in finals as well. Hold on, as Dokla's got to create some more space for himself and get out of there.
That's all right. He's got Koenig Rooker, and he's pretty tanky here. Thanatos does hit the first Electro Harpoon. No, hits the second. Not quite enough damage, though, and Dokla walks away.
All good. Performing his duties admirably, as we said. Something we did kind of talk about in finals was some of the really good games that Isles actually had. His Poppy game was really, really good. And Dokla's back in there. He got his shield.
Yeah, Dokla's sticking around for now. It's APA taking the turret aggro, and Dokla nearly gets the outplay, but close isn't good enough. He almost got them both, but C9 picks up their kill.
Dude, I saw the vision, though.
I could see what he was going for.
I saw the vision. Dokla wanted to do more than just take damage and farm CS, Flowers. The weak side king trying to get a little frisky with it. He does not get a kill, but he does make him sweat.
But man, it would have been cool.
Yeah, he made him sweat. Anyways, because APA has tower aggro, he flashes to get the brittle proc and push him back, but he needed another tower shot. APA was able to walk out before the last one, and so he goes down. Yeah, he made him seat check a little bit.
Yeah, got to sit up straight after that one. Make sure that you're really locked in. But it is still a nearly 3,000 gold lead for Lion, Kobe.
Yeah.
Like, they're, after that fight in the bottom side river, they are just feeling so comfortable. It was 500 gold before that, and then just instant 2,000 spike after taking that victory. And here's Berserker. He's got his Hex Optics already completed, and this is what I was talking about earlier. Once Caitlyn takes the turret in her lane, she becomes the wrecking crew. She just moves around the rift, continues to put pressure on all these objectives, and Lion are just forcing their way down mid lane. This tier 1 turret is not long for the world.
Yeah, about that plan of trying to get Cloud9 ahead early so he get the objectives early and force Lion into bad spots, I don't think that's on the menu.
Nope, Inspired goes in after APA, diving towards the Anivia. Does not have backup next to him here just yet, but he will force the C9 mid laner away. Blabber and Vulcan both in the area means Lion do not want to overcommit on trying to secure this kill against APA, so the Anivia lives to see another day.
Yeah, he's been getting into a few dangerous scenarios while he has no egg, but no death from it just quite yet. And it gets really dangerous for Sven to even get farm anymore because the mid tower is also down, very vulnerable. So you have to have people on both sides to be able to make this happen. But off their reset timer with the teleport used from APA, they are going to try and force down this Rift Herald. And Dokla's still bottom with no teleport, so I don't think Lion are going to have any illusion that they could contest. Just keep Dokla split pushing down there while they wait for the last little bit of his teleport cooldown and get the wave into bottom side. Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 did get the Rift Herald, but minions are dying to the tower on bottom side. Dokla should be able to get at least a turret plate. You know, maybe 1.5 down there.
And I feel like when you look at the scoreboard, there's one point of power for C9, and that is Thanatos. They have to play around this Rumble. They need to get good value out of the equalizers if they want to have a chance at taking a fight.
Problem is, it's really hard to do that because, as we said, they are very light on CC. So, like,
how do you stay on the carpet?
Yeah, who's going to keep people on the Rumble ulti? Is it like
Anivia wall?
Blabber prepping his Q and then going for the knock up into Anivia, you know, wall and Q as well. You know, it's obviously it gets a little difficult. It's not going to be super easy for Thanatos to have very, very high value here and keep people in his cooker. But we'll see.
Cooker. Gotta let him cook. And reminder, we still have tickets available for April 5th. That is tomorrow on Sunday. So if you want to come out and check out the LCS live in person, we'd love to have you here. As it looks like we are setting up some Caitlyn traps, Mr. Kobe. Lion wants to control the top side of the river here with Berserker. They've already taken 2 of the tier 1 turrets. Why not make it a full set?
Yeah, control they shall have then, Flowers.
I believe they will.
Full top side controlled there and walled off. Bottom side, though, weak side again. Big dope.
Here we go.
You know know what's up.
The name of the game is try to kill this Ornn. They go right on in. Dokla busts the Anivia wall, wants to get the R2 out of the Ornn horn, does, but he does not have enough damage. And again, it's one more tower shot that would have made the difference in getting the kill. But C9 still accomplishes their dive. They're going to summon up the Rift Arrow to take the turret after, but at the same time, Saint is taking the tier 1 turret on the top side.
So the last one.
Huh? That looked a little bit strange. Okay, APA fighting back towards Inspired, has the TP coming in from Thanatos, ready to reinforce the C9 mid laner, but Isles is also nearby to make sure that nothing bad happens to Inspired, so we will have the tier 1 turret trade across the bottom and top lanes.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the last attempt there from Dokla on the previous like 2v1 on top side, I saw the vision, I was like, oh, I'm down with that one. But this one, because Lion were setting up their top side play so far in advance, you had ample time to kind of just abandon the bottom side, weak side, and get out of there. And so that one, I don't know. You don't want to give too many kills back over to this Cloud9 comp. They are very low on CC, but they can be high on damage if they get the gold to do so. So have to be a little bit careful here with how many of those kills you're giving back over.
Well, we do have the Infinity Edge fully completed for Berserker's Caitlyn now. We've got Seraph's Embrace fully evolved on Saint's Rise. The Rod of Ages, 6 out of 10 of the stacks Inspired. Also on the 2-item power spike here for the Vi. Lion is at some serious points of strength, and they're trying to use that strength right now. Inspired with the ulti engage onto APA. Dokla ready to try to follow this one up. Inspired does not want to overcommit to this here just yet. Blabber is ready to join the fight. Vulcan's also moving up towards the area. But Lion are not going to do any more for now. Inspired is already backed away into the jungle. C9 again trying to find the kill onto Dokla. The equalizer forces the flash of the Ornn, but Dokla stays alive this time. Meanwhile, the entire time, Saint is split pushing down in the bottom lane. This is what we talked about with the Rise. Yes, you can have fun doing Realm Warps with Nico in team fights, or you can just park your butt in the side lane and grab yourself some free money.
Yeah, and he's at 2-item power spike, feeling pretty good. 6 stacks, 7 stacks now on the Rod of Ages.
I see what you did there.
It just happened to change over. It just happened to change over at the moment. Honestly, though, it's kind of rough for C9. That was 2 lanes pushing for Lion in exchange for just pressure on the Dokla side. So you just get the one. They did get their tower at the very least, but they
lost 2 of the tier 2 towers.
It's still pretty rough because you're in a situation where you're behind, and so you have to take the losing end of trades, very often. So you lose out on basically 2 for 1 in lanes and a dragon.
And you can see Vulcan and Blabber are trying to see if maybe they can catch Inspired unawares, make a unexpected gank towards the red buff, catch him there. But no, Inspired is ready. He had the vision in the brush. He secures his buff. He walks away, doesn't have to spend anything really to do so. So we've got a 2-to-1 dragon count so far. It is a Chem Soul, which is also going to lower the priority on dragons in general. So not really going to be one of those it's got to be Soul and it's got to be now type of games. We are 20 minutes in, so one big team fight, one way or the other, could spell a Baron. But we're still not quite there yet. And honestly, this gold has been frozen in time ever since that last, like the 3-for-0 fight in the bottom side river. It hasn't really moved.
Yeah, and that's better for Cloud9 to be able to keep the difference the same the longer the game goes on. Obviously, that's going to be better and better for them if they can keep it stable. But we'll see. There's some darkness in their jungle, so they don't know about the backside of the red pit here. And Lion trying to squeeze a little bit more out as they've got Dokla down on the bottom side. So Dokla now does have his teleport, and he's level 14, so going to be able to start handing out some upgrades, Ornn upgrades. Yeah. And guess what? Berserker had better get his upgrade first. You want that Caitlyn with as much damage as possible. And so IE plus the
Hex Optics.
Wait a second.
Ooh, okay. Isles gets away from that one. C9 trying to maintain their control over the top side river here. A few minutes ago, I talked about how a lot of the Lion players were hitting their 2-item power spikes, and now C9's squad are catching up. Fiend Hunter bolts done for Sven on the Yunara, full 10 stacks for APA on his Rod of Ages. We still need Blabber to complete his second item completely, but overall, C9 is at a point where it looks like they could try to find a fight.
And Dokla is just down there freezing. So again, it's just 3 lanes now for 2 lanes of farm basically in favor of Lion. They're always like +1 extra lane while this is happening. So Dokla down there, he's just, whoa. He's just farming, you know, keeping the freeze and then waiting to use his teleport.
Ooh, inspired with the supercharged blast cone over the wall there. All 5 C9 players are in this topside river though. Dokla still making his way up here. You can see Saint also posturing to potentially join the fight. Lion's looking, but they got to make sure they don't go too soon after whatever it is they want to go for. And instead, they're just going to allow Berserker control over the wave, access to the minions, get that one shoved out. There's no dragon for another 2 minutes, and they're not strong enough to want to just hard force the Baron here. So ultimately, we kind of just, everybody stares daggers at each other and then walks away.
Yeah, so they're just going to keep on farming. Dokla there did just give the upgrade to Berserker, by the way. That was the animation. Upgraded IE now for Berserker. And I mean, it's just going to get so difficult because how did Cloud9 like deal with the Caitlyn once the Caitlyn is, you know, like fully operational in the back line here?
That's the neat part. You don't.
Yeah.
She's just going to, the extra range from the Hex Optics is going to make this character so difficult to deal with for a composition that really doesn't have a ton of range in it on the C9 side. APA with that Anivia, with the full 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages. You can see he's almost level 16, so at least they have a ton of wave clear. Like, Lion is going to need a Baron to actually break into the base.
Their siege is also really good too, so yeah, I don't know. It seems like Cloud9 are like they're just kind of forced to sit and wait for an opening or a mistake. And so the best thing you can do when that is the case is try and keep up really good vision control on your side of the map, because that allows you to jump on any openings that do present themselves. When you don't have the ability to force a lot yourself, you need to create those options out of vision control. And so they're trying to do that. Like, they have decent vision control of their side of the map, and Blabber kind of walking around. But Lion have not presented an opportunity to Cloud9 just yet. They're kind of trying to like bait and get Lion to overextend and over-index. But Ryze is walking from base now, so Lion's gonna wait.
Okay, Blabber loses about 1/3 of his HP right there. Berserker has rapid fire cannon completed on the Caitlyn now as well. We got another stare down, Kobe.
Yeah, and the siege is just going to go to their advantage. Here we go.
All right, Lion decides they want to go in, and they immediately jump after Blabber. Defensive Xinjiao ulti, keeping him alive for now. Wild Growth also reinforcing the Xin's health bar. It's a 1-for-1 trade here at the very start, but Isles again! Beautiful CC from the Lion support, and the rest of the team is ready to follow right behind. It's a 5-for-1 ace for Lion.
All right, Isles, 5 out of 5, 10 out of 10.
Yup.
For this game.
Whatever. Number out of number. He got the whole thing, man.
2 out of 2 Deco ults.
Yeah,
have been really
that's a
good.
2 out of 2 for sure.
They have been really good. And honestly, Lion overall, they continued their controlled gameplay.
Yeah, I think we have good items.
Looks good for us.
Look good.
That was nasty.
I like that looks good.
Yeah. No, that definitely looked good.
Real good.
That looked real good to me.
Oh my God, Raidover just sitting back in his seat, cracking up at that one. And yeah, they really had him in a good spot. But I like that we got the little here, you know, the little kind of comms listener from the Cloud9 side beforehand, where it's something that you had just touched on, where they're like, oh, you know, at least we are now on our 2-item power spike, so we now have some items for ourselves. Maybe this is the best possible time that we can try and like catch back up.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, Isles said no.
Yeah.
He just immediately denied that premise. Now Lion does have the Baron, and this is what I was mentioning earlier, is yeah, you've got the Anivia wave clear, but this is kind of the way that you break through that. So I feel like Lion really is going to want to use this pressure. They're going to want to go pedal to the metal here, and you can see the pressure already mounting in both mid and bottom lanes. Remember, these tier 2 turrets died a long time ago, Kobe, so it's very easy for Lion to just make a beeline straight for the base, and sure enough, tier 3 turret is already broken down here in the bottom lane, and the inhibitor is about to go with it. Realm Warp back over into mid to bring the minions with them. Now Blabber is rooted up, could be in some danger. Dokla wants to hit him with the Horn, and there it is. Berserker takes the kill on Blabber, as now Thanatos arrives, only to immediately find himself caught in the cupcake trap. Now he's got to try to run away. Ace in the hole is going to take him low. He'll be forced back into the fountain. Sync continuing to just play as aggressively as possible as C9 scrambles to try to clear waves. But the problem is now you don't have Blabber. That's your only frontliner dead for the next 30 seconds, and the second inhibitor falls immediately.
Yep, Lion, they're not even stopping there. Berserker can keep up the siege.
All right, Lion looking to maybe take it all the way to the Nexus. APA is about to die to Berserker, but no, a beautiful stun from APA, keeping himself alive for now. Sven goes in and he at least secures the kill on the Lion AD carry. The shutdown for the Yunara is big. It's going to at least keep C9 alive a little bit longer.
All right, they just bought themselves some extra time in the game. How much more can they buy? Sven wants the chase down.
Now, Isles is seeing if maybe there's a punish to find here, and Sven, he steps too far forward, and Lion pounce. They take out the Yunara, and C9 now, they don't have enough damage left. They're gonna have to stop chasing.
Yeah, I mean, that was just born of desperation from Cloud9. They know the game has just been slipping away from them for a long time now, and so they really wanted to make this comeback moment a bigger comeback than it was. They didn't want to just stall.
I don't blame them.
They didn't want to just stall out to then lose again later, so they were hoping they could actually get some more meaningful gold. Unfortunately for them, they could not. Too close to the wall there. Nice little turn from Dokla, and that is going to put a stop to that. Lion retain their ginormous gold lead.
Oh, yeah.
And we're only 2 minutes and 45-ish seconds away from the Dragon Soul Flower, so Lion could be very patient. This is a very patient team usually, and so they can continue to just control the game as they have for the last like 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
And they could just wait for the Dragon Soul / Baron if they want to. Again, the Dragon Soul is going to be like 10 seconds ahead of the Baron, so you can go there first, and then the 10-second delay plus the fact that you have Rise means that they can't do like a desperate Baron rush. If they do, you run warp over there after deleting the Dragon instantly, and you kill them at the Baron pit too. So it's actually quite good for Lion here. They can just calmly split push again, set up the map fully in their control, and go for the Giga objectives, or, see how well the siege goes and maybe just end the game before those things come up.
Yeah, they can kind of do whatever they want, and I got to keep going back to the compositions here. Like C9, we said from the very beginning, they've got to be in a position of power. They've got to play from ahead because they just don't have any engage mechanisms. As soon as you lose that 3-for-0 fight in the bot side river around the second dragon, the game's just kind of out of your control.
And here's the thing. You can say, if you don't have any engage, like that's just very straightforward. But you can also turn the tables if you have range advantage. But they don't have range advantage. So if you don't have both of those things, then it makes it really hard to play. If you have range advantage, then you can poke and you can like make the enemy team have to engage on you.
The pressure's on them.
But if you don't have range advantage because Berserker's got a Caitlyn with 10 billion range here with Hex Optics and
rapid
fire, then like you don't have range either because Ornn ultimate is also very long range and Caitlyn pressure. And so Cloud9 are in this really tough spot where they don't have the ability, strong ability to engage themselves, but then they also don't have range advantage. And so, it does make it super difficult. And then also the not winning early part. So.
Yeah, that part's also really tough. When Caitlyn is just absolutely stomping the lane and you've got total control over the bot side through that, it's a nightmare to have to play into. And you can see Berserker and Dokla putting the last little bit of damage onto the only remaining tier 2 turret on the C9 side. 8-2 in turret count, I feel like, is a very accurate descriptor of how control over the Rift has gone in this first game.
Yeah. I want to see Berserker damage to towers after
probably
the game.
Really high.
I mean, yeah, his damage to champions and towers probably both very high. Caitlyn is siege machine. So it looks like they opted to do the setup here for the dragon we were talking about, Flowers. So this is going to be it. Is there a miracle in store for C9? Because if so,
now's the time.
You need it now.
Now is the time. Vulcan going to lose about half his HP here. Immediately flashes out of the second half of the Call of the Forge God. So Lion are going to commit some resources there. Force out the flash from the C9 support. Dokla just takes no damage from anything at all with the empowered shield from the teleport, as C9 are still scrambling to try and defend here at this Dragon Soul. Blabber, however, chunked down to half HP, and remember, that's their only frontliner. Isles goes in, APA forced into the stasis, flashes away to escape the follow-up from Dokla. Blabber still frontlining as Thanatos walks up right behind him here with a Flame Spitter. Dokla forced to flash, stays alive in the meantime. Blabber with only 300 HP and no ulti, though. That Xin Zhao cannot re-enter the fight.
Yeah.
The Dragon's going Lion's way.
That was good damage from Saint over that wall. Saint on the bottom side of the thick wall here was able to blast him for the last little bit, force the ultimate, and there's the Dragon into Realm Warp Baron combo that we were talking about.
You call it, my friend. It's just so tough to deal with this when the enemy team is this far ahead, when they've got the Rise. Now you've got the Chemtech Soul. Now you've got Baron #2 for Lion. I feel like this has got to be your game-ending push coming up.
I will not take that bet.
You're not going to take that bet? Okay.
I agree. I agree.
Okay. If you were going to take that bet, I was going to be like, I was going to be interested to see how you would spin that one, because this is just... The game state just feels so impossible for C9 to find an angle without Lion having a major blunder.
It is so cool to see the rapid growth of Lion. Just think about how early we still are in this year, Flowers.
Yeah, it's only April.
The lock-in tournament was very short. That wasn't even like a normal long split for for LCS or anything.
Like
that was
a little baby split.
Exactly. Very short little tournament that we just had. And from the beginning, well, Blabber is toast.
Yeah, I don't really see a world where you can get away from this one. Yeah, Xin Zhao ulti's nice, but having 5-item Caitlyn is a little bit nicer.
Yeah, I mean, this is the upside of this Lion roster that people were debating. Oh, are these really strong players going to be able to work together very quickly? How long is it going to take for the chemistry of this Lion team to really come together? And so I think the quick ascent of this team from the beginning of lock-in tournament to the end of lock-in tournament, then showing up at first stand and honestly taking Brazil, but then also some very good early games at the very least versus JDG. Obviously they fell apart and they lost some very winnable positions internationally, but still very early. And now they're going to go for the end on this game.
Yep, APA forced into his stasis yet again as Inspired engages, and they full send after Sven. Guardian Angel is going to proc here on Inspired as Isles finally falls. APA stays alive and gets the shutdown on that enemy support. But considering Inspired didn't actually die for real because the Guardian Angel purchase was completed, Lion is still going to keep pushing forward. APA losing the passive, losing his life, and C9 are just about losing this game. First Nexus turret's gone. Second one falls before I can finish my sentence. C9 are forced all the way back into the fountain. Lion are going full in for the full dive, but it won't even matter. 16-6. Game 1 goes to Lion.
Lion look like they want to stay at the top of the LCS, Flowers.
That was a nice performance in game number 1. Once they got ahead, they stayed there. Lounge, what are we thinking?
Woo! Lion has not missed a beat since the last time they were in the studio.
Yes,
everything outside of the studio, questionable, but in the studio, completely on point. This game really did turn at around 11 minutes, which we're going to be breaking down here at the computer. So getting into this clip really quickly, if we can throw it up on the big screen right now, we have the Scuttle Crab fight. And the setup for this is Cloud9 is trying to cheat their prio in here. So they bring both APA and Blabber over. And you would think at this point, Cloud9 thinks they have numbers advantage because they have the mid move. But I would say at this moment, it's very favored for Lion because Sven is trapped under turret. Also, his items suck compared to the Caitlyn items. And then Blabber just used his cooldowns on the Crab, and APA has already used ultimate onto the Vi, which he's going to be channeling outside of right away. So if we watch the very beginning of this fight, Lion makes quick use of it. Inspired's already dodged the majority of APA's kit. If you look at the bottom left here, APA's used all his cooldowns aside from Wall, and Blabber also used cooldowns to hit the Scuttle Crab. So Lion has a bunch of free time to just hit Blabber. Even though APA puts up a nice wall here on the bottom to stop and delay the Nico and Caitlyn, it's still not going to be enough because APA uses cooldowns early and Blabber used half his cooldowns on the Crab. So when the fight really does begin, note the really good ultimate by Isles to get a triple stun on anyone who could do damage. And at this point, I'd say APA and Blabber panic a little bit trying to finish off the Vi, and they just don't have the damage. So we still have the Anivia cooldowns selected on the bottom left. Once Inspired gets the kill, he Triumph heals. Notice how APA fired his E without Q or R to give him double damage. Then Inspired dodges the Q or APA fires it low, ults in the wrong spot as well, flashes in. Basically, APA landed nothing in 2 full cycles of these cooldowns on top of not actually having the first move, and the gold lead from this fight absolutely explodes. As far as our player of the game, it's kind of shown in this next clip. Isles landed a great ultimate in the first fight, and just watch Isles right here on your screen. May look like Caitlyn temporarily, but as this fight continues, he just lands the fattest ultimate on C9, who is grouped up here. And whatever doubt was left in the game, it was over right there. Quad ult into quad root, into everyone on C9 being destroyed, and now Lion just needs to win one more game to take out the series.
That was disgusting.
It was disgusting.
That was insane.
It's also really nice to see Isles specifically have this kind of bounce back game, because I thought he did play a little bit better in some of their later games at First Stand, but obviously didn't have the showing he would have wanted to there. And then the other big thing to me was how Lion were moving around the map. They used Berserker's Caitlyn super, super well to take down turrets. Every time C9 tried to get something, Lion was always trading up.
Yeah.
What caught
He
your
did
eye?
16,000 damage.
He did.
I know Nico is a little bit of a mage, but that's 500 less damage than the Yunara, who is empowered by Lulu. That's insane.
You were catching this actually within the game. The fact that you were taking Caitlyn at least within the as the Nico, and so you had 2 Caitlyn range champions just knocking at the turrets. So 11-2. I mean, this was just.
Oh my God. Look at the gold from the team fight right here. Look at that line right there as it just shoots up when he landed that massive ultimate as well.
Nice.
And then the first one,
so player of the game, as we mentioned before,
Yeah.
is definitely Isles. The gold jumps, the damage, the engages, and also the laning phase. Caitlyn helps, but Isles with a huge game. I did think he actually played well in a lot of the situations in the JDG series at First Stand, but when they lose, things are looking a little poor. And the fans agree with this. This was just Isles' game.
Yeah. Nice. I like the slight shout out to Saint as well. I really liked his early roam on Rise, and he was doing a lot of damage by the end of it.
That's true. It was a massive dub for him. And I'm actually a little worried because I had it for Cloud9, but I had Cloud9 at 3.
Yeah, and also, we see some merch on screen. If you liked this merch, you can head over to merch.riotgames.com to check out our new set of items, which are on sale now. Raz, name all 3 players in that photo. Stunt,
Mayumi, and Basil.
Raz is a savant.
Nice. Bang.
Game 2 with Lion and C9 is up after the break.
I like the Pengu.
All right, shopkeeper time. What are we doing for this build?
First pick, 564 miles of range.
This should last us a while. What's next?
Lane economy is key.
Okay, how about 30 miles to the gallon then? It's a high tempo pick.
We can't neglect power. How about 329 HP?
We can buy one more item. What about vision? The map's fully lit. We're not missing anything.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
And Raz, hey, support means support. No running off this time.
That was just a one-time thing!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
And gentlemen, welcome back to the opening week of Spring Split 2026 here at the LCS at the Riot Games Arena. We're one game into our rematch of the Split 1 finals between Lion and C9, and game number 1 was pretty much all Lion.
Yeah, we got to see some changes here for Cloud9. Hopefully for something where they will have more agency and they get to make more offensive choices. And make some choices a little bit earlier before it becomes really difficult to play. Because Lion kind of picked up right where they left off, Flowers. You know, analysts said that whole thing, like, all right, we're going down to Brazil, you know, the America's Cup for Cloud9, then first stand for Lion, and you know, so much has happened, and then there's also practice time after that, Flowers, and Cloud9 didn't even take any days off. They kept on practicing. But what matters is what happens on stage right now.
And what's happening on stage in game 1 was Lion applying boots to butts. Cloud9 was not having a good time. Their composition lacked that agency that you're talking about, those big engage mechanisms. So once they fell behind early in that bottom river team fight where they lost 0-3 versus Lion in that skirmish, after that point, they're down over 2,000 gold for the rest of the game, and they could never actually make a decision that would bring them back into the game because they didn't have the tools. They were dependent on Lion messing up, and Lion just didn't goof.
Yeah, I think the only small goof was the solo kill. APA can hold on to that one.
Just a little happy gaming from Saint there.
That was a close one. It was close.
Yeah, he got down to 50 HP.
Close. All right, let's get into draft for number 2 here. Because the Yunara first pick did not pay off at all. The Yunara first pick got immediately just blasted in lane and never got to be relevant in the game at all. The Nico and Caitlyn answer from Lion was very, very good and executed well and really determined a lot of the game. So we're gonna have bot lane priority again with Nami starting out. Nami right now has, did get a small nerf on the patch, but still has tremendous value because you have the versatility of going with, Ezreal, Corki, or Lucian type action. Sven has definitely been more of a preference towards like the Corki-ish, combinations with it. So we'll see where they go, but they did, nerf the damage a bit here for Nami early. So we'll see if it's still just as potent in lane or not.
And funny enough, I do believe that these 6 bans are exact copies of what they were in game number 1. Karma, Seraphine, Orianna banned out by Lion. Pantheon, Azir, and Varus banned out by C9. That Nami first pick you already mentioned there for Vulcan on the C9 side is answered by a first pick Jarvan for Inspired. It's another one of those top tier AD junglers that's just been the metagame for so long now, and Inspired's going to be making plays on it.
Yeah, but it always is weird for me to pick my Jarvan before I see the enemy carries, because Jarvan, you usually want your Jarvan into somebody that doesn't have dashes.
Something immobile.
What was I just saying? Corki and Ezreal and Lucian, those are pretty...
Yeah, all 3 guys that know how to dash.
Yeah. So that's the only weird thing to me, but because you kind of expect one of those pairings. Otherwise, though, Jarvan is pretty universally good. It is better when you can pick it into carries that aren't going to have an easy way out of your Cataclysm. But as you say, he is a pretty good fighter, just generally here. And if you've got a Nautilus too, then you've got very good engage again. And that was the recipe for Lion. They've got plenty of go batons.
Well, even though Corki might be able to fly out of the Cataclysm, the spear is one of nature's hardest counters to the fish.
Okay.
So Nami is definitely going to be in some trouble here. Vulcan will be very easy to kill with the engage power that Lion has, and it looks like alongside that Corki and Nami, we are going to go Renekton for Thanatos in the top lane for C9. Back over on the other side, it's a very nautical-themed bottom lane matchup here in this game.
Water.
3 out of 4 champions are some type of related to the ocean. So we've got MF Nautilus going up against the Corki and the Nami. You talked about the CC with the Jarvan and the Nautilus having plenty of engage. Bullet time flying over the top of that is a nightmare to have to deal with.
Yeah, Lion said, okay, well, recipe worked pretty well in game number 1, and we are going to have a strong push bottom lane here with lots of kill pressure. We've got a ganking jungler. So Nautilus Misfortune lane has huge burst damage, huge CC setup, and if you get a Jarvan controlling gank angles around the bottom lane, this could very well be another, bot lane diff here for Lion already early on in the draft. Renekton is a pretty good blind pick here, especially because it's Thanatos, and he really likes and loves Renekton. But You also get a couple of protection bans because this is the other side for them. So take out the Gnar, the common answer here. And since they already banned Dokla's Varus, you don't have to worry about the Varus top lane into your Renekton either, which can also be painful.
Well, we don't have the exact mirrored role selections in the first half of the draft like we did in game number 1. Lion still prioritizing their bottom lane and their jungle. But since we have that, we got a lot of build water here.
Well, they didn't do the gangplank. I was hoping for the full synergy.
The full LARP is denied us for now, but we do have double AD jungler bans for Lion in the second half here, the Wukong and the Nocturne, keeping those away from Blabber. And alongside that Gnar ban you mentioned, LeBlanc also banned out by C9, and the response for Dokla into the Renekton is Cannon.
That's a bit of a combo with the Wombo here, Flowers.
Yeah, Slicing Maelstrom plus Bullet Time does hella damage.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact number, but it is hella.
It is at least 1.5 hellas. I mean, and you've got Jarvan and Nautilus here too, so that combo right there is looking pretty good. All right,
but you know what also looks good?
Yeah, this is the trump card, the last pick for Cloud9. But I raise you an APA Ziggs.
Okay.
Fair enough. If you're really good with your satchel as well, maybe you can like delay the Kennen getting into your team and try and zone the Kennen off a little bit. They do have Sejuani ult this time around as well. So they've got Sejuani ult into Nami ultimate. So Cloud9 do have their own engage and their own ability to make and force fights this time as well. Plus Sejuani and Renekton is just one of my favorite combos of all time for top lane and jungle. And so that's a combo where you can gank the Kennen and you take away this counter pick, the teeth of the counter pick basically. If you kill and take away the Kennen flash, then it becomes Renekton always having kill pressure, and every minion wave that comes up is really dangerous for the Kennen, because if your minions are coming up in a line, then it provides a very easy slice and dice engage for the Renekton. So if Sejuani can get a single successful gank off on the Kennen, it can really turn the matchup. But if the Jarvan is doing a lot of work here and sets up both his top side and his bottom side for success, then those could be oppressive matchups. So I think a lot of jungler intervention over some of these matchups could have a huge effect.
Okay. Do you want to see it mostly focused around that top side, or maybe
both will have big ability to snowball and big ramifications, because the Nautilus Misfortune as well. If you can influence that one and get them ahead, then they're going to constantly put kill pressure on Nami.
Well, I feel like the pressure is on C9 to bounce back here again. The finals was just such an upset compared to what everybody was expecting based on the whole split up until that point. Lion was clearly the better team going into the finals. In game number 1, they were clearly the better team here today. Can C9 find a way to regain their footing, stabilize a little bit, or is the Lion reign of domination going to continue?
Let's find out now, Flowers. All right.
Let's do it.
They got counter pick in bottom and top lane here for Lion, so let's see how well they can use it. Again, Saint here, though, he's out of position. He's going to have to use a summoner spell or something, maybe. I guess Vulcan can't get too close. Just an extra health trade here, so a lot of potions being chugged early on. Saint immediately pops one for himself and still going to be very down heavy.
Ooh. Yeah, meanwhile, there was a mid laner battle, and now we've got a jungler battle as Blabber is forced out of his own red quadrant by Inspired on the Jarvan.
So Saint is dry. He has 0 potions left after that.
Okay, it's a desert out here in mid lane.
That one's going to sting.
Arid.
Took some bombs and took some Nami damage as well. At the same time, though, while Saint was taking damage, Inspired, of course, doing the invade here. This is something we did see in finals, especially later on into the finals. For Lion versus Cloud9 last time around. Blabber, of course, is still going to have a really good reactionary course of action because Saint has been taken out basically so early on with all the health. He is mid-prio for Blabber, so it's very easy for Blabber to say, okay, fine, you counter jungle me, I'm going to go take your Raptors. Inspired's coming over, though, to try and defend anyway, and he's got a red buff.
Yeah, APA sidesteps away from the knock-up of the EQ combo from Inspired, who now has to be a little bit careful. The Satchel Charge is already armed on the ground. The Charm on the Blabber from Saint to provide for the escape route for Inspired. So C9, yes, they're going to spend the flash from APA to make sure that he stays alive there, but Inspired also having to use his flash on the Jarvan.
I still would question the move from APA as far as using your flash. Usually the Jarvan's goal is to trade flashes with you. And so, they're going to find Blabber, continue to hunt Blabber.
He's going to bounce it off the Gromp. Oh, Blabber down to 150 HP. Isles continuing to go forward. The dredge line misses, but the bullet does not. Berserker with first blood, and this is so tilting if you're Blabber, man.
Yeah, the bottom lane counter pick here has the push. They invade your jungle. Operation Attack Blabber successful for Lion yet again. Oof, that is painful. And again, back to the mid lane too. Usually the Jarvan wants to trade his flash for your flash of the mid laner anyway. And so in APA trying to go for the kill onto him and trading flashes there is kind of still good for Inspired, even though it looked like him being the one to run away. But bottom lane is leaving here. So you heard the ping. I heard yellow ping there. I heard the noise. So they did say, yo, you got to get out of there. Like, we can't control this bottom lane. They pushed us. And Flowers, they just walk them down. They've got vision. They know with the last flash there, they can answer flashes. Berserker knows every day of the week, I'm going to finish this one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, that's free money.
Yeah. Cloud9 woes continue, Flowers.
It's rough, man.
It really is. It really is. They had such an electric start to this year. You know, just dominating the lock-in tournament for so long, all the way up until finals. But came crashing down at the hands of Lion. And Lion looking like they want to do it again here. They've really had their number. Inspired with the level 1 invade onto Blabber. You know, picking his Jarvan and then Blabber has the Sejuani into it. You know you're going to be able to have a lot of really good early choices. And then double counterpick. To counterpick the top lane, counterpick the bottom lane. And so the Berserker and Isles move up. This continues the pain and...
Oh, man. It's just Inspired's just bullying the guy at this point. Jumping over the wall.
Yoink.
Stealing away his camps. Now the Gromp is respawned, and look who's here. It's Berserker and Isles again, backing up Inspired on the invade, as Lion is also rotating Saint over here. So they are full sending towards this. Blabber's only still level 3 on the Sejuani. If he can kill the Gromp, he'll at least take over to level 4, but that's not going to happen. Inspired smites the Gromp down, hits level 5 before Blabber hits level 4.
We're going to have to start a GoFundMe for Blabber.
Yep, I'll...
Anybody in crowd got some jungle camps they want to contribute to Blabber?
I'll throw in a chicken camp. Sure, why not?
We're accepting all jungle camp donations for Blabber at the moment. He's going to have to go wait for his Krugs. They're still a ways off.
Okay, meanwhile, the replay you can see in the bottom lane here just kind of showing how some of these summoner spells are getting forced out. And I just got to give so much props to Berserker and Isles so far in this series. Yeah. They dominated lane in game number 1. Berserker's Caitlyn controlled things start to finish.
Oh my God.
Isles had amazing plays. And now Blabber's still level 3, thinking about maybe making a play up here on the top side. Isles hits the dredge line on Sven back in bottom. And here we go. All right, 2v1. Dokla drops the Slicing Maelstrom, flashes away, so they'll at least get the Summoner spell alongside the ulti from Dokla, as now Isles again looking to put the pressure onto Sven. Vulcan wants to fire back, that's a lot of damage over the Misfortune, and the Mega Inferno Bomb seals the deal. Now Isles is still trying to see if maybe he can get one back here, make this an even trade. Dredgeline in onto Sven, needs a little bit more, but he doesn't quite have the flash away from Sven. Isles staying alive for now, right back into the rush, but no! C9 pick up 2.
Woof, okay. Blabber is still really starved, but at least the bottom lane is eating good, Flowers, for Cloud9. And the hopes there for Cloud9 in this series. This is a must-win game for them, so double kill for the bottom lane is going to be huge for the C9 morale down there. Dokla has no flash. Remember how one gank can really change this matchup so heavily against the Kennen because you become so vulnerable.
There they go, Thanatos with the slice forward, flashes for the Ruthless Predator.
Yep.
Blabber trying to follow up here, and there's your stun from Permafrost. Dokla continues trying to find a way out of this one. They do need a little bit more damage on the C9 side, but no, Cole the Meek has just enough range, and Dokla drops C9 with a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, you lose so much of your pressure when you have no ult, no flash for the Kennen. Nice punish here from Blabber. He wraps around, he may be underfed on the Sejuani, but you still have your synergy with Renekton. You can get in there for the stun combo. But Thanatos knows I can close the distance, no problem. I have flash advantage, and they get it. Inspired's back to invading bottom side, though. And there's still not a lot that the C9 duo can do about it. They have a big minion wave they need to get to.
Inspired has a personal vendetta against this Gromp. Every time this thing spawns, he is in the jungle stealing it away immediately. 59 to 33 in farm in the jungle is quite the gap, Kobe.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say he has a personal vendetta against Blabber because he's been pushing him around the map.
Blabber and the Gromp. Inspired doesn't like anybody in the jungle. Now he's taking the Dragon as well. True. This is the, so we won't get Chemsol in back-to-back games here since this first Drake is the Chemtech one. We'll be able to secure this just about the time when the Void Grubs spawn. As Blabber is hanging around the area, does finally have the level 6 on the Sejuani, but no opportunity to go in and try to make anything happen here. So Dragon secured at no cost to Lion.
Yeah, we'll see about the bounce back on the other side too. So gold pretty close here, and just going to be the extra jacket advantage plus the full level in jungle. But Ziggs Bomb, another Ziggs Bomb. This one does touch. It's not going to be able to fully kill or anything because they have no stun setup. But the Ziggs Bomb last time on bottom lane where it was Nami Bubble,
huge.
Nami Bubble into direct center hit of the Ziggs Bomb was quite big.
Ooh, Dokla now under some pressure. Thanatos going for the all-in here. Dominus makes it easy. Thanatos with the solo kill.
Yeah, it always feels so good for the Renekton after it, the matchup turns here, because then the Renekton finally gets payback against this annoying little rat that's been harassing him all lane long, and he's catching back up in CS off of these extra kills they've been getting. Gives him a lot more time to finish up the CS up there too. Inspired, is he going to go back in for this? Looks like wants to return. Dokla doesn't have teleport, but doesn't matter. He's got mid lane priority.
Yep, even though Inspired does not have a smite, there's no way for Blabber to really hang around here. You could see that APA wanted to go ahead and take his base. Will teleport back towards mid lane now, but that is first Drake as well as all three Grubs going the way of Lion, so nice early objective control for them down here in the bottom lane. It is still a slight lead for Berserker on the MF, but really that Mega Inferno Bomb that you mentioned earlier, turning the tides in C9's favor, prevented this from being just a massively one-sided affair yet again. Isles sidestepping away from the bubble. Nicely done there, but he is still chunked below half HP.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to use Nami ult, because Isles is still level 5, whereas Vulcan got level 6, so no full commitment though, because Isles still had a route to get out of there. He still has his flash. Vulcan holding his Nami ult, and Blabber has Sedge ult ready too, so C9, they're coming in, but Isles has the inkling as well. Okay, they might set up the dive. He defensively wards here. Blabber is spending a lot of time though. Maybe he thought there was going to be some sort of Jarvan aggression, but they're going to move in and try and... Ooh. That, okay. I mean, now they see him too, so...
All right, well, the wave's just going to crash into the turret. Berserker will clear that all out of the way. Blabber takes his reset, heads on home. Sundered Sky, you can see, completed there for Inspired. Blabber, of course, still handling the components on his side. So Power Spike for Inspired. If he runs into Blabber in the jungle, he's going to be more confident than ever. And he's been playing this whole game very confidently so far.
Yep, definitely has. Thanatos, the biggest lead for Cloud9 up there. The Renekton. Getting the kills for Renekton is big, and being able to get CS and tower plates back in his favor as well means Renekton might be an issue. And Thanatos can get really, really strong here, and he's gone for a rush into Mercury Treads because he's playing into double AP solo laners. He will be an actual strong team fighter because number one, he'll have the Sejuani synergy.
Yeah.
Ooh. But we're just happy for Blabber getting camps, I think.
Yeah.
He's gonna get some Krugs!
A little bit of economic relief here for the Sejuani as he does pick up all of the baby Kruggies. As Dokla continues trying to keep the pressure on Thanatos up here in the top lane with the cannon, has his alternator, has his Vamp Scepter. So bottom lane, Isles goes in with the dredge line here yet again, but the TP about to arrive for C9 means Lion has to get out. Sven has plenty of DPS, but now Lion is also sitting in the reinforcements. Saint decides to just charge forward with Inspired right behind him, and now the bullet time makes mincemeat out of Vulcan. The Cataclysm turns him into fish soup, and Lion pick up 2 for nothing.
Oof, yeah, you don't want to fight over that bottom lane. Lion with the extra advantage on Saint's teleport. I mean, wait, Inspired, they both have Smite. I wanted to see...
Yeah, hold on, wait, we actually have some PvP up here on the top side. Thanatos gonna take that again. In the solo kill matchup, in that 1v1, Thanatos secures the kill. Meanwhile, Inspired continuing to, as you were pointing out, he's fighting for those Gromps. He just will not get out of the jungle.
I'm pretty sure he won because his Smite is now upgraded. Previous to us seeing the culmination of the Smite fight on that Gromp, they both had 900 Smites.
Yeah.
And now Inspired has his upgraded one, and it's going to be a long time before Blabber gets one.
Yeah, Blabber still has 11 pet snackies on his jungle item. That's not... Yeah, his tempo has been completely ruined this game as Berserker and Isles are back down into position here in bottom lane. Bloodthirster completed for Berserker. The sustain on this thing is just so nice. It's so easy to keep your health topped off. Just take the little trades where you can get them going up against that Corki, who's normally going to be able to poke you down pretty effectively with the rockets, but C9 are deciding to take this chance and go for the second dragon of the game. Remember, the first one did go over to Lion and Inspired earlier on. Heal used by Isles for the extra movement speed boost to not get caught in the Aqua Prison there. And it looks like C9 should be able to secure this. You can see Saint is around the area, but since Inspired is not, Lion is not going to overcommit to trying to stop this. Instead, Saint's just going to get the wave pushing in mid. Inspired trying to steal away the red buff, but now finds Thanatos guarding it, trying to make sure that Blabber doesn't fall further behind.
Yeah, this is the best thing about having a fed top laner. They can come defend your camps for you.
Yeah, bodyguard.
Thanatos is Blabber's champion at the moment.
Ooh, now Blabber. Nice Glacial Prison there on a Saint who has to flash away to survive. Inspired also getting out just barely in time. Sven down to 1/3 HP. Does escape thanks to the Valkyrie.
Inspired's going back. Look at this.
Yeah, dude, he's ready.
Look at the mini-map. Oh, wait.
Inspired is just Blabber's nightmare right now when he steals the red buff. He uses the flag combo to get away over the wall at the same time, and now he's going back in again. Blabber wants to at least take some Krugs. Meanwhile, down here in the bottom lane, Sven's down to 200 HP. Inspired goes for the dunk onto Blabber. The Protoplasm Harness keeping him healthy enough for now, but no. Saint wants to use the Spirit Rush to go in, but he cannot find the charm. The minions are there just at the right time to make sure there's not a clear line of sight. But Lion have recognized Blabber as the point they want to target in this second game, and his life is not fun.
Right. The real fight that you got to keep track of is Inspired versus Thanatos, not Inspired versus Blabber. And Inspired is kind of treating Thanatos like another jungle camp that he had to leash, like a very scary one.
Powerful camp.
He's like, okay, I got back off, and then Renekton goes back to lane. Okay, now I can re-invade, and then Renekton comes back, and then right back in and continue punishing Blabber. But okay.
All right, Isles taking a pretty serious chunk of damage here. Saint shows up right behind him. Charm flies over the wall. Doesn't connect, but it creates enough space for Isles to safely get away, still with more than half the health bar intact. Honestly, the game overall is very close. Not even 1,000 gold separates the teams. It was C9 in an overall lead there for a while. Now it is swung back towards Lion.
Yeah, and I actually like Cloud9's side, because if you have to have someone who is underfed and someone who's going to be weak, you want it to be your Sejuani utility, right? And not your Kennen that needs a lot of extra, money for damage. If it's going to be a weak Gunblade Kennen, it might be hard for Dokla to stay alive, even if he does find a flank to go in. It's a very long time before you can get Zonias, and maybe you don't even get a Zonias. Like you aren't going to have a lot of survivability, and they might be able to zone you out of fights. And Thanatos with early Merc Treads can just keep trying to run you down. Meanwhile, Sejuani, you're still going to provide a lot of CC. Ideally, obviously, it'd be better if you were more tanky, but we'll see here as far as which member being underfed and still being able to perform in the team fights matters a lot.
And I also have to keep my eyes on APA Ziggs. Anytime he's allowed to actually play his signature champion in one of these games, we know the amount of pressure that he can secure with it. Meanwhile, C9 going for the full all-in on Isles. He survives with a shield for now. The Dredge line does not manage to provide an escape route, but he can still walk it off. Meanwhile, up here in the top lane, the Rift Herald is going to be summoned up by Lion as they go in for the 3v1 against Thanatos, who might just be able to make it a 1-for-1, but no, the Cataclysm dunks him down. First turret also destroyed by Lion up here in the top lane before C9 is able to get something back on bottom side. The Rift Herald value coming up pretty clutch there, and they might even get the second charge. Bullet Time's going to wipe out most of the minion wave, and Berserker is about to get paid.
Yeah, Lion basically, they won, quote-unquote, won the fights on both sides, because even bottom side, even though they didn't kill anyone, being able to have both members survive, delay the take on the tower as well, and then fully escape there was basically a W for the weak side, line play on bottom side. And then they obviously were successful on the top side, and Dokla survived without giving a counter kill. So that was good for Lion, honestly, on both sides. Even though Cloud9 are able to at least get the bottom side tower eventually, they're unable to take down either Isles or Saint in their efforts.
This Gromp, man. Every single Gromp
Blabber's going to get him this time.
Has there been a Gromp spawn that Inspired wasn't here contesting this Gromp? He's just in the jungle of Blabber the entire game long. It is about a 2,000 gold lead now for Lion, just about 18 minutes into the game. As you can see, the TP escaped there from APA, knew that he could have been in a pretty precarious situation, so goes ahead and takes the fast track out back home, does have the Blackfire Torch completed here on the Ziggs. This champion will do so much damage once he's got 2-3 items online, and we know that APA is so very scary on it. I particularly like the Mega Inferno Bomb usage that we've seen so far. I want to see more of that. Berserker trying to defend the tier 1 turret here in the mid lane, but there's just not enough HP left on the thing, so C9 are going to knock that one down. They're actually ahead in turrets now.
They do get the mid one down, opening it up here. Nice timing with the dragon spawn, so they should be able to get it. Dokla has no teleport, so pretty sure the call for Lion is just try and get some money, Dokla, up there, please.
Yep.
Get some more money on that cannon so that you are a real threat of a flank.
Catch up a little bit.
They really do need some threat behind that flank, and if the cannon has flash, then it should be putting Cloud9 on, like, okay, somebody, please. Everyone has to, be aware of Dokla's presence, has to mark the cannon. We got to try and keep him out. And he's working on it, working on the catch-up.
Also, I feel like a lot of times when Kennen is in the meta, one thing that you'll see supports often do is either take Exhaust or at least take Summoner Spellbook to swap over to it, but there's no Exhaust and there's no Summoner Spellbook on Vulcan, so if Dokla does get a big flank with an explosive Maelstrom, that's GG on a team fight.
And honestly, like, as far as, like, the catch-up, he's been, like, I think he actually has caught up, so he's actually in a decent spot, and his second item will be at a very good timing, because Proto Belt is pretty cheap. Wait.
Ooh, okay. Thanatos keeping the pressure on, forcing the Spirit Rush there out of Saint.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Hold on. Now Lion trying to defend themselves. Inspire takes a ton of damage, but he jumps in here with a Cataclysm, looking to lock up C9. Meanwhile, Dokla with a Slicing Maelstrom doesn't have enough damage to kill off APA here just yet, but does finally secure it. It's at the cost of Berserker, though. 1-for-1 so far, and what's a pretty explosive fight.
Huge fight for Cloud9 there. They crack it, and they get both Summoner Spells out of Berserker, the Flash out of the Kennen as well, so they take away that threat. Sven getting paid afterwards as well. More turret play money after the fight. This is both much, much better for Cloud9 now. I mean, the presence of Thanatos, this Renekton being fed and getting the early Merc Treads means he could force the Ahri ultimate out before, really early, before this even breaks out. He forces the Ahri ultimate out, and then he teleports into the fight. And look how they split the fight there. They delay the Inspired Engage so long, by the time Dokla flashes in, there isn't a lot of follow-up. So he kills APA, but Sven kills him, and Thanatos had already dove and killed off Berserker. He's like, yeah, he can't do much when the Renekton teleports into his face like that, but Ziggs ult also had set it up, and so they got both Summoner Spells off the Misfortune. No Flash on the Kennen now either.
Well, it's still a very slight, only a couple hundred gold lead overall for Lion, but the only player that's actually ahead of his counterpart is Inspired. He's just that far ahead of Blabber, so we'll see what he's able to accomplish here. Does have the Black Cleaver alongside the Sundered Sky, so this Jarvan is very strong when he goes in.
Yeah, and Cloud9, they did a good job like kind of delaying his engage last time around, and then the follow-up wasn't like perfectly synced for Lion either, so honestly feeling pretty good about Cloud9's chances of pushing this to a game 3 as well.
Yeah.
So we get a little bit more stage time here. APA on Ziggs, moving in, trying to get some jungle territory. He's had pretty good dodges on Saint Charms for a lot of this game, and continues to do so here. They don't know, now they know that there's the ward in there. But again, Thanatos does so much. This Renekton with Merc Treads on side lanes, very good into either solo laner. So Thanatos can constantly get side lane pressure regardless of who is sent into him. On top of the Merc trades, he even has the tenacity from Sterix as well. So he really gets a lot of uptime in these fights, and he still has his flash. He didn't have to use it in the previous team fight. That's why it's so big they got Berserker's flash. So Thanatos definitely will be a huge presence, especially with the added threat of Sejuani passive stun stacking with him too. And Cloud9 kind of utilized that. They have him push bottom and then rotate over to mid lane so they can get this mid lane tower.
And when you've got the Ziggs, taking towers is so incredibly easy. The Satchel just gives you so much free damage to detonate them. So now we've got the gold lead completely erased. C9 with a very marginal lead overall for themselves. We've got 1 minute on the clock until the next Drake spawns. It's not going to be sold for either side, but it would bring C9 to soul point if they can secure that for themselves. You've still always got to be mindful in these neutral objective fights when you're up against Misfortune. Make sure you don't give her the clean angle on the ulti, finding a perfect bullet time straight down a ramp or something like that. But so far, I feel like C9's been doing a good job.
Definitely agree. This game looking a lot better. And now Sven also has his Lord Doms completed too. So yeah, he can cut down Inspired and Isles as well when they go in. See about the group though. Recall for APA as well. He's gonna grab another needlessly large lot, a little bit of extra AP to back up if they can get a combo here. So Blabber ultimate can look for Berserker. They know Misfortune no flash. Her move speed's very high with Strut, so it's still pretty hard to hit her, but they can look for it if you fish with a Sejuani ult and maybe a flank from the bottom side. Renekton.
Here we go, but the Glacial Prison misses. Saint's going to take a ton of damage from the Mega Inferno Bomb. Berserker is already down. Thanatos here on the flank. We're going to finish off the enemy support as Sven stays alive and inspired. Can't find anything. C9 are looking so much better in game 2.
Yeah, they fish for it and they find it. Sejuani ult pushes Berserker up to the top side, and Ziggs, really good APA ult. Easy for him to land it. Gets the big damage. Fully taking down Lion. They're going to get the Baron Flowers, and I would wager that they can even go over with their Baron-empowered recalls to grab the Dragon too. Inspired still dead for another 20 seconds. So we're setting up for the Cloud9 clapback.
This is looking good, man. The engage, the powerful burst. Even though the Sejuani ulti doesn't find the target, there's just so much damage.
And again, yeah, Misfortune's fast, but he forces Misfortune into this small area. So that makes it really easy for Ziggs to land the damage and Sven to just jump on. Boom, they delete the Misfortune. They know he had no flash from the previous fight, so this follow-up fight is really advantageous for them. Nicely executed there by Cloud9. And they didn't even need the flank from Thanatos too. Off on the minimap, you can see Thanatos had a deep flank too, so there was no retreat for Lion there. And Cloud9 will be able to get their Dragon on top of the Baron and should be able to march in to take away a lot of the extra towers here. Lion's still trying to have Saint, do some split pushing and trying to get at least something back on the other side of the map, but they're gonna need like a really, really big combination here, play from Dokla and Inspired to be able to take down Sven. I guess their hope is that Sven now no flash on the Corki, but as long as Sven positions, fairly respectfully, Valk is enough to keep him safe. And Cloud9 also have plenty of other threats with APA and Thanatos.
And while Saint is trying to have a little pressure on the map up here in the top side, Dokla sidesteps a Glacial Prison down here in bottom lane. The 4-man unit of C9 looking to push into the base of Lion. Takes about half the HP off the turret. Remember, turret HP is deceptive against Ziggs. Once the thing's down to 20% or so, kaboom, already gone. As C9 are going to continue using this Baron, continue pushing forward. Dokla with the flash. They want to be respectful of this Kinnan, but at the same time, they know they've got to push their advantages while they have this 3K gold lead, while they have this Baron for the next 60 seconds or so. Thanatos now creating a second point of pressure over in mid. The raid boss, Renekton, very, very strong. And it's going to create enough space for the rest of the team down here in bottom lane to continue their push towards that tier 3 turret. APA is not even required. They don't even need this satchel for it. Sven's got plenty of damage. Inhibitor about to fall here too. Mega Inferno Bomb just forces Berserker and Isles further away. C9's going to take their first inhib down here in bottom lane, rotate the Wrecking Crew over to mid, and continue the destruction there.
Yeah, even though he whiffs his ultimate, all of his other bombs have been landing. So he's been doing a lot of poke damage here. The Ziggs poke from APA in the offensive siege providing a lot of value. That plus the rockets from Sven makes pretty easy work. Cloud9 now.
Yep, and here's your engaged Glacial Prism right onto Dokla. The Kinnon's dead before he can even use the ulti. Thanatos stays alive with the extra durability from Dominus. He doesn't even lose his Sterix gauge. He's going to go back to base, heal, teleport, and rejoin the fight if Cloud9 wants to keep the pressure on, but they'll be happy with the 2 inhibitors they've already earned for themselves. They have total control over the Rift. Kobe, this is looking like we're going to game 3.
Yeah, much better look here from C9 this game. Inspired, gonna try and, create something out of nothing here if they can stop some recalls. I guess Vulcan is desynced now, but
okay,
he can swim pretty quickly.
Yeah, fish do like being in the river. Okay, he'll make it away back to...
What about pigs?
I don't know about that one. What about Poros? Inspired and Isles still seeing if maybe there's a pick to be found, but no. C9 is bringing in the reinforcements and Thanatos has arrived. That means Lion has to get out now. They do not want to be dealing with that crocodile. Control continues for C9. No objectives to fight over for the next 2 minutes or so. We'll see if they just want to push further towards the enemy base. There's not a whole lot for them to get since both those inhibitors are already down. The one remaining inhibitor still has the tier 2 turret protecting it up there in top lane as well. So it will take a little bit more investment of resources to force that down, but it looks like that will be the play here for C9 as Blabber with the Summoner's Spellbook teleports up into the top lane. He and Vulcan are going to make sure that that wave is pushing further towards Lion.
All right, everybody, do you think... Wait.
Hold on. We might not have time to think. Saints already chunked down to 1/3 HP as Lion scrambles to try to stay alive. Inspired, chunked to 1/3. Dokla arrives, has the teleport shield, but C9 just, again, looking for any chance they can get to find a pick on Lion and end this game.
Yeah, all right. That's a lot of tools already used. Cloud9 now can just finish up their siege top side. Not long for this world. 1 Ziggs auto attack with a short fuse pops half the health.
Yeah, this is looking pretty ugly for the Lion squad as C9 are going to continue their siege. 60 seconds until we get the Baron and the Dragon Soul both spawning onto the map for C9. Isles chunked to below half HP again. Has to just try to get away. And C9 have a 6,000 gold lead.
Yeah. That Ziggs poke, very, very annoying. Level 16 Ziggs with death cap completed, by the way.
Yeah, that thing does a bunch of damage.
Yeah, take a guess how much. Don't look!
Okay. Sweet
the
spot
center,
or not sweet spot?
The sweet spot.
1,100.
Very close.
What is it?
First, I want to ask chat. Chat, do you think it is over or under Flower's guess of 1,100? Over or under 1,100 damage on the sweep spots on level 3 rank ultimate?
With that, it's got to be over.
It is over. It's only 40 over, though.
Okay, wait, it was actually 1140?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm so good.
Very, very close.
All right, I'm happy with that guess. I will take that. That's like a 96% on the test or whatever. That round, that's an A. I will take that.
You get an A+ from me, buddy.
Yeah, I'll take that. Okay, we're putting that one on the fridge as C9 are going to take their 4th elemental Drake of the game. They will secure the soul for themselves, despite the fact that Lion was really putting the screws to Blabber early on in this game. He was able to weather the storm. Thanatos being the rock up there in the top lane, that raid boss Renekton, that point of power they could play around. Blabber, like you already said earlier, this is the champion that you're fine being behind the curve of the game, right? He's buying thrift store items. He's got his Knight's Vow. He's got his Zeke's Convergence. He can buy the cheap stuff and still be very effective. And now C9 with their Dragon Soul posturing around the Baron, total control over this top side of the map, and another beautiful Glacial Prison stuns off Dokla. The Kinnon dies before he can even press the ultimate. Now Inspired's got to try to get away. Thanatos with a slice and dice after the enemy jungler. And with Inspired out of the picture, there is no way for Lion to try to stop C9 now.
Yeah, when everyone tells me, oh, jungle's so OP, top lane doesn't matter, then I'll show them this game.
Yeah, this is a great example. You keep this one.
Jungle diff or top diff? Well, in this game, the top diff was more important.
Yeah, the top diff. Where's the jungle diff? Yeah, he's the diff right there. As C9, they don't even need Baron. Berserker's just trying to farm minions in mid, but C9 looks ready to end the game right here. They do have the super minions. They need a little bit more damage to clear out these turrets. First one about to fall. Then needed one more auto attack. Okay, we're getting a little bit happy here. Berserker cutting the wave in mid at least did provide enough time for Lion to still stay standing for now, but Blabber with a flash and the point blank ulti And again, Lion players are dying before they can react to anything. The burst from C9 is just massive.
See, you could be way more useful on a Stark than Lion. Wait.
Oh, Dokla going in. Tries to find the kill into APA, but the Ziggs has enough mana for the Satchel to get back over the wall. Meanwhile, Sven flashing forward. He's on a rampage. Inspired is already gone, and the rest of Lion is going with them. It's an ace for C9. Right as Lion thought, maybe we can try to defend this. No, sir, not gonna happen. 17-5. C9 bounce back in game 2.
All right, GG, we're going to 3. And Blabber gets some relief. That's why you have to have positive mental, Flowers.
Positive mental and a positively enormous Renekton in the top lane. Thanatos is my player of the game in this one. Lounge, how about you?
Into Blabber. The CC chains were crucial.
Of course.
Look, he hung in there, you know?
That was crazy.
And that's like a mental advantage.
Honestly, the best mental advantage is pressing tab and looking at the difference that's happening top lane.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true, actually.
Also, like, small shout out, I really loved APA's Ziggs ults in both top and bot to kind of set things up. But we're actually going to start, unfortunately for Blabber, with Blabber's, no good, very bad, unfortunate jungle start.
Let's just forget about it, actually.
No, we're not. We're not a show. It's the middle of a series.
Yeah, if you guys remember, down here, whoa, that is not what I wanted to happen.
Whoa,
down
vision.
Here, Saint and APA are actually kind of trading, but the big thing is that this ward has already been placed down by Inspired, and Blabber is holding on to his ward here. And he is not expecting Inspired to actually come around off this top side, but guess what happens? That is what Inspired is going to do. And he is just constantly challenging Blabber wherever Blabber goes, right? So he just comes in, he's going to end up taking these camps on the top side. And Blabber is kind of lost after this. And the thing that we're going to watch is, as Inspired is taking these camps, bot lane is also trading heavily, right? So Blabber comes in, there's this little skirmish in the mid lane where they end up blowing APA's flash as well. And then because bot lane is gonna end up having this push on the bot side, Blabber is still gonna think he's safe to take this. But Berserker and Isles, I really loved this rotation up from them, recognizing that they can kill Blabber right here, right? And that sets up, so not only does Inspired get so much of this, it sets up their bot lane. It sets up Blabber being so behind. And we actually had a stat where Inspired is 4th all-time of LCS junglers, plus 84 CS at 20 minutes.
As Jarvan.
Tying himself.
Yeah, he's not playing like Zyra or Karthus or Nidalee or something.
And Acadian.
Oh, nice.
Shout out to Acadian.
Shout out to Acadian.
Plus 84.
But yeah, this was the story of the early game, and especially with that bot lane rotation up, I really liked recognizing their power. But then the big thing for me is APA on the Ziggs.
Yeah.
Because I think his map awareness, specifically on Ziggs, is really good. His ult's bot, his ult's top. And this is his record all time on Ziggs in the LCS.
Getting Ziggs after banning LeBlanc was a great setup by C9 in the draft. But I also feel like we could have spent the whole post game and we could still be breaking down things that Inspired did to Blabber.
Oh yeah,
He
it was
relentless.
invade after invade after invade.
I think it cut both ways. I think Inspired was playing very well, but I think there was a mental advantage that he had over him as well. Because there were moments where like Inspired didn't have Smite, and he was just bluffing Blabber off of camps at the Grubs.
Yeah.
There was a time where Inspired wins Smite on Red, clearly doesn't have Smite for Krugs, and Blabber misses the Smite on Krugs as well. But the really interesting thing now for this series is C9 won this game.
Yep.
They did.
So they get to reset.
Get in there, Rez.
They came back, and we got to see what was a kind of ridiculous situation. So let me just swap it over quickly here so I can see what's going on in game. So first things first, let's see the comeback initially. There's 2 plays that I want to be able to focus on, and they leveraged Thanatos quite a lot.
Yes.
So Thanatos ends up getting a big chunk on towards Saint, even blows his ultimate at the same time as a play is being made towards Raptors. So while, Saint does try and make himself useful by joining this fight, and the fight ends up playing out, first and foremost, Sven is in the most safest position of all time. Like, you're never going to be able to reach him. Dokla tries, but what can you do? Meanwhile, who's this TP? Who's
Giant Renekton.
That's Renekton! He's joining this fight, and so it's impossible for anything to be done for Misfortune as he gets ganged up on by both the Renekton and Blabber. So it was a really tough fight at all for Lion to take, and if it was just this, I would have been fine with it. But we move on forward to 22 minutes into this game, and what I'm going to show you is the power of vision, right? Off this one push that happens, Cloud9 places a ward on mid lane wave. They reset. They come back to the same position because they're leveraging the strength of Trinity Force 3-item Corki with Nami. And they get this push off. And I'm going to show you just the POV of this ward. And they're always going to give presence towards the 3v3 here from C9. They get push off here. And they have full eyes on Berserker, Saint, Isles. They're separate. You have Thanatos coming from the backside with the strength that he has. This is an easy as days fight from Cloud9 based off the vision to catch who is lingering. So that's 2 plays in a row that you got to C9 really leverage the strength of their bot lane and their top laner.
Incredible use of soul lane power. But also, I saw a lot of negativity from my man Sven in the comments. Look at this game. 30,000 damage by Sven. More than the Ziggs, more than the Renekton. 13,000 damage
your boy, Jet.
by Berserker. I will say, the Ziggs, Renekton, and Sejuani had a lot more to do with the MF not having damage than the Corki, but in a situation where they were consistently getting dove early game, I thought Vulcan and Sven did a very good job staying relevant, not falling far behind, so they could scale into this comeback. So mentally, I'm really curious what happens into this next game, because for Inspired, he's asking his team, what more can I do?
He's asking that question.
I had them completely gapped.
I can hear him right now if I close my eyes.
So player of the game here is Thanatos because of how much they were able to leverage his advantage. But I do actually feel like the momentum is now on the side of C9 because Inspired literally can't play a better game than that. Still lost. And now we move into a game 3 situation.
It's tough. It really is. And I think it showcases the strength of the Ziggs draft in particular because yes, Thanatos was incredibly far ahead. That first gank turned into something larger. It turned into a larger advantage. Then it's a 1v1 top lane, and now the Renekton's going crazy, and you're leveraging a scaling Zigg. So, ridiculous game.
I'm just happy that in our finals rematch, we're going the distance. So as we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
Go here? Yeah. Okay. I'm looking at map, okay? Go dead. Looking. I'm ulting, guys. I think he's dead. Look at map. Dead. Can we go to me? Look. Okay, Jarvan no flash. Kennen is coming. Yeah, kill Jarvan. Baron's free, okay? Go Baron. Yeah, okay. But Ari was really... I'm ulting, guys. I think he's dead. Look at map. Dead. Can we go to me? Look. Okay, Jarvan no flash. Kennen is coming. Yeah, kill Jarvan. Baron's free, okay? Go Baron.
C9 are looking so much better in game 2. Yep, they fish for it and they find it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first week of Spring Split 2026 here at the Riot Games Arena. We're kicking things off with our finals rematch from last split, C9 versus Lion, and we're going to the third game. I'm so happy we get to start off spring with a nice close series.
Let's get it. Just as it should be, right down to the last game here between Lion and Cloud9. See about the bounce back from Cloud9 was really nice. They had a lot more options this time around.
Yes, sir.
And especially after they were able to get, even though Blabber got invaded and counter jungled and pushed out and was down like 50 CS early, he did get the one gank off versus the Kennen that is necessary. You get the Kennen's ult and flash early, and then Thanatos went to town.
He took the ball from there and he ran it straight to the end zone. The Renekton was an absolute raid boss. Even though Blabber fell behind early like you were talking about, it's a great champion to fall behind on if you have to fall behind, since you're always going to have the value on Sejuani. You don't have to hit the stat breakpoints you would on something that's more of a carry or a bruiser. So now we'll see how Lion is going to respond and bounce back to this. I feel like despite the fact that Berserker and Isles had another strong performance in lane, the assistance of APA with the Mega Inferno Bomb, remember that kind of being the difference maker in what was originally just a 2v2 bottom lane, really kind of set Sven going as well on the Corki.
Yep, APA Ziggs, you only get one of those as well per series. So no more APA Ziggs this time around. And we'll see what else Cloud9 are cooking with. Game 3 of Fearless Draft is upon us. We've got the Karma and Azir ban so far from Cloud9, and the Mbessa and Nocturne taken out. They're fearful of that, combination engage play.
Okay, so we've had Karma banned every game. We've had Azir banned, Mbessa and Nocturne. Mbessa was banned second half in game number 1. Nocturne was banned second half in game number 2, if I'm remembering correctly. Now remember that Seraphine has also been banned out every time so far here in the first half of the draft. Pantheon has also been one of those permanent bans, so that one's going to be removed by Lion. Varus is still up. That's another one that's been banned in the first 6 so far in both of our games. So I'm curious, what are we going to let through? Orianna, also still up.
Yeah, without the Nocturne, a little bit less, but still impressive. Let's see what they're going to decide to go with. It has been such high bot priority for Cloud9. They first picked Yunara in the first game, then they first picked Nami in the second game. So really trying to get some sort of that bot lane trial super early on. Ashe Seraphine is definitely very powerful right now. So they want to go with the Seraphine side. Of course, you can pair it with more things than Ashe, but having the slow is super nice. And into the Seraphine, there's multiple options. Interesting they're going with the Bard here for Vulcan. So Vulcan definitely is a huge Bard lover and a very good Bard, but maybe they're going to get Sven something fairly safe on so that he can just kind of farm down there and then they can have more roam time for Vulcan. Because the other angle to go with is always trying to kill the Seraphine lane and go for hook champions. But not this time around because Nautilus was already played. And so pretty easy Ashe Seraphine angle for Berserker and Isles.
Okay, we'll see how much pressure they can get out of this one, see how much extra presence Vulcan will be able to have across the map with that Bard. When people think of NA Bards, Busio is always the one that comes to mind first and foremost, but Vulcan is also one of our better Bard players. I feel like a lot of times he will put on impressive performances with the champion, and we're going to go ahead and see Lion slam the Akali mid for Sane as the response to APA's Orianna.
Yeah, these are always my favorite ones where you give the Orianna and then you take something that can attack it and put kill pressure not only in lane, but really in side lanes later on as well. So if you want to try and make use of this Bard later on and using ults and trying to get some roaming pressure down, like it's pretty dangerous even for Orianna to be out there. That's a safe champion I was talking about there for Sven, so you can pair it with the Bard and stay pretty safe yourself. Mystic shots, keep your distance, but honestly, on the opener, I do like the Lion side.
Okay.
I always really like the Akali angle here. Maybe they'll have some good defensive play there with the Bard, but take a look at the jungle because jungle's really been whittled down. So I want to see if they throw some more bans here and try and push them out a little bit more. Jungle has been
pretty advantageous regardless for Inspired for Lion. And I wonder if like Blabber might have to actually be on another just like utility jungle this time.
Like a meatball.
This time around too. But they're basically out of their last 2 picks, they need someone to deliver the Orianna ball, and someone to have their hard engage for them. So let's see what they decide to go with. I mean, Thanatos, main champions, just kind of getting chipped away at here again with the Gnar ban from Lion. Obviously, the Dokla counter pick did not work out well last time around with the cannon. That was certainly a drawback.
Yeah, Dokla's going to want that one back, but looks like we are going to get a Malphite ban here. I mean, that's a useful ban against both top and jungle, right? So a little bit of double value there.
Yeah, Inspired was definitely one of our biggest jungle Malphite enthusiasts that we've had. And pretty good targeting there. A couple of the jungle tanks, because kind of expecting the big front line from Lion regardless.
Yeah. Well, let's see if Lion want to ban out another one of these top lane options here for Thanatos, and we will see the Olaf.
That is a very good one. Ashe Seraphine, obviously, they rely very heavily on CC.
It's their whole thing.
And they crumple in the face of an Olaf. So I like that. Really like that ban, actually. Taking away the possibility of, honestly, either Thanatos or Blabber. Blabber in his day was a great jungle Olaf as well, so good kind of double ban coverage here.
Okay. Whenever I see a Poppy locked in, I always immediately think, what is the value of the Steadfast Presence? It can be very, very powerful against Akali when she tries to go in to stop her from being able to do all of her ninja stuff and flip around and hop and skip and jump. Obviously doesn't have really any value against the Seraphine and the Ashe because neither one of them have dashes. So we'll see how much value they will be able to get out of stopping Saint's mobility in these fights. Lion do now need to show us what we're going to get here for that front line like you're talking about. When I think front line, I feel like Sion fits the bill.
So then, is Thanatos going to play Gwen into the Sion and try and just demolish him again and have a big carry in the top lane? Because they very well could. They could try and counter pick and go like a Gwen angle or something kind of carry there for Thanatos and beat that Sion. But we'll see. Overall, I like the blind Sion anyway because you're going to have Ashe Seraphine that you need that front line. So the Sion and the Wukong, I think both are good picks for them. It's just that, yep, okay.
Yeah, they didn't take a long time to answer your question.
Yeah, exactly as expected. Slam that as soon as you see the Sion. You know that Gwen is coming to snip, snip. All right, can Thanatos have another carry top game? Top diff here for Cloud9, or will Lion team play be able to pull it off? Personally, I do like the Lion side because it has the big team fight with the Ashe Seraphine Sion. It also, the cheers by the way, they fixed the in-game studio screens here. That's big for the audience.
Yeah!
They can see!
We got the screen operating at full power. We got the draft completed for our game number 3. Lions got so much engage again.
But I think the real big thing for me is going to be how effective is this Akali? Okay. I have pretty big confidence that Saint is going to be one of those terrifying Akalis. And the thing is, even with your Gwen advantage into Sion, your Gwen also could struggle against the Akali. So either the Orianna or the Gwen, if Akali has a good early start, both of those could be good matchups for Saint. So I'm leaning towards the Lion side, but we'll see. It definitely depends on how fed Thanatos can get.
Inspired also on the Wukong. Wukong plus Seraphine together, I just feel like there's so much engage power with this. Wukong jumps in, he does his first Cyclone, gets the knock-up. Seraphine can fire her ulti through both Wukong and Wukong's clone for maximum overkill range. And then, okay, cool, now we've got Cyclone number 2. Oh, here comes Sion. Oh, here comes an Ashe arrow. There's just so many layers that you can put onto this. It's a real problem if C9 is not taking care to keep their vision up, make sure they watch their flanks and not get caught off guard.
Definitely is dangerous out there. Meanwhile, Thanatos has got the foremost Russian top lane camped, and Ward being down was already spotted, so Inspired knows that they've got vision on him on his Raptor start.
Vulcan also going with the Electrocute on the Bard in this one. This is one of these champs that I feel like we do see a variety of different keystones on. Summoner Spellbook being one of the ones that can be pretty prolific, so I always like to double check for those, see if we can expect any Summoner spell swapping throughout the game, but not going to happen here in this one. Checking where junglers are starting. We are on opposite sides of the rift, so should see Inspired pathing towards top. Meanwhile, Blabber will be heading towards the bottom lane, and I feel like if you're Blabber, you just want to have the early game not be the game too early game.
Well, it should be fine because Wukong's a farmer jungler and not Jarvan style kick your ass early jungle. So I think he's going to be fine. It's actually more on Poppy has a lot of like early creative angles he could go for. And especially if the skill shots from Sven and Vulcan are landing onto Isles. We had the camera down there for a little bit at the beginning as APA takes a nice turret shot and gets a Pepega Frog emote from
I love that emote.
From Saint as a response. Isles was taking a couple of the early Mystic shots and some damage, so have to be a little bit careful there as the Ashe Seraphine early on. Of course, the Seraphine is squishy, is vulnerable. You've got plenty of CC and set up for yourselves, but have to be worried if you eat too many skill shots.
All right, Dokla eating the business end of the scissors up here as Thanatos on the Gwen will try to put as much pressure onto this Scion early as is possible. Inspired pathing up towards this top side of the map. Now you can see clearing the smaller camps before he goes for the red buff. Meanwhile, Berserker and Isles still just chilling down here. Again, it's all about those skill shots like you're talking about. Can Sven and Vulcan constantly find those, constantly make sure they're putting pressure on the Seraphine's mana, make sure she can't just be an infinite battery of resources in the lane. Thanatos wants to get this wave crashed in. Dokla doesn't have a lot of resources to work with. Inspired in the top side of the river here, going to clear out that Scuttle Crab. Dokla's down to about 100 HP, and this lane does not look fun, Cole.
Yo, Bard mid is waiting for the teleport from Akali as well. So I wonder if Vulcan could... Okay, it looks like about 200, 250 health worth of damage on arrival for Saint.
Plus Hot Cocoa.
Plus Hot Cocoa deliveries for
the
Orianna. Some big health differences from Vulcan presence, but Blabber did the full clear recall and skipping Scuttle Crab, so he could be here early with the Poppy for contesting these Raptors. I actually really like this from Blabber because Poppy, especially when you know you've got a roaming support like Bard, if you get your buy timer, it's definitely worth skipping the early crab so you can just take away those Raptors from Inspired. He's never going to get those back. Meanwhile, you can just go get your crab afterwards anyway. So nice little maneuver there from Blabber to very, very slightly delay the Wukong farming. Just take away one camp and make use of the Bard roam.
Okay, Blabber.
Oh,
dude! Ooh, that feels bad. Losing the Scuttle Crab to the enemy support. Blabber's Crabbers do not succeed today.
Take back what I said. You can't go get the Scuttle whenever you want.
Nope.
Not when Isles is watching.
Seraphine is right there ready and waiting to steal it away with a high note. So Isles will be happy about that one. 30 seconds until we have our first dragon spawn in this game. We haven't really seen super early dragon priority so far. I feel like it was around 8 minutes in game number 2, around 7 minutes in game number 1, I think. But we're not seeing anybody just beeline straight forward as soon as it spawns.
Yeah, not important for me so far. I got it actually.
Oh, nice.
Really? Nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty nice.
It's not expected thing, but it is nice. Inspired, the little clip, that kind of cut off what he was saying ahead of time, but he started that replay by saying it's not that important for me. So seems like he wasn't that worried.
Okay, Saint trying to go in after APA, but immediately jumps back after Vulcan's ready for the follow-up. Blabber wants to dive in for the tackle. First blood, C9.
The double gank. Bard roams from Vulcan, finding some extra power here with Blabber there to finish it off. Vulcan gets the flash out of him, and Blabber finishes it off. Now Inspired's going for a Gromp steal here. Blabber's on the hunt, and Blabber has Smite too. Smite fight! Oh,
nope.
He doesn't walk up to go see it.
It's just Gromp violence again from Inspired. Moves in, steals that one away, but C9 are going to be happy about Blabber getting himself that first blood here on the Poppy, swooping in to pick up that kill on Saint.
You may have stole my Gromp, but I stole your mid lane champion camp.
The most important camp. Nice CC there on Vulcan. Berserker and Isles continuing to go forward. They want the kill onto the board. Berserker going through the magical journey, and he finds the kill. C9 under serious pressure now as Sven barely stays alive. Blabber's ready to follow it up, and Sven gets the kill with a Mystic Shot. Now Saints coming in over the wall, trying to protect Isles, who does flash away to barely live.
Ooh, we are getting hot. I mean, I like the first chase, but then Blabber on the timer here to... Wait, does that...
You gotta be kidding me. Nice shot.
I'm gonna look, see if there was any when was the last time they saw Seraphine? Let me see here. Continue, Flowers.
Okay. All right. Kobe is investigating whatever's happening right now, as Inspired does have to pop the Cyclone. Let's see if there's anything he can do here. Doesn't really look like it. Yeah, he's got Saint next to him, but C9 are moving as a unit. They know that if this Akali is allowed to try to pick off stragglers, that's exactly where she wants to be, but nobody on C9 is straggling.
All right, that was pure blind from Sven. The last time they saw Seraphine was as Seraphine just exited their own tribe rush. So it's not like he saw him walk into the lower part, because Ezreal very clearly targeted the lower part of that tribe rush.
Yeah.
It could have been either the top side or the bottom side of it, but really good prediction and snipe there from Sven to get the other kill. So this ends up, Flowers, with actually being a 2-for-1 in Cloud9's favor, because Berserker and Isles, they do get the chase kill onto Vulcan, but because of Blabber's recall time in there, he is there for the pickup. And then this one, by the way, nice snipe. He guessed on the bottom side of the tribe rush.
Oh! I feel like that was all of us in that moment.
Yeah, I like these.
That was a pretty good shot, though. But yeah, Sven living there. In that initial dive, you saw the Seraphine try to get the lockdown, try to get the root. It just barely misses Sven. If that hits, they can follow up and secure the kill onto the Ezreal. Then he can't fire back for the extra damage onto Berserker. He can't get the snipe onto Isles. So Sven staying alive there ends up being a big swing in the overall outcome of that play. Beautiful shot comes out from Berserker here with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Now APA's got to try to get away from Saint. Flashes back and stays alive.
Okay, Flash acquired. That's what they're looking for. Ult for ult trade, but extra Flash advantage now for Saint. The Orianna, definitely going to have a bit of a dangerous time. This is one of the things from Champs Select you're looking at is how effectively can they attack this Orianna. So nice Ash Arrow from Berserker and follow up there from Saint to get the Flash out. But Thanatos has been, I guess this is probably about the expected level of Thanatosing and farm advantage in the Gwen versus Sion.
And a little bit of damage here on the Vulcan as the Bard just continues roaming around, continues dropping off these hot cocos for APA. Each one of those giving the value of, like, you know, a health potion or something. It adds up over time, just providing all of this extra sustain. As long as Orianna can't get chipped down, it's much harder for the Akali to feel like he's at a spot where he can really force APA to play more defensively, where Saint can kind of have that control over the lane. So I like what we're getting from Vulcan so far here in this early game. C9 up about 1,000 gold. Berserker and Isles trying to keep the pressure on down here in bottom. Farm dead even between the two carries right now, but overall it's just slight leads towards pretty much everybody on C9 over their Lion counterparts, the only exception being that Isles has a little bit more money on his Seraphine, but it's the Gromp. Again, every single time that the Gromp is alive in the enemy jungle, Inspired wants that frog.
So the Frog does give pretty high rewards as far as jungle camps go. Good gold experience combination, more than Raptors or Wolves. But as far as those Bard shrines, they're really annoying early when the Bard is giving them, you know, like level 1 and stuff to your, you know, laners. But they only like grow to 50 health. So later on, it's not as big.
It's that store brand hot cocoa.
Yeah, sometimes the speed boost, if they're like in a really convenient spot, though, can be super nice too. But we'll see. Dragon advantage for Lion versus the gold and the grubs for Cloud9, and Blabber, he's on the attack now, but it's another Gromp that belongs to Inspired.
You can't out-Gromp the Gromp Master. Oh, nice. There's your Tempered Fate down here with the bottom lane. Vulcan setting this up. Isles takes a lot of burst damage, but they don't have quite enough to kill him here just yet. Inspired locking up Blabber. Needs a little bit more with the second cast of the Cyclone. Gets it done now. Inspired repositioning, but he has to die. He can't get all the way through as Saint arrives into the fight. Finds the assassination on Sven, and now APA's got no way home. Lion ends up finding their angle.
Really nice counter there from a Lion. Reignover happy with that one as well. And getting paid. Guess what? The Akali Gunblade is now done. Plus, he's got extra magic resistance and boots already from the earlier purchases. So the terror of the Akali flowers mid-game, I think, is going to be very real. Saint is going to have a fun time in the side lanes. Here's another look at it. So even though it starts out with a really good ult and follow-up Q from Vulcan, like he times it perfectly. Vulcan got both in the ult, he times the binding perfectly. But the answer in the delay there, Isles got his ult off and then he flashed away to safety. So Inspired is happy to sacrifice himself on the front lines to ensure that they can get the follow-up because he knows Saint is on his way down and he's going to be able to turn the difference here. Berserker constantly slowing them all, and Lion getting the better in the counter.
Okay, now Vulcan again trying to invade the enemy jungle, but quickly being forced back out. Goes on a magical journey to escape, keep himself alive. That Akali is a nightmare to deal with, Kobe, and you already mentioned back in the draft, whichever one of the side laners has to deal with him, if Saint is far ahead of the pace of the game, it's not fun for the Orianna or the Gwen, as now Blabber just trying to get out of this bottom side river, does not want to find himself in a compromised position here, does have his MasterCard power spike with the Sundered Sky, but still just got to be careful when Lion are lurking and looking for these picks. Saint still doesn't have the, well, hold on, that might just be the UI not telling me the correct information, but once Saint has his ulti up, that's going to be really scary.
Yeah, definitely has huge kill pressure because a lot of key flashes, or at least the key flash is...
okay, he's got it.
Is still down for APA. Yeah, that scoreboard's kind of bugging out. APA's flash actually only has a few seconds on it. Okay, there we go.
Okay. Now, Thanatos is going to be paid a visit by Saint, but there's no opportunity for Lion to really look for anything on the C9 top laner. Blabber and Vulcan again, just kind of shadowing APA as he shoves out this wave, completes his mid lane quest right there. Berserker and Isles noticing that the enemy support has roamed yet again, just trying to maintain control over the lane, but they do have to play with enough respect that they don't get punished as Vulcan and Blabber return to the bottom side of the map. Both junglers hanging around the area here as Sven just continues to try to land these Mystic shots, find a little bit of poke, but he's got to be careful himself as Berserker's volleys keep finding their target.
Yeah, it does see there, a little bit of poke damage. Now Akali Roam is coming first.
Okay.
So Lion moving up for extra space because Saint has the early pathway, but they call it off now. Honey Fruit, really, really good sustain here, and Lion can just start up the dragon off this. Still, Sven and Vulcan have been poked a little bit at the start of this.
Okay. Here we go, potential dragon fight, 4v4 down here in the river. Top laner teleports are ready to go if they want to try to join. Dragon down to 2,000 HP, Keeper's Verdict, nice usage there from C9. Guarantees that they can secure the objective without having to fight Lion for it.
Yeah, really good. You know, Poppy and Bard utility combo is so nice. You can Poppy ult them out and you can Bard escape tunnel so they can't even chase you down afterwards. Great stuff there from Blabber. Poppy ultimate land, secure the smite, and nice little heist from Cloud9.
And honestly, Kobe, 14.5 minutes into the game, we got a real close one here in game number 3. I always like it when the last game of a series is the closest game of the series, and I feel like that's what we're getting here on day 1 of Spring. Thanatos has to be a little bit mindful of what Lion's trying to do here. Saint does arrive into the top lane, looking to see if maybe he can finish this off. Jumps in after Thanatos, smoke screen is down, and Saint's got the burst. But now he'll be punished. Blabber's there, ready to clean it up. Stun locks him underneath the turret to make it an even trade.
I feel like that's a case of, I just used my teleport up here. I'm going to get paid.
Yeah, I'm getting something. I didn't press the button for no reason.
You may kill me, but I'm definitely killing you.
And I don't know, man. I feel like if I'm going to pick between an Akali and a Poppy to have kills, I would rather have the Akali with all of the kills.
Agreed. Agreed. More danger with the Akali. Okay, so teleport invested for that play as well as the Akali ult, which honestly the cooldown is very short already because it's rank 2 already, so doesn't even have to wait that long to become a really big side lane threat again. All the outer towers are still up though, so it's not hugely problematic at the moment. And honestly, maybe I'm looking at the next Ash Arrow as the real ignition tool here for Lion. But because Akali has no teleport, this should be Cloud9 guaranteed. Rift Herald, Lion really have no business going over there.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if they chose to try to fight around an objective that their Fed Akali cannot make it to in any reasonable amount of time. But Dokla has to flash away now. Tempered Fate still finds him. Blabber's going to summon up the Herald, and honestly, I feel like this is just a blunder from Dokla. What are we doing here?
It is. He was like shadowing the pink ward or something.
Yeah, that one was confusing.
Did we just see a death for our one auto on a ward or something?
No way. No way, right?
Yeah, man, that was a ward battle, bro.
Well, unlucky. Dokla's going to want that one back.
And he didn't even kill the ward.
Yeah, he dies without getting the ward. He's going to lose his turret. That's the first turret of the game. That's more money in the Gwen's pocket. We're talking about Akali being a Fed side lane threat. Guess what? Gwen is immune.
Okay, we did say it does, it does depend on how fed Thanatos can get. And as you say, a little influx of gold, that is quite nice. Barely getting the first turret bonus. Let's see, 1,000 gold the advantage of Cloud9. They know that Thanatos at least doesn't have flash.
Yeah, and Inspired is going to full commit for this one. Thanatos has no flash and he has no needlework, so he can't drain tank to keep himself alive a little bit longer, so Inspired just beats him down, ties our game back up 6-6.
All right, there you go. They kind of bring that one back nicely for themselves. Wukong and Akali both need money, so good stuff here for Inspired to get paid. Both of them can easily get inside the Shroud. Both of them can put high pressure on Orianna. So that diving duo is definitely going to be painful for Cloud9. We'll see about Vulcan's ulti here on Bard. Sometimes the defensive ones can be exceptional. Berserker in the mid lane here, though, seems positioned pretty nicely. I mean, Inspired does lose his blue, but I'm still... The next Ash Arrow, I feel like they do have another opportunity. Jumps in, goes for it, but Blabber still secures.
And I feel like Berserker is just rushing Hex Optics on everything. He seems to be very, very fond of this item.
A lot of AD carries do, because it's efficient, it's pretty cheap. It's like a really good early item. Lots of value, especially since they made it really easy to get the range value from it now too. So I think I'm definitely on board with it.
Okay.
I think it's a good early all-arounder for most creative carries.
Well, he's also got the Phantom Dancer completed now, second full item. As over on the other side, Sven is about to hit a power spike of his own with the Manamune almost evolved into the Muramana, but now Thanatos facing the pressure of Inspired here yet again. Full charge decimating smash, and there's no way for the Gwen to get away from that one. But now Isles is in some danger. Blast Cone over the wall, back to the safety of Berserker. Means that C9 is not going to get a punish there.
Man, yeah, the side lanes are already a problem for Cloud9, and it's not even the Akali, it's really the Wukong. Inspired. Yep. Inspired just kind of running Thanatos now. Got him on the bottom side before Dragon, so it should be very good for Lion, but Dokla is taking a lot of damage early.
Yeah, they committed the shockwave to the lone Scion, and it's going to end up resulting in a kill. APA getting the credit for that one as Dokla's already out of the picture. The Drake is secured by Inspired and Lion as Blabber jumps into the mix, but now he's taken a ton of damage from Berserker's focused fire. Keeper's Verdict knocks the Lion AD carry away, keeps Blabber safe for now, but objective still goes Lion's way.
Let's see. Is this going to mean much on the other side? I mean, I wonder how this Akali Gwen goes right now. Santos doesn't have ult, but Saint does. I guess he's just going to recall anyways because it's a little deep. Yeah, it just got kind of weird there as Dokla's on the backside. So Cloud9, I think they're, happy at least to still get money, even though they couldn't get Blabber quite in there in time to steal that dragon. And it's just a good secure from Inspired. Gets a combo damage.
All right,
C9. If he had the full range there or not, coming through the magical journey. Pretty close.
And they've still got that about 1,000 gold lead overall. You can see the biggest advantage for Lion is Saint's Akali. He's level 13 compared to level 14 of Thanatos, though. Top lane quest, of course, paying dividends with that bonus EXP, but Saint is still perfectly confident just to get this wave pushed out down here in the bottom lane. Baron's alive, but because the game is so close, I don't really expect to see anybody doing some sneaky YOLO Barons anytime soon, and we don't have a dragon on the map for another 4 minutes almost, so I feel like maybe slows down a little bit here. Maybe.
I mean, unless we do have some sort of, you know, Ash Arrow hitting somebody, which is pretty hard since Ezreal is super mobile. Orianna still has Flash right now. Gwen can easily just W it. So yeah, and maybe a Bard initiation like Vulcan. Okay. Vulcan can try and get summoner spells off of either Ash or Seraphine, making a kind of a pass-through mid now too. You can just look for that, but Lion should be able to push on both sides, and Saint does, yeah. The Akali is just so mobile. That's why it's like, it's still pretty good.
Ooh, nice arrow there from Berserker. Finds Vulcan before he can go on a magical journey, and they shoot down the C9 support. Nice pick.
Yeah, beautiful pick here. That's going to open up a lot of territory around mid. Blabber gets pushed out of the jungle here by Inspired, and the tower goes down. Dokla blast cones over as well to make sure they can finish the objective. Good pick from Lion into instant tower take, and the Akali on bottom side constantly keeps up the pressure here. You can dance in and out of the Gwen range, dodge most of anything that's really going to affect you. So, yep, play safe, be very mobile, try and take a cheeky auto on a crystal when the crystal's built up on the tower.
The crust.
The crust.
Yeah.
The gold crust.
If you can knock the tower crust off of the tower, then you're going to get that extra little payday. Makes it worth staying down there, keeping Thanatos locked in the lane where he can't try to join the fights and become the type of raid boss that he was on the Renekton in the previous game. 7-8, still very close overall in kills. 2 minutes until our next Drake spawns. Do you think we're going to get a fight for this one? Because it is a Chem Soul, lower value than normal, plus it's only 1 to 2 in the Drake count.
I actually think that we are, because we've got 2 item power spikes for basically everyone by that time. Thanatos probably will have his finished.
Okay.
Or definitely will have his finished. So I think it definitely will be competitive. It depends on the setup here. But C9, there's so much variance between Bard and Poppy ultis. Like, those things could make a fight look completely one-sided. Yeah, heaven or hell. They can be completely one-sided and just look like a giga gap if you get a super crazy Bard ulti and Poppy ult takes like half their team out of the fight or something. So we'll see if those are effective. I would hope for Cloud9 side though that they would be able to find a Bard or something ult onto the Ashe or Seraphine early, because Ashe and Seraphine coming to a team fight with both summoner spells is a completely different monster than if they don't have their flashes. Then they're super vulnerable and you can actually make a really, put a lot of pressure. But Berserker and Isles have done a pretty good job of keeping their summoner spells and being really big threats here and finding actually picks of their own with their Asher on Seraphine ults.
I mean, Seraphine's pretty much full build, man. He's got his Echoes of Helia plus his Diadem of Songs. Like, this is the support power battery that just constantly keeps the heals and the shields spamming, makes it so difficult. Unless you can just kill her instantly like you're talking about, have some big engage. But Lion have control over the mid lane wave right now. Dokla and Berserker are going to clear out those enemy minions first. 20 seconds until the Drake spawns, and Lion wants to make sure they've got control. They'll use the Hawk Shot just to confirm that C9's not trying to sneak the Baron away. That would be one of the ways to accidentally blunder your position of strength away.
Okay, so they're sending APA to push one more wave on top. Thanatos, unless he actually uses needlework, I don't think they're going to try and chase him down or anything, but
probably not. Well, there is needlework being used down here in the bottom lane. Same with the flash, trying to stay alive, but no! Thanatos gets the pick. Saint falls. Lion at the same time trying to secure the dragon for themselves. They do have enough time to do so. The Tempered Fate and the True Shot Barrage aren't going to stop that. So a kill for a Drake.
I want to see the beginning of that. I wonder what Vulcan was able to land there, because Vulcan kind of like lane ganked for Thanatos there. They used the heal from Vulcan to get the speed, and Thanatos flash with his needlework to get the kill. But regardless,
Blabber with the blast cone over, trying to make the dive happen here in the tier 1 turret in mid lane. But Big Dokes has arrived with the Scion. So the turret does go over to C9, but Lion get the kill.
Sion is also immune when he ults in.
Yup.
He is unstoppable. So Dokla ults in right through this Poppy ult, right through Blabber's face. That was a costly error.
Yeah, that's massive. That's the enemy jungler dead for the next 30 seconds. Thanatos is down in the bot lane. He's teleporting back into the fight now, but he doesn't have the needlework ready to go here just yet. Lion are starting up the Baron. C9 coming to stop him. Not a particularly fast Baron here from Lion, as you do see the teleport being channeled from Saint, looking to make his way into the mix. Thanatos in the backside of the Baron pit, just trying to keep Lion distracted. Saint in the middle of everybody, has to dive under the smoke. True Shot Barrage hits Saint and Isles both. Dokla here on the front line, trying to buy some time. Thanatos again, right back into the Baron pit. Massive shockwave coming out from APA. Dokla's gonna die here on the Sion. APA gets the kill credit on that one. C9 wants to clean up more of these kills, and Vulcan with the two-man binding. It's beautiful to pick up 2 more kills and put the money in Sven's pocket.
Oh, that was messy from Lion. We got to see the replay. That Smite was either very early or he hit a champion with it. But he still ended up getting the Baron. Regardless, they die. A bunch of them die in the aftermath. Remember, Baron it gives like half the amount of gold it used to. So if you give up a bunch of kills, it's not worth anymore. But anyways, they actually stay on the Baron because there's no... Blabber's obviously dead, so there's no smite for Cloud9. But let's take a look at who they actually smite. Good damage from the Ezreal ult and Thanatos. They just say, all right, we finish it. And here comes the smite timing, but he smites like a champion. Yeah, he smites Thanatos. And then he's like, oh, shoot. And he still queues the Baron. He still gets the Baron as Thanatos is trying to kill Berserker, but it costs them... well, extra deaths because of the really nice flash there from Vulcan.
Yeah.
Vulcan, it was just going to be the one, but good flash from Vulcan.
What happened, guys? They don't have the smite.
Well, what happened is they got hit with the Ezreal ult. That was like 300 damage on like 3 different people.
Yep.
And Thanatos was stacking up his Riftmaker and just chewing through the Sion. And so Thanatos and Sven both did a lot of damage there as they chased him into the pit.
And now you can see Sven has the Serpent's Fang completed. There's so much shield value on the enemy team with the Seraphine, with the Scion. You can really get a ton of value out of this item. C9 are up 3,000 gold as a team, and now they're the ones controlling the bot side river. Dokla's got to be a little bit mindful of his positioning here. Nice arrow flies out from Berserker to find its way onto APA while Sven is under pressure from Inspired off on the left side of the fight here at the same time. Thanatos goes golden. Lion trying to get the punish here, but it's Inspired who dies first. C9 are already winning the team fight, and APA with the shockwave completely removes Isles from the rip. Thanatos with the kill credit on Dokla there. Berserker cannot outfight the whole C9 squad, and that is a massive win for C9, 4-0.
Thanatos is dancing on them. Oh my goodness, he dodged everything. He really good arm guard there from him as well to create the space. And Cloud9, they're gonna ride this all the way to the base, Flowers.
They are going straight for the throat. Saint is the only one standing on Lion for the next 15 seconds or so. Sure, you'll have Isles back, but support Seraphine isn't going to be able to stop the C9 War Machine. Inhibitor already destroyed here in the bottom lane, and C9 are pushing straight for the Nexus. Saint tries to jump in, but he doesn't have the damage to kill Sven. The Akali falls. Inspired has finally come back to life. He jumps in after Thanatos, but they still don't have the damage to kill the Gwen. He goes back over to the Honey Fruit, eats those, and C9 are going to exfiltrate the base. Dokla tries to jump in and get something back. Sven gets away from the arrow. Lion is still chasing, and C9 is still getting away. Lion just cannot confirm any of these kills.
Lion have lost all momentum in the entire game. It started with that Baron and ends with C9 destroying their inhibitor and one Nexus tower. Lion now still, like, they're trying to make the play extra long here, chasing them out, but their teleport comes back from Cloud9. They want to turn the tables here in the jungle, Blabber.
Yeah, Lion was thinking about the Dragon Soul, but no, it's not going to happen. Isles already chunked down to 1/3 HP. Blabber's got to be careful just a little bit as Inspired continues diving forward. Saint arrives, Lion still just trying to have any sort of a foothold here in this game, and right as Saint wanted to go in, he immediately gets stopped by Blabber. Meanwhile, we've got the fight back at the base at the same time as Thanatos is on a rampage, just once again tearing through the health bars of Lion. The Gwen just cannot be stopped. Snip, snip, make sure he uses the stasis to get away from the charge of the decimating smash, shut down from Inspire onto Vulcan, but Thanatos is just gonna end the game. GG! C9 take down Lion.
Thanatos is a god. Holy, Cloud9 get their revenge for finals.
C9, the first game was a little wobbly, but they bounced back well. They'll take the best-of-3 win against Lion. Revenge for finals like you're talking about. And Thanatos is just the man.
That was a fun one. What a turn. Man, that Baron got so messy for Lion. And Cloud9 taking all that gold, pushing into the base, turning it around. C9 take the first win of spring.
It was crazy how fast things ended after that Baron call, because things were so close up until that point. It seemed like, oh man, this could be what really blows the game open for Lion here with Blabber dead for so long. But no, man, the C9 punish was exactly what they needed it to be. And you gotta feel like this is a great start coming into the split, having the doubts that you probably have about what went wrong at the end of split number 1, wanting to get back to that form, wanting to be the team that everybody's out to beat again in the league. This is a great way to do it. And now we're about to head down to the stage to join Blabber for an interview.
Hello and welcome. I'm here joined by the victorious Blabber of C9. So first of all, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Going into today, especially after game 1, you guys kind of needed to regroup, and then there was that really aggressive invade from Inspired, specifically kind of targeting you. So I wanted to say, like, what was your mental during that game? Because the way you guys came back was really, really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think I made a pretty big mistake level 1 just by either, like, 1, not warding, and then 2, I wasn't even thinking about it, which is obviously bad. But after that, I mean, I'm playing Sejuani, so it's like, it's not the worst. I'm not like playing a hyper carry, so I felt like I could keep making plays on the map. Maybe use the fact that I have no camps to farm to gank people. But yeah, that's what I was thinking in the early game, and then I think later on we played our team comp pretty well.
Nice. And then recovering, going up against Lion, I guess, what was your strategy, especially after having not only a rough finals, but a rough time in Brazil at America's Cup?
I mean, to be honest, right now we weren't really focusing on Lion. We're not really focusing on any specific opponent. We are not doing the best right now in practice, I would say. And we're trying to just fix our own problems. Yeah, after finals, we didn't do super well as America's Cup. And I think we, are in a bit of a slump right now. But I'm hopeful that we're going to fix it with the long regular season.
What can you take from this win today on stage? Because I feel like that's been something that you've talked about. I know your coaches have talked about, your teammates have talked about, like struggling in scrims, but still doing well on stage. What's something you feel like you guys did well today that you can bring into your practice?
I mean, I think game 2 specifically, we came back really well, or at least I did, I think, from a deficit. And I think, honestly, game 1, even though it felt like we got stomped, I felt like that we could have won that fight at Crab when I had my item, and I mean after that it was kind of unplayable, but I felt like we played that first game decently well and we should have won that fight, or I mean I need to rewatch it, but I felt like we were playing towards the win con of like our team in today's games, and we weren't inting as much as we normally do in scrims, so yeah, I think we can bring some good things into our practice next week.
All right, thank you so much, Blabber. It's always great to catch up with you, and congratulations. We're going to toss it to break, and then on the other side, DSG and Sentinels will be facing off.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter? How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life. Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back! Sentinels versus DSG. Now, as a note from the prior series, player of the game goes to...
You're staring at me?
I thought you would get it.
I voted for Thanatos.
Oh!
I think Thanatos did more than was expected.
Fair enough. I got player of the game, yes, for Vulcan, but I had player of the series for Thanatos for me. That's my vote. That's my vote. Now, the reason why we had this up is, of course, we have Sentinels versus DSG. Now, you would expect them after last split that the expectations versus reality, maybe they would be surging in the power rankings. I got DSG at last, and I'm like,
whoa!
But
Wait,
why?
I was gonna say, I don't know about I don't know about surging in the power rankings, but I do think this is a level up.
Wait, you're the only one. You're the only one. You're the only non-believer.
This is not much better. If you're on DSG.
It's a way better. What do you think?
This is not much better.
There's 2 spots. There's only 8 teams total.
That's actually percentage-wise better than a 10-team.
Why, Raz? Why?
Look,
Why do you think they're the worst team?
Oh my God, I'm already hearing it from the team themselves. I mean, my quick one is like split one, the teams that they had faced against, and you're doing Swiss in regular season, and then when they went up to the upper bracket, they immediately got like taken out by Sentinels. Then I like Team Liquid. I think, you know, fake information from my opinion.
I will say Raz is actually now having the more time to look at the power rankings. Raz's is the most different.
I'm a maverick.
But anyway,
taking each step forward.
Ask Kingus how that worked out.
Oh,
for
you
last
also
split.
fully invested in Scrimbucks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the
anyway,
matchup itself.
Yeah, I want to talk about these 2 junglers, and I know Kobe, you've talked about these guys too, because talking to LCS junglers about Hanbok is so funny because they're all like, we have no idea what this guy is going to do at any given minute. And then by contrast, you have Kryra, who DSG was really upfront about, this is our guy, we're still scrimming with him, even when he couldn't get here and was having a few visa issues to start Split 1. So this is my most interesting matchup actually going into this series.
Yeah, I especially with the improvements in synergy that we saw from Hanbok and like Darkwings, you know, when they start communicating more in English and you start to see more synergy, like I think that his mechanics combined with the improvements that we saw from Sentinels, I think is going to be a dub for them. Kryra, there were a couple like invades where he went for where they weren't like accounting for support position or perfect timers that did get punished, but they have had a lot of time as well to practice.
I think the challenging thing a lot of the times, you already know this as a jungler, the most important thing is pressing the F keys and seeing how your lanes do. Like seeing if there's an opportunity to play off of. And I think what we got to see during the lower bracket for DSG were a lot of losing lanes. Whereas I look towards Sentinel side and like—
blame my team.
Yeah, exactly.
Smart.
So that, I think from Sentinel side, they're doing quite well, specifically bot lane. I mean, I talk about Rahel a lot, but like I think if you have a winning lane, you can accelerate so much of your campsite. Now I heard we have an additional minute. I want to talk about one player because we were at the tailgate. We have photo cards for Sentinels. And
did you already open it? Do you know
I'm opening it now. It's a pack opening. I want to see.
Rez, do you have X-ray
it's a
vision?
surprise.
Yeah,
no, he'll talk about
whoever.
one player.
Whoever. Okay. Who we got?
So, first one, Rahel. I already said him, so we can just throw that to the side.
That's a crazy draw. That's your favorite player on their team, and you got the shiny?
I can easily talk about them. This is perfect for me. Rahel is one of the best ADs in the region. So, like, the fact that we have him, immediately you go towards the bot side of the map. That's what I imagine Hanbok to be already planning. He's rubbing his hands
Emily,
right
they
behind
have every player in here.
So it's a spoiler.
That's the first one I picked up, though.
It's not that crazy of a pull.
Okay, I thought he was going to draw like
It's just this card.
Different cards. You know, like different versions of them.
Here, you can have Huhi.
Yeah,
Nice,
but there's
I
only
love
one
Huhi. He's
shiny.
great.
There's only one shiny.
Oh yeah,
okay.
this is not a shiny one like that. But I do love my boy Huhi, and I also think jungle support is similarly very important, and you could see not only their communication with Darkwings improving, but then also communication with Hanbok and Huhi improving. And I think that in particular is really important considering how Huhi talked about this team and wanting to kind of facilitate their craziness in a way, which I think is very fun, but also he said like, oh, I kind of had to take a step back and be like, okay, maybe like reel them in somewhat, but not too much because we want to take advantage of our aggression.
There's 3 things that Sentinels needs to watch out for. Number 1, Sajed Kaisa. It may be out of the meta, but he's an incredible Kaisa player. The other one is Lions has some insane Nico or Bard games. The third one is your own champion select screen. Lock in the right runes, lock in the right champions. We cannot have 3 games in a row.
Aatrox.
Literally none of that.
That's Golden Glue. I'm going to blame Golden Glue. If they mess up another champion select, locking the correct champion, Golden Glue is going to have a penalty.
Blame your teammates, not the coach.
Do the players get to assign that penalty though, or are they just like, dude?
No, yeah, the players also are going to get punished. I would also say, Raz, I like all of those things to watch out for DSG. I would also say the most scary thing for me if I was playing versus DSG would be their team fighting. I think their team fighting has really brought that team together. They have been excellent. Castle, I think, does a lot of things for this team. And Sajed's team fighting way better than his lane phase. So it does set them up for a lot of like mid-game success if you're not careful. That being said, I'm still gonna predict Sentinels because Sentinels have showed so much control.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, I was wondering what your predictions were because I do agree. I think once Sajed gets out of lane, his team fighting is really, really strong. And when we have seen DSG kind of coming back in these situations, it has been through their team fighting. I also went Sentinels. I said 2-1. I think it's gonna be, I think generally for beginning of season, it's kind of crazy, kind of messy, you know. So yeah, but I am okay. So
all
everyone
of us
went.
I had a 2-0 for Sentinels.
Wow, Rez.
And what's crazy is that because I mean, look, I already put them in last place. It is what it is. My cards have been played out there.
Yeah, you're a hater, bro. You're a DSG hater.
Unfortunately, I'm going to be the first one to get slapped.
I like that.
I think. For sure, I'm going to be the first one to get slapped. So, I heard that we just need additional minutes based off of just like Impact. I think just needs to get his login in there. So.
Oh my. Okay. As long as he doesn't mess up the champ select though, it's all good.
It's fine.
Don't mess up your runes. Remember, get the right rune pages.
It's a perfect segue because I wanted to talk about top lane anyways, because even though the one player that I didn't even talk about, I actually have the most faith in when it comes to early game, which is Castle. Castle, his early laning is actually so good. We got to see the Nasus pick up on the Kennen counter pick last split, and then we also got to see his Yorick play. He's somebody that is like, you just can't really predict what type of champion he's going to go for. I think he is incredibly good in terms of counter picking, and especially if you're going versus Impact, that could be the difference maker.
So you're gonna say even if Impact picks Guardian Aatrox, perhaps.
If that happens,
we should not be relying on,
if that happens,
relying on that to happen.
If that happens, I am shaking to producers and be like, change my predictions. Please change my predictions. For now, I'll keep it.
2-2-1.
Yes, to 2-1. Yeah, it's 2-1. It's not going to change.
Honestly, though, it is really close. So these two teams overall are 4-4 in game score. The reason why I think most people are still tilting towards Sentinels is because the recent performances were more Sentinels favored, and they seem like in the second matchup that they had really come to recognize and play around the DSG strengths pretty well. And then in America's Cup, I thought I also saw a lot of the kind of expected strategies and execution from this team. So I do like the progression.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that one of the other reasons why I'm going Sentinels, just because a little bit of recency bias. I've seen them together for a little bit longer. I've seen more games out of them, and even though they didn't make it to the America's Cup finals, they did lose to C9 in the lower bracket. I think it was telling how many teams were saying, oh, we're kind of more scared of Sentinels than C9, which I thought was interesting. And also just because we've seen them improve in these small increments and not have a huge backslide. Raz is opening more cards.
I got an urgent report.
Wait, Emily, you got to tell them where you saw this team play together, because you saw them play together more when they were on DSG.
No.
That's also true. That's also true.
Guys.
I was talking about America's Cup, but that is a good shout out. There's a little bit of a grudge match here.
The most important thing, I got another shiny. It's a golden glue shiny.
You got a Grayson?
Zoom that in there.
Wait,
whoa. Give me my shiny.
Here, you can have all these. I'll trade you all these for it.
What? I'm not doing that.
Wait, have you guys seen the signatures on the back? They're really cute.
They're really good. They're really good. Now you got my best card.
He has a really cute signature.
So we're all predicting Sentinels, though. We're going to look really bad if DSG win this.
Yeah.
Toast has already been flaming Sentinels. The first time that they did upset them and they did win, talking about how they did steal so many of their players. And
I like how the increment of the amount of money getting paid increased every time Toast talked about it. But you guys have heard enough from us. We are ready. It's time to start the game. Take it away, Zale.
Thanks, Emily. Welcome back to the opening weekend presented here by MasterCard. LCS is back. It is Spring Split, and we've got a pretty good match for ourselves here. Sentinels versus DSG.
Absolute banger. These teams played 2 times in lock-in, once in a best of 3, once in a best of 5. Technically, DSG won both best of 3s, but then they played 2 additional games in best of 5 and lost both. So they got knocked down in the upper bracket of the playoffs for that. So all told, they've played 8 stage games against each other, and the record stands at 4-4. So I think we're up for a very close competitive series.
Yep, so it has been very close between these two teams, and these two teams have quite a bit of history, as they were talking about on the lounge. Sentinels obviously coming into the league and taking the entire bot side from DSG after DSG did have a bit of a resurgence at the end of last year. But this team has bounced back quite well, and DSG, especially early on in lock-in, was a big part of the reason things felt so unpredictable, because DSG and FlyQuest were doing so much better than expected. TL and Lion were struggling at the start of lock-in. Though they did kind of fall off a little bit towards the end, I'm excited to see how DSG actually looks coming into this longer split.
And already Sentinels able to lock down the Karma. It's a champion that is very frequently banned, or you attempt to unpair the Karma from the Ezreal, but it does seem like Sentinels will be able to get both. Good chance they match it with Ashe Seraphine, but we'll see if DSG's cooking anything interesting here. They wouldn't have to pick both of them right away, so they can get a power pick in the mid lane if they lock in Orianna as well.
Yep, definitely can go Orianna. Pantheon up and available and is going to be grabbed, which with the Orianna not getting locked, I mean, obviously could still go with that. It is definitely like the highest prio mid laner on the patch right now, is still banned a lot globally. And we could see more of a throwback to what had been so popular in LCS in lock-in, which would be the Taliyah Pantheon. That had been incredibly popular. But right now, Taliyah, you know, definitely is kind of looked at as a tier below the very top mid laners.
It's really interesting. Taliyah lost a little bit of damage on Q and seemingly fell off the face of the earth. But I really want to see the direction that DSG go here by just locking in the Nami. So they'll probably just go Corki Nami here and drop mid. But at the same time, this does allow Sentinels, if they just wanted to go something really basic like Ezreal Orianna, that would be a very good core of just raw power picks for Sentinels. Yeah,
it really is. I mean, it gives DSG the opportunity then to potentially, you know, ban out some of these junglers in the second phase if you do actually go for the Orianna here to try to limit that. But I think it makes a lot of sense. It gives you a really well-rounded composition for Sentinels. Of course, if you go Orianna here, you are going to be pretty low on Engage, but there's so many champions left early on in Fearless that it's not like it's going to be a problem to grab some Engage from jungle or from top lane despite the fact that there's still some bans remaining.
Yeah, especially with Darkwings being a control mage player, I feel like it's very smart to lock that in right now. And with the Corki being locked in, now Sentinels, what's interesting about this is with the Pantheon for DSG being so early, they're way into this composition that's going to be outranging them, and if they have first setup is going to be too strong to play against, they need to have a way of engaging or flanking. So I would expect Calmy to go with a little bit more of an assassin pick, would be my guess of the direction this composition should go.
Yeah, I mean, both sides, you're going to be banning out, you know, aggressive mid lane picks here on the side of Sentinels. They're already banning the Akali, and then on the other side, you're banning what you believe to be the top physical damage junglers. I wouldn't be surprised to see Wukong getting banned out. I think it's such a strong pairing with Orianna and helps to solve some of the engage issues that they might have. Instead, they're going to ban the Vi, so Wukong still is up and available for Sentinels, and as a result, I kind of feel like DSG didn't really accomplish that much with the jungle bans, because if you're just still walking out of here with Wukong Orianna, you're feeling really, really happy.
And this is interesting because I do feel like post first stand, there's a little bit of a consensus on what the balance is right now, but it does seem like DSG has a bit of a different read by giving over the Karma, matching it with Nami Corki, which is not a pairing that I've seen beat it that often, but if they have confidence with Shijette and Lions to be able to do so, all power to them. But just in terms of raw power picks, if this is a first stand draft, you're really favoring what Sentinels has.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it does look very, very strong. They're going to be banning out the Jace here as well. And we'll see what the solo laners are going to be here for DSG. Galio would be fun. Obviously, does give you a lot of dive if they wanted to go that route.
No, they lock in the Rise, which isn't a power pick in lane, but can definitely try and split push, and it does have the ability to offer a little bit of flanking, so they're going to need to play side lanes very aggressively. And I love the hover right here. So we had Rob Moore on our pre-show, and he was actually mentioning he really hopes that he can see Hambach play Skarner because he loves watching him play it in scrims. He says, I really love Hambach pulling people. So I think the hover is just for Rob, and they might lock in something else, but the tower's getting pretty low. They lock it.
All right, there you go. They're going to be going with the Skarner here, so that is going to get locked in.
Over the Wukong.
Yeah, it's really interesting to actually see that. You know, Wukong definitely a more common pairing, and there's, you know, relatively low range, you know, things like the Rise, the Pantheon, so you get a little bit more value then than you normally would with the Skarner. Gnar would make a lot of sense, pretty safe here as far as a pick on the top side for Impact, and is one of those classics that he can go towards. You know, when you're looking at DSG, they definitely have the ability to play through sides here with the Rise, with the Pantheon ult to try to support that. And it is going to be Aurora for Castle, so going for the counter pick here against Impact in the top lane.
It really appears like Ido and DSG love empowering Castle with counter pick in these drafts. I don't love Aurora with Rise. I think that's a difficult pairing because if Gnar gets to a point where he can build his wit's end, he'll kind of run the game from the side lane. But in the early laning phase, it does allow DSG to get a lead, and they're going to need to snowball.
And the other thing, though, you have to keep in mind is even if you do get towards that wit's end, Pantheon can be joining in the side lane, right? You know, and that is not really going to help you out in that way. So they do have the ability to collapse on these side lanes. You know, Aurora versus Gnar, you know, maybe you can be able to handle that in the 1v1, but what if the Realm Warp comes in? What if the Grand Starfall comes in? And I think that's what DSG is going to be looking to do, where Sentinels, it's really up to Impact to survive on that top side. You have Karma Ezreal on the bot side, and you have a really strong 5v5 that is going to be difficult to engage into for DSG.
Currently, I'm a pretty big fan of the Sentinels draft. Their engage is relatively low, having to rely on Orianna, Skarner, and Gnar, all fairly unreliable forms of initiation. But in terms of Sentinels' early laning power, and then also if they're ever first to the zone, their range, the shield, the tankiness, the damage is all really in a good spot for Sentinels.
Absolutely is. Will be difficult for DSG to break in, as you're saying, if Sentinels are to the objective first here. But so much of this game could come down to the lanes. Will this counterpick here of the Aurora on the top side work out for Castle? It's one of those players that really does buy pretty heavily into solo queue data, cares a lot about what the counter matchups, what the data is showing online. These are things that he loves to practice, loves to bring out some of these more unique picks. That's something he did with the Nasus in Split 1 very famously. It's something he was looking to do even last year. You know, while his team was struggling, he was kind of that big bright spot people were talking about.
Absolutely, and doesn't appear to be any shenanigans early game. I'm all tense in the early game after watching Blabber versus Inspired, because for some reason Inspired just goes insane with his invades every single early game, but it does appear like we're starting this with some full clears.
Looks like it will be the case, and going to be very interesting to see how this top side goes, but this is the unexpected result for Sentinels in lock-in. So this was 6th, the preseason power ranking. That is the aggregate among everyone on the broadcast. We power ranked them 6th. They actually ended up finishing in 3rd. People will talk about the short schedule with lock-in. People will talk about some of the matchups and this and that, which is true. But at the end of the day, this is a team that did overperform expectation. And it's kind of funny because it feels like, despite that 3rd place finish, immediately everyone went back and was like, yeah, but that's not going to happen again.
It's really crazy. I noted this with Golden Glue teams as well. He had 2 straight years coaching a 100 Thieves team, which at the start of the year, almost everyone ranked in the bottom half to the straight up bottom of the entire LCS. But then back-to-back years took that team to the World Championship. But then every single time he'd come into a new team or a new situation, his expectations don't get to carry over. He always accomplishes his goal, and then it never carries over. So we'll see what happens once again in this spring split with Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting. Golden Glue, you know, one of the things I will say carries over is kind of his reputation as a coach. People have been giving him a lot of credit. You know, this is the history that you're talking about. Has had a lot of very good results, honestly. You know, being able to finish 4th, then 3rd, then 2nd, 5th, 3rd, another 3rd place finish here to start off the year with rosters that are not expected to finish highly. And that is often how people will judge, you know, coaching performance is kind of that.
I saw Lin by Impact here.
Yep, Impact is going to be looking for Castle, but he's getting incredibly low. The passive is proc there. The wallop does land. Impact going to have to back it off. Castle gets him low and does have that additional sustain through the passive. So Impact's going to be sent back to base. It was a good trade there from Impact, but at the end of the day, Castle has the push, and look at the CS differential. He's up 9 CS, and it's going to be able to get a better buy.
Yeah, Castle couldn't get the wave all the way in, actually wasted about 4 seconds here, but I believe this teleport is so slow with it not being empowered yet, he's going to be able to get back to base. Last thing I'll say on these power rankings, and this can be to Rob Moore specifically, because he was annoyed that I even considered putting them last place. I actually had them higher than all other casters for lock-in. I had an incredibly accurate read on Sentinels.
Where did you put them?
I put them 4th, and they finished 3rd.
Okay.
That's incredibly close. Most people were putting them 6th. I don't remember exactly where I put them. I think I put them...
So you're just making it up.
I think I put them 4th or 5th
Look, I had the most accurate power rankings.
Exactly where
I don't know what my power rankings were, but for sure.
I remember exactly where I put them in lock-in. I believe I put them 4th or 5th.
I remember exactly where I put them. Maybe 4th, maybe 5th.
In lock-in.
You're really convincing me here.
That's what I do.
Castle TV back towards that top side. Humbach was looking for an angle, but of course there was wards in the river. And Impact is just playing this side brush quite effectively. But look at the buy as they come back to lane here. Castle had that extra gold, so was able to get the Darksteel and boots, where Impact just got the boots and the refillable. So does have a much worse buy at this point.
Move speed really important in that matchup, so both guys prioritizing boots as Darkwings gets a good trade in the mid lane. But I also want to pay a lot of attention to the bot side and see if for Helen who he can get any type of advantage with this Ezreal Karma, because I do feel like the Ezreal Karma really needs to play off of Prio and get consistent push with Ezreal having his passive stacked up. But there's just too much action in the top lane to look away.
Nice sidestep there from Castle. Dodges everything. The wall-up and the boulder toss both miss, which means Impact won't get the reset on it either. And down to the bot lane, they are scrapping heavily as well. Huhi getting incredibly low. Has to flash potentially. Does use the heal. It's going to be okay. And Rahel is just rocking through Lions and Sajed. The bubble does land. Sajed is incredibly low. He pops the barrier. He has got a flash out of there as well. All 4 summoners down for Sajed and Lions.
Big confidence there by Rahel, knowing he was going to win the extended trade. Once he could get 5 stacks on that Ezreal passive, he just clicked forward. They burned all 4 summoner spells from the bot lane, only spent 2 of their own, and Colby gets a solo kill!
Colby gets a solo kill. The observers can't keep up with the action. There's fighting everywhere right now. DSG, at the end of the day, walk away with the advantage. They grab the first blood for their rise, and Castle is pushing. He's going to go between worlds. Impact, he predicts the flash with the twofold hex there. Castle with the Mad Life Q takes down Impact.
Think about what Castle has done in this laning phase in totality. The first early trade, winning the all-in at level 3. The second one we saw where he's dodging everything from Impact. That all sets up to him hitting level 6 first and then going for the all-in. But now we're going to watch what Call Me pulled off. Just pings level 6, has the Spell Flux sitting on Darkwings, and flashes for the all-in. Darkwings does pull the shield back, but just didn't have the stats. Really nice look there. And now Azael, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, he goes between worlds, and he just basically predicts the flash. Like, he was already throwing the Q, it felt like, to that side. Either that or it was just a really quick reaction, but we're back to live. Huhi low again as well. They have the push, though. Rahel pops barrier. Sajed is very low, but in comes Kryra and Call Me. Trying to catch up here, can't quite get in range as Hambach played bodyguard for long enough to keep him away.
So that is Realm Warp and Pantheon ultimate down for no kill, used to relieve some of the pressure on the bottom lane. So far, soul lanes by DSG, exceptional, but bot lanes are keeping up in gold, but definitely losing the summoner and pressure war. And I think the scaling on the side of Sentinels is slightly better, so a very close and competitive early game.
I just got to dry your eyes, though, to these buys. We talked about how the bad buy was last time. All he got was a null Magic Mantle. He didn't really get anything after that. He's down 20 CS plus the solo kill. And a plate as well for Castle. So Castle is out to 700 gold lead here with the counter pick. And this is one of these matchups where, you talked about it, if you can stabilize, if you get enough levels, get enough stats, you hit a point where Aurora can't one-shot you anymore, and Nar can kind of sustain through the trades. But if you get ahead enough, Aurora becomes so oppressive. And remember, tickets for tomorrow's games and Tailgate are still on sale. Head to Tixter.com/LCS or scan the QR code to buy now, and we will hopefully see you here tomorrow.
Yeah, there was a really sweet tailgate. We did half of our pre-show outside, got a lot of fan questions in. Sentinels gave away a lot of jerseys. They had that jersey trade-in program. Ramor did not give me a jersey because I said I considered putting his team 8th, even though I did not put them 8th. I put them 5th.
Didn't like the consideration. I got some free boba. It was delicious.
It's like a thought crime. Like, I thought we were over that. It's not
what's that movie? There was like that idea, like there's the thought police.
1984.
Basically. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Kryra here getting chased down, has his flash. Might have to actually use it, trying to run down towards that bot side. Get a flash of the wall. Hambach flashes to follow. Is going to be able to knock him down. Call Me on the way. The bubble does land across Huhi, who is put very, very low. Huhi has his flash. Won't have to use it, though, as Call Me will be sent retreating. Hambach looking once more. Still does have the ultimate. Can't quite get in range to find it, but Darkwing's making the roam, has the shockwave available, and there's no flash on to Call Me. He's going to try to run for it, but can he get back to the tower to survive? One more auto, but the level up saves Call Me, and now the tower shots are going to push Darkwing's back. Call Me gets the level up off of the minion dying to the tower there, and it saves him.
Calculated, surely. Call Me never misses those. And now Kryra's back on the map, trying to get the move speed and maybe kill Darkwings.
They're looking. Huhi, though, is going to be here, and Hambach's coming in. Going to look for Call Me, takes him down. A second kill there for Hambach, who opens up a big lead on the top side.
Wow.
It's another solo for Castle, who goes between worlds and knocks down Impact.
So many individual outplays, leaving this game incredibly close. So Castle, we're going to have to see how he does that again to Impact. But down in the jungle, Hambach just pushing around Kryra And I believe like Kryra really baited Call Me in for that one because he was out. He'd made the miraculous escape with the level up, and they go back in. And this is Impact being equal in levels, but really just jumping in before he's going to have Mega. And Castle pretty routinely just combos him to death.
Yeah, Impact went in too early there for sure. Clearly just miscalculated. Thought he had the ability to get into Mega.
This is crazy. He procs his phase rush. Darkwing's a little low on mana. Don't even know if he had the W
Look at the level up.
One auto. The flash auto would have killed if he didn't get the
100%.
level up.
Yep.
Then he takes a church shot, and you think Calm Me's just fine, but then they get baited with the re-engage once Kryra tries to chase him down. This bottom lane, though, still going in the side of Rahel, so this is a tough game to keep up with.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, there's some very one-sided lanes, you know, going in different directions as Calm Me going to get caught by the shockwave there. Hambach moving over, but Calm Me is playing very confidently. Is the Grand Starfall going to be coming in here? Remember, Hambach has no flash, but does have the Ishtal's impact and could just drive on through the wall and get out of there. That is another Pantheon ult down for nothing.
Yeah, and it's also Heartsteel Power Spike for Hambach. And Impact is just getting wrecked, but they're still trying to get this flashless Ori.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually get in range. Kryra does no flash, so can't actually close the gap. Impact likely to have to go back to base, though, as Castle will have Between Worlds soon. Hambach continuing this play, just harassing down on that bot side. So Jed can't even get back to the towers. Huhi is just pushing him off of it. Rahel picking up more and more plates. He's nearly up 20 CS himself now on the bot side.
Yeah, the Ezreal is going to become a problem for DSG to deal with, and Hambach sticking around a little bit extra just to get more vision coverage in this bottom side so Rahel and Huhi can continue to play aggressively. One thing I noticed during my scouting of this split was that Sajet and Lions have pretty poor early laning stats, and that's continuing here in part because they didn't draft themselves a strong bottom lane, but now they're getting punished for it.
Yeah, they are, and now the TP is going to have to be used
Aurora.
by Castle, so that's going to relieve a lot of pressure. Sentinels will just back off. This was the early Proto Belt finish, and now Impact's going to be able to push in the top wave, so that relieves the pressure on the top side. That's going to be a wave missed here by Castle up there, so Castle, their strongest member, uses the TP, gets nothing for it, and they're going to lose their dragon anyway.
Yeah, I think I understand the idea of this play. There's been a fair amount of early swapping in NACL where players have been switching lanes before Roll Quest and getting some big momentum plays off of it from the tempo trade, but this is kind of negative tempo because he didn't get anything out with the teleport. He didn't even greatly delay the resets of Sentinels. Sentinels can kind of take the Drake on the way out.
Yep.
And not to mention, Impact gets a little bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card, clearing a free wave, getting a plate, and reducing that gold disadvantage he had up top.
Exactly. I mean, Impact had a horrendous buy. I mean, now he finishes the Merc Treads at the very least, but he was just on random components and a phage to a fully completed item, right?
You got to trap that lane as long as possible.
Exactly. Castle would have been able to keep him from crashing that pretty easily, or at least threaten a kill if Impact tried to do so. So that is a big deal. The fact that he had to use that teleport to try to prevent the dive from coming through because Lions was so low. You obviously need to keep your Corki in it, and Castle felt like that was worth the sacrifice for himself to try to keep Sajed relevant. And Sajed has been a very good team fighter. That has been where he has had his success. It's been much more about the 5v5 than it has really about those 2v2s.
Yeah, and with the MasterCard Power Spike, Sundered Sky, Kryra wants to make a play immediately, trying to capitalize on Impact now that they've swapped back up. But I promise this is a compliment. If you were to pick a top laner to be down 1,500 gold in the game, you'd want it to be Impact because he's very good at being crafty from deficits to stay in the game and become relevant later in the game.
And because when he's down 1,500, he's probably not going to go down 3,000. And some others will, right?
Usually not.
Exactly. It's one of those things where he's able to stabilize on a lot of these matchups. And now Castle's in a matchup against Orianna where he's kind of just getting zoned out by the ball. Darkwings is quite strong at this point. He has his Ludens completed, and you can see now Castle is looking for another reset. So at a strong point in the game, but not in a good matchup, and will have to head back to base.
And I think despite all the chaos and all of Castle's heroics in the top lane, this is actually a good game state for Sentinels. And I think this is what we saw a lot in Lock-In, was that even if top lane was going one way or the other, most teams were most comfortable playing through bot prio. If you have the bot prio, you can control the bot river, you can start stacking Drakes, and it puts you in a good situation in the game. And since it is just the top lane that is behind, jungle, bot support all being ahead for Sentinels, and because they have so much range and so much poke when you're trying to take the space, they're just going to try to go for this Infernal Soul as early as possible and are in a pretty good position to do so.
Yeah, they absolutely are. That being said, you know, Castle, if he can get in on a flank, there's a lot of squishy members over on the Sentinel side. You know, it is not a defensive build here for Darkwings. That is Ludens and Lucidity Boots. Ezreal is squishy. Karma is one of the squishiest champions in the game. So, you know, there is the possibility for him to find a really good flank and just 100-0 someone, but Sentinel's doing a great job so far just playing through this bot side prio. They knock down the first tower of the game there. They're taking away more camps, and Calmy's in trouble as he gets Nard back into the tower there by Impact. Nice sidestep, and in comes the Grand Starfall. Can they turn this around? The stun's going to land onto Impact, but the tower shots are there onto Kryra. Now comes the Realm Warp. They're going in behind him. Lions can tank this up. The minions are coming in, and they are tanking for them, so Impact, I think his time is limited in this one. Darkwings is coming up, and the rest of Sentinels are trying to get there to turn this around, but Impact's got nowhere really to run. He hops back to the Blast Cone, knocked out of the air like Duck Hunt, but Darkwings has arrived, who he's here as well. Can Darkwings find a Shockwave? Lions is low, may have to flash.
He kills him!
Just holds onto the flash and just dies without even the ultimate being used. And now Hui is here behind them. They're going to try to turn it around onto the Karma, but Hambach is coming in as well. Darkwings is there, still has the ultimate up and available. Flashing back, the Shockwave lands on the Calmy. He survives for now. Kryra trying to turn around with a double impale across all of DSG. Spells their defeat. Darkwing survives. Sentinels wipes DSG off the map. They are up 2K and claiming yet another objective.
And it actually all started with a 0-3 Gnar because they sent 4 people and spent 30 seconds cleaning up a rather useless kill, and then it gets collapsed upon by Sentinels. Hambach is huge now. 4-0 on this Skarner, and they take even more control of the game.
Yeah, and Kryra just has not been able to find much effect in this game here. You're on this jungler that has a lot of early ganking power, but it's been Hambach who has been able to keep up the farm, has been able to find more impact. Yeah. It is going to be really difficult to deal with now, getting very tanky. And it feels like, to me, everything started going wrong with that TP from Castle down towards bot side, because that was their real point of pressure that they had on the map. Impact was unable to breathe. And DSG on this one felt like they overstayed on the retreat.
They really did, and just way more damage than Lions was expecting with the Orianna not even having to use ult. I feel like he was saving his ult in case he saw the flash, in case he saw the Orianna ult animation, just never comes up. And then once Huhi's behind them, he just traps Calmy and Kryra under the turret, gets Calmy super low. Hambach perfectly catching both of them, just the very edge of that Skarner ultimate, and a couple of satisfying Heartsteel procs for double kill on Skarner.
And now they are on that dragon here. It's going to be a fight in the mid lane as Sajed is getting pushed back. The True Shot Barrage will not connect. Kryra going in on Hambach, and Calmy is behind him. He's trying to focus down the dragon. Will he be able to secure this? Hambach looks like he's going to be pushed back, but in comes Impact, and Impact has the Mega ready. There's the Impale. Kryra buffers the Aegis Assault pretty nicely. Castle is here as well. They're going to try to take down the Skarner. They do get the kill. It's a reset and a shutdown onto the Skarner, and DSG do claim the dragon. Darkwings arrives, though Sajed does fall, but Rahel is dead as well. Hui, Impact, and Darkwing trying to make it happen. A big combo across multiple DSG members. Castle can do nothing. It is an ace for Sentinels. Even though they lose the dragon, they handily win the fight.
And just like that, Darkwing's Orianna is off to the races. A little bit of a chaotic start to this fight, though. Look up top. Rahel ends up dying fairly early on in this fight. Sajed and Lions kind of just execute him as he's chasing for this fight. And Hambach's bounty gets lost, but within all of this, Impact ends up being a full health Mega Gnar, and Darkwings can clean up when everyone burned the important cooldowns early. Lands a beautiful double shockwave. They have the numbers advantage by the end of the fight, and he cleans up for the ace.
Top grab, holy shit. Legend of Flash.
Top gap?
Top gap.
Impact, he's just back in the game, baby.
He is back, and it's only a 500 gold lead now for Castle. Hasn't really been able to find too much effectiveness as Hambach will claim that blue buff. Rahel walks away with one for himself as well, and Hambach now up 2 levels on Kryra. He's about to hit 11, but still falling quite behind as far as the experience does go. Grand Starfall comes out, as does a Realm Warp. They're going to look for Hui and Rahel, but looking like they're just going to walk out of this one no problem. Kryra's ultimates just have not been effective this game.
They really haven't. He's had a hard time finding important plays to make. Couldn't really capitalize on Castle's individual advantages top lane, and was unable to bail out the bot lane from their pressure. Can't say many junglers have been good at punishing Ezreal Karma. That's why it's been a meta-defining combination that often gets banned. DSG thought they'd have a plan for it, have been unable to deal with the constant pressure and poke of the Ezreal Karma as well as the Orianna, but here's the fight.
Yeah, Castle goes between worlds, trying to get a big combo down onto Hui and Darkwings, and they are in a lot of trouble. Darkwings gonna get hit by the tidal wave, and they just get blown to smithereens. Call me pops the ghost, and he is on the chase here for Rahel. Great buffer there on the ultimate by Hombok, but Rahel is just gonna get chased down and knocked down, and now Hombok barely gets the safety. Lions can't catch him with the bubble as he burrows through the wall. But it's a big team fight win there for DSG. They are not out of it just yet.
What a massive engage there by Castle and the rest of DSG. If this was 30 seconds later, it would actually slingshot the game exactly back, but Baron hasn't even spawned yet, so it's gonna be a lot of bounty gold, but I feel like Sentinels actually kind of gets a little lucky that that terrible fight happened exactly when it did.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, there's nothing really for them to claim afterwards, as you're saying. You know, if that was after Baron spawn, they get a Baron, it really can change things. But still, a nice team fight win for them on the top side. And Sajed is up 1.4K, despite that laning phase going the way of Rahel and Hui. It's Sajed who is really set up for success. Impact is actually ahead of Gold, or was briefly there, of Castle just ever so slightly. They're pretty much dead even now at this point. So it's now Sajed who kind of has that burden to be able to perform in the team fights as he picks up a couple big kills after that skirmish.
I mean, definitely a little bit of a caster curse there, talking about how they didn't have an answer to the Ezreal Karma. If the answer is, we're going to just outscale and they succeed, more power to him, because he's going to be a force, especially when that Manamune transfers with basically one more activation. So Sentinel still has to be a little bit careful. They do still have gold leads. They should still be able to set up around Drakes and be fairly effective, but that fight really makes this game more interesting because it was going in Sentinel's favor.
It really was. I mean, it's going to be the mid-jungle for Sentinels to have that big advantage. You know, fully completed Zhonya's, has had the Ludens obviously for a long time and has a large rod on top. So Darkwings is going to be a problem, and Hombok is ridiculously tanky. 2.5 items here, and is working in towards that Kayn Rooker, very likely as that third item, given that it is double AP solo laners, lots of magic damage from Nami, of course, as well. So Hombok going to be very difficult to knock through, and he's just invading here, just pushing straight in. All of DSG is around. They're going to TP in. Kryra in so much trouble, though. Flashes back into the brush, but he's got nowhere to go. The Nami tidal wave comes up to buy a little bit of time, but Hombok still at half health. Kryra down and loses his flash, and this is post 20 minutes. We'll see how much more Sentinels can get.
Okay, Hombok, I see you. He's just an absolute beast right now, throwing that gold lead around incredibly effectively. I was reading his NA-Men interview, and he was extremely confident going into the split, saying essentially that a lot of the NA junglers play the same, and he feels like he can really take advantage. And then in this situation, when they give over an early Pantheon pick, let him drop in the draft phase, don't even take the Wukong that's available, which would be the standard to take with Orianna, and instead goes for the Skarner, it's working pretty well. I mean, the Skarner plus Enchanters is actually just dominating. The move speed Orianna gave him there made him an absolute force.
Yeah, he is looking very powerful at this point. You can tell why Rob Morris said he liked watching him in scrims on the pick, as Castle going forward, going to go between worlds, trying to get the combo in onto Rahel, who is chunked low, but not low enough to threaten a kill. And meanwhile, Sentinels are just taking the Dragon. Call Me is up, pushing towards that top side, as Darkwing's now close to the death cap, very far ahead here. So really, it's just a trade of HP. Rahel loses a little bit of health, but you get nothing elsewhere on the map to trade back for that Dragon.
Yeah, game is definitely on the precipice of sliding all the way into Sentinel's favor. That Drake fight where DSG was able to get the one kill onto Hombok and secure the one Infernal Drake has prevented this soul. And then the fight they pulled off in the mid lane is definitely crucial. Otherwise, this game would be 6,000 or 7,000, and we'd probably just be seeing Sentinels brute force the Baron. But for now, it's still playable on the side of DSG.
Definitely is. Sajed does complete his third item, so getting pretty strong at this point. Elected not to go for the LDR, decided heal cut was a bit more important at this point. But honestly, there's not that much healing honestly on the other side, so I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go for the LDR with how tanky Hombok is, how much HP there is going to be on this Mega Gnar. So a bit of a surprise, but we'll see if that does pay off later on into the game. And Darkwings, as I said, is going to be very close on this death cap. I don't know exactly how much gold he's sitting on, but has had that for quite some time. And Call Me still working towards his actualizer here. So yeah, only about 200 more gold for that death cap.
Yeah, he's sitting on 850 at the moment. He's already close to one-shotting what is not a super mobile team with the Pantheon, Rise, and even the Nami, if he's ever in range, can kind of just threaten a one-shot on the lines, especially once he gets death cap. So Darkwing's in a very comfortable spot.
I mean, if Hambach gets any sort of CC down, you know, you hit the Ishtal's impact, you hit a good impale, Shockwave over the top, Ezreal ult over the top. There's so much power there. They just need that initial CC to hit, and Hambach can kind of just throw himself in with Reckless Abandon because he has the Canic Rooker now completed that he had been working on. So it is really going to be up to Sajed to deal the damage here. So much MR has been purchased by Hambach and the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, the story of this game now is really like, can Sajed carry the team fights? Because that 1.7 thousand gold lead, 3-item Corki, we know how well Corki Nami does scale with the Nami buffs as well as the Imperial Mandate. So that's going to be the story, is can he actually... I mean, there's very little MR on Hambach as well, so maybe if Sajed gets a little bit of free hitting in, he might be able to shred through the tank.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to do that. Darkwings now has the death cap, almost level 16, so rank 3 of that Shockwave will be very quickly available, and that is going to be terrifying. Darkwings, even on experience with Call Me, even though Call Me has 10 stacks on the row, and Castle's going to be looking for a pick. A little bit of a chunk onto Hambach, but basically just breaks the Canic Rooker and shield, and that's all he really was able to accomplish.
Yeah, I really think Sentinels is trying to slow this game down now. They realize it's not going to be a snowball win, and they really want this Infernal Soul. So they don't want anything bad to happen before that. You can see they're deep pushing bottom lane. They're letting top lane get pushed in, and as long as they don't lose anyone in transit moving between waves here, they'll be okay. The one big fight that did happen was in part because DSG found a window to 5v4 while Sentinels was pushed a little bit too deep in mid lane. And speaking of getting caught in transit.
Yeah, Huhi in a lot of trouble here, but the Shockwave going to get thrown down on Call Me. He has to flash back out, and the teleport's coming in here from Impact. Impact does not have the Mega, but he is going to have to flash back immediately as all of DSG is there and waiting. But look at Castle getting caught. He's in the midst of everyone. Throws down between worlds. Can't finish off Huhi. Call Me falls on the other side, and Impact's about to go Mega. Kryber will flash and try to run as Sentinels can just turn for the Baron here. It's a 5v3. It's no flash on Kryra, and I don't know how DSG can defend this.
Call Me thought he was going to be able to make a big play by catching the Karma, but he does not have the damage, and then Hambach arrived. It appears this is going to be an uncontestable Baron as Sajed is just taking the mid wave.
Yep, not going to be able to do anything about it. No flash, no vision for the jungler. You're going to have to give it up, and now Sentinels very close to taking this first game here. 4,000 gold lead, the Red Bull Baron power play available, and they're still on Soul Point. That Dragon Soul is going to be available here in 50 seconds, and it's going to be tough for DSG to do anything about it.
Yeah, watching this one more time, Call Me did sneak in, but he only takes Huhi to about 30% health before the Shockwave can get over, and then Nard is mini, but he has the Super Shield from the TP, so he's not in a super high risk of dying here. Hambach catching Castle means the only way out is through a gray screen, and they're able to chase down Call Me as well.
Yeah, I mean, this Celestial Opposition is a lot to burst through for Huhi. It was that damage reduction that was there. That plus Mantra E, he had Mikhail's. So it's not that easy to kill him off, you know, if you haven't actually poked off that Celestial Opposition first. But look at the T-Stal's impact on the Castle. He tries to go in, gets insta-CC'd by Hambach and bursts down, and Castle had a lot of fun in the first couple of levels, but has not been able to find effectiveness in these skirmishes and on these flanks that he's been looking for.
I'm really becoming a larger Hambach fan the more I watch this game, because just even hearing some of the things that Huhi was saying about him in interviews during lock-in is the fact that he didn't really scrim for a whole year because he was the 6th man on an LCK roster and wasn't getting practice with either the challenger team or this team.
Kryra gonna try to turn things around, but it's an insta Mikhail's there onto Darkwings. Kryra is burst down. Rahel pops the barrier. They're gonna look for Sajed. He's sent back and back to the base as Sentinels. They do lose one as Rahel did die, but Kryra gets popped.
I mean, it was looking like they might be able to push for a potential end, but Sajed lands a big one kind of through the goalposts of people that could block it to get the kill on Rahel. That slows things down, but it is Infernal Soul to just the one Drake. Baron will likely wear off, but Death Cap completed, Void Staff on the way, and still an absolute behemoth of a Skarner for Hambach.
I mean, Hambach only the one death, 6-1-5, has kept his farm up very heavily almost kept up with the top laners as far as the CS is concerned.
I mean, I'm just loving the trajectory of this player. As we were saying, didn't scrim that much, started pretty weak. The very first series that he had was against DSG. DSG's sub-jungler in Kizno, and didn't look good, and that was a very bad first impression for a lot of people that are seeing him for the first time. But by the end of the split, he was finding much better synergy with the team, who he really likes him. He's teaching him a lot about the game, who he's such a veteran as a support, and they just seem so connected now as a duo.
Yeah, they are looking a lot stronger. As Castle trying to defend this top side tier 2, but Sentinels pushing forward, won't be perturbed. And are going to be able to knock that down. They're trying to trade for this push on the bot side from Call Me, but it is very hard to trade against the Baron buff here, and they're just marching in now, knocking on the doors of this inhibitor tower. Castle can't really wave clear anything. Sajed is being sent over to mid lane to try to defend there. They're going to lose this top lane inhib for sure. And Sajed taking some poke makes it a little bit more difficult to actually defend even the mid lane inhibitor. Definitely don't want to lose that. So now Rise is back, and we're going to see if DSG can find their moment. Sajed falcons in, pushes for help back over the wall. So maybe they can try to look for something now, but the front line of Sentinels is just so beefy, they can't really get past them.
Yeah, especially if it's Sajed who's pushing out Rahel. That means they have a Pantheon and then 2 magic damage guys in the Rise and the Aurora, trying to cut through a 4,856 HP Kanik Rookern 175 MR Skarner who gets Orianna and Karma Shields.
Yep.
It's just not going to happen.
No.
You're not moving that guy.
I mean, Castle almost, has his death cap, but he's so far away from a Void Staff. Colmy is building a Void Staff, but obviously he's miles away from a death cap. They have a lot of problems here. And Sajed did elect to go for the Serpent's Fang, wants the shield cut, which makes sense. There's a lot of shielding.
Yeah.
But it does mean his Infinity Edge is going to be super delayed. So DSG, it feels like, are very far away from some of the items that they would like to get to try to turn this around. Hambach going to look for the Ishal's impact. Impact just chasing in onto Sajed. They will be able to disengage and stay safe for now as Calmy was pushing out topside. It's Darkwings pushing down through bot, and the rest of Sentinels here marching on mid.
Yeah, they're going to have to be a little bit careful while they only have 4 people in mid lane, because a Realm Warp and Pantheon could come in for a flank, but it would be a bit of a desperation play by DSG, so Sentinels just needs to make sure they stay connected.
Castle going to be looking. Sajed again pushing them back. Where he goes is where DSG is strongest. He's still a ways away from level 16. Get that max rank ultimate would be pretty big for the Corki, and Call Me now completes the Void Staff, so that's something going for them, but still just very difficult for their soul laners to get in on the backline. They're going to look now with the Realm Warp. Here comes the Grand Starfall. They're into the backline, but it's insta-CC on a Kryra. Kryra's got to retreat, but the tether root is there from Karma. The GA's popped already. Hambach flashes forward, grabs one. Castle incredibly low. He's running for it. Sajed flashes barriers. It's not enough. Rahel knocks him down. Call Me in the middle of everyone gets one back, but Sentinels wiping DSG off the map.
Hambach nearly died, but is able to survive the rest of that fight, and he keeps catching the Aurora with his Skarner ultimate in fight after fight. They're going to look to try and end this game. They have no Ezreal, but they do have a 4v2.
Yeah, they have Castle and Lions to defend. That's all they've got. The Wallop does not connect. The Boulder Toss misses as well. Castle, good sidesteps and movements to stay alive for now. Goes across the Veil looking for a chunk, but it's only on impact. He can't even break the shield, and the towers are falling. The super minions are coming in. Castle's trying to run away from Hui, but he's getting focused down. He's going to fall as well. Sentinels play a strong game 1 here in Spring Split. Hambach looking incredible on the Skarner as they knock down DSG.
They knocked them down in the lock-in playoffs, and they've knocked them down here in game 1 of this series. Hambach is my player of the game, but I know I don't control the majority of the vote. That's the lounge. What do y'all think?
Yeah, we vote blocked him, that too.
Yeah. We vote blocked you into also.
Your vote doesn't matter, we don't need to vote.
Also
We gave it to Impact.
All of us. No, that was Hambach all the way.
Yeah, Hambach, he had amazing stats on the Skarner that we will show, and really strong performance from him. But Raz, other stuff happened in that game. There's other stuff that happened earlier.
There is. With the dub here, I got to put this up on the board, of course. But I wanted to talk about the early laning phase. It did not work very well for Impact. It was quite good for Castle. And specifically, I wanted to just talk about how early on, Impact here at level 4, going into level 5, wants to be able to find a hop. He goes Meganar just to get any good trade as he's getting slow pushed in. The range matchup here is heavily good for Castle, but if he can get this, that's perfect. He sees the angle in which Castle is going. The Castle does an amazing job. Problem that that Gnar has here, everything is telegraphed. Your W, your Q, the actual like animation is really easy to play through. So Castle sees the wallop and then just moves straight left. And it was really tough from here because the moment that and Q goes down and you're not going to get the reset on Mega Gnar Q, then you're just getting walked down, chipped down. It's really annoying at this point as you're getting slow pushed in. And what sucks too, 2 layers. Number 1, you're getting chipped. Number 2, we have full eyes on where the enemy jungle is. And so Castle just sends it immediately. And the casters called this one out. The fact that as it crashes through, is able to predict the flash. Do a little slower. Wasn't slow enough. But anyway. But then, of course, I think a lot of people were wondering about the next kill that happened up top lane. And this one was just like a little frustration from Impact as he just sees another angle. Maybe like, oh, I'm getting really close to getting Mega Gnar. He missed his Q. The cooldown's there. I'm going to go in. Yeah, this is a bad idea. This is a bad decision. There's not really much you can break down in this one. So it's like, that was the context of the beginning of the game. I know there was scrappiness that happened throughout, but that was top lane being in complete pain.
So that Aurora carries the game, right?
No, actually. And where we're going to start is actually around 1446.
Okay.
If we're gonna bring it here.
Sure.
Okay. Because we're back in top lane, and I'm gonna start it a little further back because the most important thing is that Impact actually does look for a play here. And guess what? Sentinels have just taken this bot side turret down here. So the rest of DSG are like, okay, you know what? Full send, we are going to kill this Gnar. Once again, we've been killing him all game. It's gonna be great. But no, Impact survives an inordinately long amount of time. And this is something that DSG have really struggled with, is trying to not overload the side of the map so far that even when Impact dies, the rest of Sentinels are already descending, right? Like, Hambach is going to be rotating over while Rahel is getting extra turret damage here. So Huhi is able to tie up Kryra, root him on the other side of this play, and the rest of Sentinels are able to collapse. And I think this play is really indicative of what happened in this game a lot, where DSG would see an angle where they're like, okay, they did it again at 11 minutes on bot side. We're like, we're gonna pull Castle, he's our strongest person. He's going to join this fight. They don't end up getting the kill. Sentinels get second Drake off of it. And more crucially, Impact actually gets to push a wave in entirely without being harassed off the wave, right? In that play, they're full send it all on to try and killing Impact again, end up losing that fight, giving up Rift Herald, giving up so much more on the map. It was a rough time.
This feels like this is deja vu. Because I think it was 2023, really early on, when there was this like iconic Impact game when he was on Gnar. And incredibly far behind. And then he has like this game waiting.
This iconic game where he got blasted in lane.
Blasted!
And he came back.
And he came back with a huge Mega Gnar ulti. That was like, I think people gave him player of the game, which is like crazy to do that at that moment.
What people? What people?
You people!
I didn't give him player of the game.
Okay,
no.
elephant memory.
I did like the bottom lane play though. Then when your teammates are all like, oh yeah, top diff after you've been getting blasted individually. Player of the actual game, who I did vote for, Raz, was Hambach. The 7-1-8 on Skarner, but he had so many big plays for the team, both in the team fights, but also in the early game, also for the objectives. And I mean, he just created so much. And my favorite part about this player of the game is that Rob, the owner of Sentinels, called it before the day even started. The very beginning of the day. We have video proof. Let's look at the interview that you guys did outside with Rob, and he's like, oh, my favorite is when Hambach plays Skarner.
Take a look.
Is Hambach gets to play Skarner. That is my favorite thing to watch him play.
He's hilarious.
Because he lands an inordinate amount of his ults, just dragging people into the team.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take it slow, Isaac. They're all dead. They're all dead. They're all dead. Okay, 잘 끌어내기로 만. Nice. 잘했어. I TP, I need help a little bit.
Yeah, we should go.
Flash. I'm fine. Ura, here. Ura. Ura is broke. I'm going.
Rise no flash.
I got it. Patio, no flash.
I have the base.
I
come with mana.
바로 가자, 이거.
It's funny too because they started the highlight reel with the play that you were doing, Emily, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that DSG actually live if the Nami just flashed early and they all walk out together, then leave. But they're just like so scattered, and then Sentinels collapse on them. And congrats, Sentinels, on the win for first game of this series. There's no guarantee, Raz, that it goes the exact same way.
No guarantee whatsoever. But a guarantee, don't miss any LCX action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Game 2 coming up after this break. That is a guarantee!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Welcome back to the LCS Opening Week presented by MasterCard. We are heading into what could be our final game of the day.
Yeah.
If Sentinels can close it out here.
And game one looked very solid for them. Even though Impact and Darkwings got solo killed in lane, their team composition and team cohesion led them to an Infernal Soul and the eventual win. Hambach wins player of the game. I personally thought that their first 3 picks in the draft were just like the most
blind pick.
meta champion. It was blind pick, but it's still Ezreal Karma. Everyone prioritizes that.
I mean like you could pick the best 3 champions in the game. Like, in that way. You know what I mean?
Understood.
Like, you're basically, if you got to pick any champions that you want and the other team has nothing to say about it, those would often be them for mid lane and bot lane.
It would be. So I'm a little confused at DSG letting that through in game 1, but because it's Fearless, they're gone. Can't happen twice. No salty run backs here. We're going to see what they do for game 2. Yunar, Rumble, Jarvan, the bans from Ido, and Golden Glue waiting on his last ban, denying the Ashe Seraphine. So now the bot lane pairs are getting disrupted. So we're not going to see Ashe Seraphine. We're not going to see Yunar or Lulu as pairs.
Yep. Obviously can still go Lulu with some of the other hyper carries if you want, unless it does get banned out here. But yeah, I mean, 3 of the most popular enchanters are already gone, right? Because Seraphine's banned, and we saw 2 played in game number 1, which are going to remain banned for Fearless. Azir ban is interesting to me. Azir is kind of like more, I feel like, kind of controversial now. You know, at first stand, it obviously wasn't very popular. Some mid laners still just have such a high level of comfort on it that they want to go towards it. But going to be banning both the Azir and the Akali, kind of opposite ends of the spectrum. And it will be the Varus first pick here, but Nocturne is up and available, so that is a potential to set up some sort of a dive comp to try to punish this Varus.
Yeah, very potent first pick, because you also do have the potential to flex it top lane if you feel like the matchup is really advantageous.
Yeah.
Usually banned. I feel like it's been banned the whole day, but comes through here for DSG as their first pick.
And especially when it's someone like Castle, you could actually see him playing it, right?
Yeah.
You know, it is a flex pick, but very few people are going to bust it out in pro. Castle would be someone I could believe would be able to play it and would be willing to go for it. If you're down to play Nasus, you're probably down to play Varus top. So we'll see. It is going to be the Nocturne, though, grabbed up. Of course, Orianna not there to be paired with it, nor is Aurora. Those are the 2 most high priority pairings generally with the Nocturne in pro play.
Yeah.
So those are gone, which I think is part of the reason why DSG was willing to leave that up. There still are things like Kennen that you can pair with it. Generally, it's Nocturne plus a flanker, you know, that is really powerful, or Nocturne plus that potential Shockwave combo, but they are going to be able to take away the Nico. Varus, obviously, very common duo down the bot side.
And I'd say with the Nocturne, the Nico does become a mid-flex much more than otherwise. If this was APA in the mid lane, I'd say it's going mid for sure, but it's Darkwing, so it's a little bit more of a question mark. I think those are 2 good picks into the Varus by Sentinels.
Well, we will see what DSG wants to draft for, if they want to just go for something a bit more standard, or if they want to play for lane. So they're going a little bit more middle of the road. Obviously, I don't really consider Bard like a true enchanter, but it is a range support that has a pretty powerful laning 2v2, and it is also something that can give you some engage.
And it's a pretty common pick into Nico. It can negate a little bit of the Nico's early power. I also wouldn't be surprised, even though it's into Varus, if Rahel kind of shoehorns himself onto Kai'Sa somehow. Because I remember the last time these teams played, there was a massive priority on Kai'Sa. Rahel and Sajed both had insane Kai'Sa stats in LCS lock-in, so it's just a comfort pick for both of them. Even if the lane is a little bit rough, when you pair it with Nico and Nocturne, you can get some pretty good pairings.
Yeah, the other option, if you care more about the lane, would be something like Jhin, obviously. You can go, you know, a little bit more kind of the defensive option, long-range option that can assist with the dive just by opening up on the curtain call. But Kai'Sa is what you would go if you want to just fully commit to that dive, you know, alongside the Nocturne and this Nico. Has been a blind Ambessa up on top side, so the question is, do you want to counterpick top? And instead, they are just going to grab the Sivir, so gives them some wave clear. And Sivir enables the dive in kind of a different way. If you're drafting some other melee champs, you know, you're just speeding them up, running in, and kind of helping out in that way.
Pretty good scaling, able to spell shield the Bard ultimate if need be. So I don't expect Sentinels to have the same type of bot prior they did in game 1, but they should still be able to neutralize that lane and try and outscale as we go into the 4 or 5 bans, with Castle again having kind of his pick of top lane, and now they get to throw bans at impact.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, now that you didn't go Renekton or some sort of counter pick on 3, you let that drop, it is going to be protection bans. Renekton is the obvious one. Volibear is something that is more niche, but is still quite popular as an answer into the Ambessa. There's a number of different directions you can go. Honestly, kind of would have preferred if Impact just grabbed a counter pick, you know, grabbed the Renekton on 3, because I feel like Sivir is pretty plug and play and is relatively low priority anyway, so I don't even know that it would have been banned out.
And also, fun fact, Impact was the most fearless player of LCS lock-in. He played 14 unique champions. Yeah. In 2020 Summer Split, he played 7.
Yep. There you go. It's a new year, new Impact.
It is. Fearless helps, but it's also just surprising that he's playing so much different stuff. I really feel like he's taken it as a challenge that he needs to expand his champion pool to extend his career. But they are waiting for the 5th pick counter, really going pretty safe here with Darkwings. on his Ahri pick.
Yep, so going to be able to grab that Ahri, but it does mean that you're blinding your Ahri when you could have just counterpicked top here. So it's a bit of a denial pick.
I think they only could do this since the Mbess is still technically holding the flex. So if Impact picks something specifically in Impact, and we know Castle's willing to play Nasus,
then you can move it into jungle.
You're kind of forced into blinding your mid there. So I think that's a pretty good read by Sentinels, even though it does put Darkwings in a bit of a disadvantageous position with the recently buffed Cassio, who's really strong.
It is funny that they're hovering the volley because, like I said, volley is one of those counters into the Mbessa. They could potentially take it away and just play it jungle or top.
Double flex it.
But I almost feel like they're just saying, I know what you want to pick, and just kind of hovering it in that way. It feels more of that, and they are going to grab the Mundo. I really like this DSG draft. You have some champions here on 4-5 that are really good for counter engage when you're looking at Cassio and Mundo, champions that are difficult to dive through, and is going to make things pretty tough, I think, here for Sentinels. So now the question is, what are we going to get on the top side? This was the pick that I mentioned, and they are going to go with a Volibear. Volibear's really, really hard for Mbessa to lane into. As you get more levels, as you scale up, you can start to win out in that 1v1, but Volibear just pops the E, walks at you. You cannot trade into the shield. If the shield hits you, you're screwed. If the shield doesn't hit you but hits Volibear, you still have to back off and not trade.
We only have 15 seconds until they can't trade anymore. How much worse is the Mundo matchup?
Mundo just has no chance.
Even worse.
Like, yeah, you would just be relegated to purely farming at max range with cleavers for a long time. So
fair enough.
I mean, you just can't do any damage to him. You don't have enough consistent damage, really.
Not to mention, Kryra really loves playing the Mundo. Picked it in his win over Lion in LCS Lock-In, where DSG really put themselves on the map. But I agree with your overall read of this draft. I'm a really big fan of what DSG has put together. I was not a big fan of what they put together in Game 1, but I think they have really good scaling, really good counter engage, and it's going to put Sentinels in a difficult spot. Sentinels has to do a lot right to not get outscaled in this game.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be interesting to see how they do play it out here, and how Impact is going to be able to pilot this Volibear up in the top side. Not a pick I associate with him, though it is, as I mentioned, a pick that you do think about when you think about counter picks for this matchup. I want to see how many Volibear games he has played all time, and he has 4 in his career. And this is a player with, going on almost 1,000 games played in his career, so not a lot of Volibear games.
I have a Volibear game in my mind. I remember one of them was when he was on Team Liquid and the team had already clinched first and TFT was out and everyone was playing Freljord. So they did a Freljord League comp and he picked Volibear top and won. That's the only reason he picked it.
That's so funny.
I was hoping he'd only ever played it once and it was that Freljord game, but he's played it 4 times.
Yeah, so he's ruined the story. What a jerk.
Oh, he also played it at Worlds against Bins Jax. That also didn't go well. So I know 2 of them off the top of my head.
To be fair, a lot of matchups against Bins Jax do not go well.
Yeah, Bin was like 17, 18 at the time. You thought maybe? No, it didn't work.
Nope, didn't matter. This is GSG, and their kind of progression, obviously. In Split 1, Split 2 in 2025, before they started making the roster changes, they really struggled. They were 2-18. In the LCS Lock-In, though, 7-10. Hey, yeah, they didn't win this split, but the improvements have been very big for DSG. They went from a team that was just like a guaranteed loss every week, it felt like, a free win for teams, to a team that is actually competing, is taking games off of top teams, and is really pushing people in a way that I think has made them so much more fun to watch. They are very scrappy. They feel like they're a pretty interesting team. So
absolutely,
it's just cool to see that improvement year over year.
Yeah, I really do feel like, and we'll see if this ends up being proven true throughout the spring split, but every team has a chance of beating every other team, especially 4 through 8 in the power rankings. So I'm really looking forward to having a competitive race for the playoffs here in the LCS Spring Split. And early trading, pretty aggressive there by Sentinels. So Sajed and Lions do need to be able to do well in this laning phase. That has been their weakness because we know Sajed can play so well in team fights.
Yeah, and I mean, Sajed, because he is playing the cleanse instead of the barrier, it's a lot more difficult in the 2v2 early, and that's why they traded so aggressively. Rahel just basically ran in and popped barrier and used that for trading. And cleanse is not going to be that helpful at this point in the game for Sajed for these fights, but feeling like he needs it because of the fear tether, because of the charm, because of the root, because of the point and click stun from Volibear. There's a lot of CC. He knows he is going to be a target, so he wants the cleanse for later, but very intelligently, Sentinels do utilize that in the early game to get a nice advantage.
2 Sivers smacking the turret as well. Not as potent as the double Caitlyn's, but still pretty effective there in the early laning phase. And other than that, junglers both just full clearing. Kryra a little bit afraid of this bottom crab, looks like he does want to cross to the top side since he has no bot prio, just to make sure he gets one.
Yep, exactly. Wants to cross over to that top side, like you said. They have no bot prio, so knows he could get contested pretty easily. And Calmy had push in mid. He's going to TP back here pretty quickly, so should be able to take that away, no problem. Hanbok probably just going to get a ward down and look for a recall himself.
Yeah.
As he has already full cleared, and Krybra will be a little behind the tempo, but there's not even any camps to respawn just yet, so it's not really going to matter for the Mundo.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed with modern jungling, with everyone trying to game the jungle treat system to get an upgraded smite for second scuttle, that you do have like these pretty big forgiving pockets of time since, for instance, like full clearing back down for Nocturne, he's going to delay, maybe even reset before taking Krugs, just so he can get the extra treat at 5:30 when he takes his Krugs. So really no tempo loss at all for either jungler.
Another thing to note is that Cassio actually got buffed on this most recent patch, got a little bit more mana, and slight damage increase on the E, so was already a champion that was seeing play and did get a little buff, so anytime that happens, it is going to kind of push it up a little bit as far as the priority is speaking, because when you're thinking about first stand, it's like Cassio got play, but Cassio generally only got play later on in Fearless once a lot of the top champions were taken out.
It's a big buff. In terms of win rate, you use the E so much, so even a very small touch on the Cassio E is a large amount of damage throughout the game. Impact so far being a little greedy for this plate, but doing very well early on in that matchup.
Yep, as expected, but that definitely made me a little bit nervous. That's one of the ways that sometimes you can kind of throw a matchup is you can't trade back when you're hitting the tower, right? So it lets him get a pretty big chunk down on him for free. But really, as the Ambessa, it's basically about accepting that you can never take aggressive trades. You always have to be dashing backward. You never can allow the Sky Splitter to hit you with the stun, or you are just going to get slammed so hard in the trade because the HP differential is massive, right? You get this big shield and you deal a lot of damage. And Hanbok now moving down towards that bot side will be spotted out by the ward. And they do have them quite low, so is posturing to see if there's any sort of angle for the dive, but is going to spot Kryra and just back it off, continue farming.
Yeah, they both know exactly where each other are. As you can see, delaying those camps just a little bit. I hope did they change the jungle treatment mechanic on this patch? I'll have to double check this because normally you'd see a delay on this. So we're going to find out right now, Hanbok, if he takes these Krugs a little bit early.
I don't think they did because when we went over the patch, I don't think that was in there. So.
Yeah, so he's going to wait here until 5:30 because he wants his smite. You see it's at 22 charges right now. He wants that to go to 20, and if he does it at 5:30, it goes down by 2 because he's accumulated an extra treat, and now his smite gets upgraded. So that's exactly why Mundo also waited to clear his down. So now when they fight the second scuttle for level 6, their smite is upgraded, and that's exactly why these junglers are a little bit slower at killing their last camp.
Yep, you can see Nico has gone mid lane. That's that minion icon on the mini-map as Kyra trying to finish this off and will be able to do so. Calmy well aware that Nico could be there and won't be caught unaware as Kryra just kind of laying in wait here for the Nico, and Huhi going to be pushed back pretty heavily. Won't fully chase in for the kill just yet, but the heal has to be popped there by Huhi, and Darkwings has to back off to defend him.
I do wonder if these junglers are just metagaming themselves a little bit too much. Like, the one jungler I really loved in lock-in to take advantage of this, like, 5:30 jungle camp was Blabber in a game. Just jumped over the back of the Dragon Pit at 5 minutes and killed it because he knew the other jungler was going to wait until 5:30 to kill his Gromp. But in this case, Kryra, they both did it, and then it wasn't even a contest because of mid-prio being in the favor of DSG.
Yep, you can see Castle doing okay in the trades because he's kind of just avoiding Impact, never allowing Impact get that stun down into the Sky Splitter. But as a result, you're having to give up a lot of CS, and that has put him down 25 CS for now. The wave's pushing towards him, so it's going to go down a bit, but still, that is a very significant amount of CS to be following down. Also remember, tickets are still available for tomorrow's games and Tailgate. Head on over to Tixter.com/LCS or scan the QR code to buy now. We got games tomorrow. We got free boba. There's free coffee. There's all kinds of stuff going on at the LCS Tailgate.
Really good tailgate today. Hoping it's great tomorrow as well. I was preferential to FlyQuest coffee. It made me a nice iced latte for free.
Nice. Free is good value.
I think it's spectacular. Trying to get the all-in here on Impact.
Yeah, Impact trying to survive. The Sky Splitter barely lands. Castle could look for a flash kill. Impact was slowly getting whittled down. Has to be careful here. Doesn't want to get flashed on and killed off. Castle trying to get the push here. And he's going to look. He's going to flash for it. Impact does not react. That's a lazy recall, and I feel like that's one that everyone kind of saw coming when you're recalling there at such low health. The Nocturne Ult will come in from Hanbok. should be able to get one back here, but in the counter matchup, gets solo killed. Game 1, he's counterpicked, and he is slammed. Game 2, he gets the counterpick and gets solo killed.
Another point for Castle right here. As the wave is going back, doesn't let Impact get back to his turret to catch it. Dodges out of the E as well, and then here's a situation where Impact doesn't have TP, so wants to get as efficient of a recall off as possible. But at this point, like when Castle sees him, you know that it's going to be an execution with his flash.
Yeah, I mean, he has 100 HP, and you have no ultimate to get HP from that. The Sky Splitter is delayed. It's not like there's any sort of instant react where you can bait him in with, big shield right away. So that was just a lazy recall there from Impact. I mean, yes, Castle got some pressure on him, but you're still up 20 CS. He would have had a good buy, and he would have been in a good spot. Now, that CS advantage does not matter. You're down on experience. You're even on gold. And Castle is going to finish his first item first.
Yeah.
And once Ambessa gets one item, you start losing. It starts getting a lot harder in this matchup if you're not ahead.
That's 3 1v1 solo kills this series so far. So we'll have to track that. Castle really putting on a show here. Did equalize the gold there, but because of the counter pick, more so, he was down in CS early, and I really feel like DSG is very comfortable scaling right now. So the Mundo secured the first dragon, keeping up in his farm, actually ahead of Hambach. I think totally fine giving these grubs over. Just the Casio and Bessa getting out of the hard part of the lane, nearly getting to Eclipse, and then the Mundo really just ranking up his ultimate more and more. DSG should be very happy with this 1-1 game state with even gold.
Absolutely. I mean, Call Me, we saw him forcing the Spirit Rush there from Darkwings. Hambach used his first ultimate just to be able to trade back a kill on that top side. And yeah, when the Eclipse comes in, Ambessa just becomes a whole different champion. The Pop Blossom looking, Lions flashes away. Has to be a flashback safety from Huhi as well, as the Chains Corruption came out from Sajed and did push him back.
Yep, so trade of support flashes right there. No ultimate on Sajed. Means they're not going to play aggressive. They don't necessarily need to play aggressive, though. It's not like Mundo is pulling off invades. There's no Drake up for another 3 minutes. There is a Heart Seal as the MasterCard Power Spike moment for Kryra. He would like to get a few cheeky procs, but doesn't need to force anything at this moment. With Mid-Prow, though, might be able to move in for Raptors.
Nice little sidestep there from Darkwings, but yep, assisting him on the invade. Kryra here with the help of Call Me, and we'll be able to smite away the Raptors and back off. We haven't touched on the fact that also Sajed is going to be playing on hit. Is going to not be the poke style. It is going to be lethal tempo. It is going to be Blade of King, and looking for that on hit as Call Me goes with the Petrifying Gaze, gets charmed up here. Huhi sneaking around on the side, but has no flash or Pop Blossom, so it's hard to think that would get a kill.
It's interesting that he's gone on hit. I feel like they have enough sustained damage with Mundo and Bessa Casio that lethality could have been really effective to just try and get some easy poke on the Ahri or the Sivir, but probably just wants a little bit of 1v1 damage if he gets jumped on by the Volibear and the Nocturne.
Yeah, exactly. Probably just thinking, hey, I'm just going to be hitting the Volibear and the Nocturne in a lot of these fights, and Spell Shield's pretty annoying when you're playing that full poke build, so we'll see how it works out for him. Obviously, it is kind of higher risk, higher reward. It's a lot more difficult to position effectively when you are playing on hit. You have to be a lot closer to deal that damage, but Darkwings here has the Spirit Rush up and available, is getting poked down a bit as TSG trying to bully their way into the river.
All this for a Crab. Early heal by Sentinels as well.
Darkwing's going to go back in with the Spirit Rush here, looking as they go for the engage with the Nocturne ulti. Darkwing's trying to finish off Sajed. Sajed is incredibly low. He does get first down. Maximum dosage popped by Kryra. He is fighting, but Lions is running. In comes Castle from the back line, but the ulti misses on the Hambach. The Pop Blossom is back up, and it lands onto Castle. Impact going to try to knock him down, but he's knocked out of the air by Castle and slain. Rahel flashing back, trying to get out. Who he may have to block a briefcase. The Spell Shield comes back up, and they will survive. But Castle with the reinforcements makes all the difference in the fight.
Ends up being a 2-for-1 on the side of DSG. Could have been more if that Ambessa ultimate connects. So the early trading already meant no heal on Nico, and then they get the Spell Shield from Rahel. And that's actually when Darkwings and Hambach decide to all in. While they do manage to take down Sajed, Darkwings trades his life for it, and Kryra gets a couple nice Heartsteel procs. If that lands on Hambach, I think Castle cleans up, but he's still able to kill him at the end of this. They kill Impact instead and are able to push them out. So solid fight by DSG there with the scaling team comp. I think they got 3 Heartsteel procs for Kryra and have hit a couple big power spikes. So a pretty big win there for DSG.
Absolutely. I mean, Castle did a good job. Just gets in that backline. They all turn on him, but that meant that no one's hitting Call Me. And then the rest of the team just all pile in. You're hitting Castle, but they can't even burst him down. And Impact now Yes, he's almost level 10, but briefly down 2 full levels. And he is going for this tank-style build, and when you fall behind in that, you are not dealing a lot of damage, right? You're kind of just depending on the fact that you're going to outstat them when you are going for this more tank-style build. But look at these trades now. They are getting brutal, and Besta just has so many dashes, it becomes very difficult for Impact to really get in there and win any trades.
And who kills Mundo later in this game as well? This is looking really solid.
Sivir is the hope
for DSG. It would have to be Sivir. Sivir's got to kill a lot of people.
Yeah.
Much like last game.
Sivir kind of has to kill everyone, but they're going to go in here on to Calmy. We'll see if they can be able to knock him down. The Fear Tether lands, and he is killed off there by Darkwings, and now Kryra going to be pushed back. So nice little pick off there from Hanbok.
Really nice. I mean, a flashless Cassio without backup trying to play down towards the river with Dragon up. Nice capitalization there by Hanbok.
Impact was fighting pretty heavily there with Castle. Does get a nice little chunk down onto him, but now trying to pull back to that tower. Huhi looking to threaten on the flank here. He's going to be coming in from the side. Rahel is behind them. It's a flanking Sivir going to get flashed on by Kryra. Rahel's in trouble. The Pop Blossom's coming down. They're going to try to turn it around on the Lions. They knock him down. They get the kill. Rahel survives. Kryra staying around though, and now Calmy going to be TPing back in. Sajet is still there. Huhi can't actually land the root. Rahel trying to cut out. Kryra getting low, but doesn't have enough damage to finish him off. And on the top side, it's a 1v1 between Impact and Castle. Castle is kiting. Impact is coming. The Sky Splitter won't quite land. Takes a bite out of him, but doesn't have enough damage to knock him down. And on the other side, Kryra will be able to eventually claim the dragon. DSG coming out on top.
Really insane sequence there, and Kryra is so greedy on the Mundo. Pays off for him this time as Lions has made it back on the map.
The binding gonna land there onto Impact. Castle just waiting for the cooldowns to come back up. Doesn't want to go in too early and get burst down, but might have had time for Impact to survive. The Sky Splitter comes down. The shield will land, and he will be able to back it out, but should be a plate probably going the way of Castle if he wants to stick around for it, and he's not going to.
Has to be afraid of Nocturne ultimate since that's going to be back up. That's how long this last play has developed. I don't even know if we'll have time to get a replay in of that last fight, but it was a 4v3 that DSG stuck around for because Calmy was going to revive and be able to teleport back, but while you're stalling, it's just an incredibly risky, exposed position to be. DSG get away with it, now have 2 Drakes, and Castle is trying to catch this wave, but there's a lot of Sentinels players here.
Here comes Hanbok, the Paranoia gonna get dropped. He's trying to cut out, has so many dashes, but not quite enough. And he's gonna go down. Sentinels do eventually get him. Made him work for it. It looked like for a second he might have had a chance to get out, but there's just so much DC, so much mobility for them to chase him down, and they get the kill. Looking to try to grab first tower here as well.
And I really like what Hanbok and Darkwings are doing. They have to accelerate this game on the timers of the Ahri and Nocturne ultimates. If they find a way to find isolated targets, it's one of the most inescapable combos you can have. The triple dash from the Ahri as well as the Nocturne ultimate means you can get your kills as long as the backup isn't there because you're so exposed diving super far in. So at the time, they did a really good job catching Calmy in mid lane and a really good job catching Castle down bot, but they have to keep that tempo up if they want a chance in this game.
Yeah, and the problem is, even though Hanbok has been very effective, 4KP here at 16 minutes on the Nocturne has been very, very active, like you said, playing around those timers. They're just dead even on gold, and they're down 2 dragons. And Impact trying to look for an engage here on to Calmy. The Pop Blossom coming through, but the TP flank is already there. Kryra is here as well, and the Bard ulti will buy some time. Lions is here to try to back him up. Castle's in on Darkwings. Darkwings in a lot of trouble, has to flash out the safety. The Public Execution is going to connect as well as the Chains of Corruption. The Cavalry come in from DSG and crush Sentinels in the top lane.
DSG completely collapsed. They're likely to lose this mid turret as well, though. It's a race to see how much they can get done with this Rift Herald. First turret has already gone over on the side of Sentinels. This is weird. It's like Sentinels actually played a little too fast because this was a fight with no Nocturne ultimate. So they tried to make a fast play with the Nico, end up getting completely annihilated once Kryra arrived.
Hanbok is trying to position for a potential ult here, but there's still backup there for DSG. They have 4 members in the area. TP going to be coming in here, though, from Darkwings. They want to try to go for the long chase, but Darkwings is going to have to immediately pop the ulti, and look at that! Sajet gets deleted from the map. Impact arrives with the teleport as well. They're going to try to chase down Castle. They're going to get him, too. A couple kills going back the way of Sentinels.
My turn now, says Hanbok and Darkwings, as the teleport ends up being the perfect bait to get Hanbok in. they just made Sajed completely disappear right there. So Hanbok 4-0-2 now, needs to completely play around this ultimate cooldown. I think in extended 5v5 fights, no chance. But if they can keep this game messy, they'll have a window to victory.
I mean, that damage on Sajed was pretty surprising. I was seeing, okay, he's got cleanse, he's got flash. You can't cleanse death, though. So this was problematic. He got one shot.
I still don't quite understand it, because I guess Ahri just full combo with the Nocturne RQ auto is just enough.
Yeah, I mean, Hanbok is very fed. Hanbok is really strong at this point of the game, so Hanbok, exactly like you said, RQ auto, and it was pretty much just a charm. I don't even know if the Orb Deception came through. I don't even think it was yet. I think it was just charm and the W from Ahri just insta-died.
Maybe barrier next time. It would have been better in lane.
Yeah.
Cleanse didn't help him there.
Maybe it'll help him later. We'll see. Cleanse can definitely have a lot of value later on in the game, but it is tough. And Rahel now has the Infinity Edge completed. It is going to be the Wit's End on the other side there for Sajed. So trying to survive this Ahri as well as the Nico that could be flying to the back line. Volley does some magic damage as well, of course, but Hanbok is still going to be problematic for him. And Rahel, if he can find those targets, if he has people to ricochet off of, is going to be quite powerful. But for now, there's absolutely no heal cut for the Mundo. And Mundo's healing can be a problem.
I think it will be a problem. Level 13, really been able to power farm here. So Hanbok is quite fed, had to be running around the map to get these kills. Has converted on a lot of them, but hasn't stopped Cryer from farming, who is, you know, Cryer has more CS than either Sentinel Soul, which is pretty shocking to see.
It is kind of crazy. Rahel taking a little bit of poke there as he was bound up by Lions and chunked away by Castle. They're TPing in. Rahel takes another briefcase to the back. He's already at half HP. This is going to make this dragon fight kind of hard, but they don't want to give over just a free soul point.
Yeah, DSG really want to stay grouped up, because unlike other Nocturne compositions with Orianna or Azir, when you group up at the Darkness or even Kennen, that's when you get punished. Grouping up is great against the Ahri Nocturne, so DSG need to make sure no one can get isolated by the Ahri Nocturne combo.
Hui was trying to look for a flank there, but was going to be marked by Castle. They're going for the engage. Paranoia popped here. Darkwings is on the flank. Can he find an angle? He just can't really find anything. Go in. Does land a charm, though. And they are able to try to finish off the dragon, but it's taken by Kryra. So they used the Paranoia to just kind of sow some fear on the side of DSG, but Kryra just walks up and takes it.
That was really well played by DSG as a team as they go for more on the red buff.
Hanbok in a lot of trouble, has the flash. Will he need to use it? Going to get tagged by that slow and now has to flash. The Public Executionist was coming through. Going to be hit by the Tempered Fade as he tries to get over the wall. Rahel there to cover, and that should be all that's going to happen from this.
The reason that was so impressive to me with DSG is the Nocturne Ultimate shrinks your individual field of view so much, but it was as if they were not under the Nocturne Ultimate, because Cassio was marking Ahri over on the left, and then Kryra still moved in for the Drake. You can look at your teammates' screens when you're on stage like this if you need to, but it's still a very difficult skill to stay oriented. So at first they stay grouped up, but then Kryra just senses Drake is probably low. I'd say the instant that popped up on his screen, he just spammed the smite key and walked out. But that's what Hanbok was hoping to avoid by pressing the ultimate. You press the ultimate, you make them back away, you're hoping to disperse the objective and get out of there, but it ends up backfiring because the third Drake goes over to Kryra.
And even Darkwings was going on the other side, trying to sell the fact that, hey, we're engaging, right? You know, he spear rushed in, charmed up, call me, but then very quickly Kryra realized, as you're saying, oh, it's not actually a fight, it's a flip, right? It's just going for the dragon. And it went from 1255, I believe, straight to 0, so able to finish that off. Is level 14 now. Of course, the level 16 spike of maximum dosage is ridiculously powerful. Gives you that flat HP for every additional person that is around you.
That's huge.
It makes it so hard to burst you down with a well-timed W. You pop the ult in the middle of everyone, and all of a sudden you kind of are a brick wall, and there's not even an ignite or like anything to be able to apply some healing debuffs to this Mundo. Eventually they will have to be picking that up.
You'd imagine so. But at the same time, like, I mean, it's probably Rahel's third. He's probably going to end up going Mortal Reminder here, but you never know.
Sometimes you just want LDR for bigger numbers, even though it's less effective.
I'm trying to think.
It's got to be Sivir. Sivir is one of the best users of Executioner's Calling, because you can ricochet across the whole team.
But I still want the Lord Doms because he needs to kill everyone. He needs the damage.
Yeah, it's a tough choice to make. We'll see if someone else is going to be able to, you can always try to do something where you like just grab an Oblivion Orb on
I think
Huhi or
Impact
whatever.
should grab an Oblivion Orb and just try and hit people with E.
You're like, buddy, you lost your counter matchup. It's time to play support. Buy me that Oblivion Orb.
Yeah, Oblivion Orb, lock it next.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's true.
Well,
He
Knight's
needs to
Vow.
scale.
Yeah, he definitely does, but so far, DSG in full control, and especially after taking that last dragon, going to be feeling really good. They're going to go for an engage here over on a Castle. Castle trying to cut out, does flash, but will it be back to safety? Hombok is coming in. Lions looking for the binding over the wall. Can't quite get it. The public execution will not buy enough time, and the Pop Blossom on the side, connecting onto Sajed. There's the cleanse, but it's Sajed. There's the cleanse, but it doesn't even matter. He is knocked down in a hurry. Rahel ricocheting through the team as Calmy's trying to turn around on the impact. Darkwings looks for the charm. It's going to be sidestepped, though. The Petrifying Gaze does not connect onto anyone's spell shield there on the Casio Q, but Rahel has to turn, has to fight. The binding from Lions across both members is buying a lot of time. Hombok is in the backline, but Calmy cannot fall. Rahel flashes in, but now he's on top of Kryra. Kryra's going to have to hit the blast, going to get out of there. Lions popping the Magical Journey, looking to get out. Rahel fighting on the side with Kryra. Rahel needs a spell shield. He doesn't have it. Kryra flashes in, knocks him upside the head, takes him out, and there's the reaction from Golden Glue. He thought that fight was theirs, and now Darkwings might get chased down here as well. Kryra's got so much move speed.
Oh, the Baron!
Hits the Baron to take him out, but it's an execute as a result.
Oh my God, he killed him by accident. Is he still looking for him? He doesn't necessarily. Does he even see the call out that he was killed by a minion?
I think he knows he's killed, but the question is, can they do Baron, right? Like, you would have got the kill eventually, but this does speed it up. And now, are they going to go
this
for it here
This game is so crazy. No
They're
time
in.
to breathe. It looks like Kryra is going to heal up a little bit. Everyone trying to get it. Rahel still dead. Darkwing doesn't have TP, so I think DSG can just burst this down.
I absolutely think so. Casio and on-hit Varus, they shred this thing, so that Baron is gone. And it gives them enough time to recall and to head out and try to claim Soul here as well. Sentinels, this might be their last shot at a reasonable fight.
Yeah, so right now, Sentinels just need to get as much control over this space as possible, shove out as many waves and get vision, because the way they win is with messy fights. That's how that last fight that Golden Glue wanted to be right almost worked. If they can kill Sajed and Calmy early, then they'll have a chance to move through that behemoth of a Mundo. Still no heal cut, though. Kryra is a beast.
They're just pushing out the side lanes here, knocking down tower after tower.
Castle
is unanswered. Sentinels just rush over to try to go for this dragon. The question is, can DSG get there in time?
Late.
It's not dying that fast, but it is now down to about 2,500 HP. They should be able to finish it off. The question is, can they escape afterwards? They're going to try to turn it around here onto Calmy. Rahel with a great sidestep avoids it, and the Pop Blossom comes in, and they are getting destroyed. DSG pile into the fight, but it's too little too late. Kryra trying to stay alive here with the maximum dosage, but Darkwings is looking for more. He hits the charm on the Lions, but it's a beautiful self-McHale's as Lions runs for the hills. Will survive, but it's only him and Castle that live to tell the tale as DSG show up to the dragon too late and get destroyed.
What an absolute barn burner of a game. We haven't even had time for a replay in the last 4 minutes, and they are now strong, pushing both mid and bot lane by taking the Baron buff off of nearly everyone.
It looked like that was going to be the fight that ends the game for DSG, that gets them soul, that should have set them up. But this flank from Huhi, the Pop Blossom was beautiful. Darkwings gets good angle, and DSG was just so late. It's like they didn't expect Sentinels to rush it when they were pushing side lane. They thought they were going to be matched.
Sivir pushed side wave, but DSG didn't have any vision in the bottom river, so they're like, surely two people don't start the Drake. That has to be the call, because when Castle goes in there alone against a Nocturne comp, he's going to die at the start of this. Then everyone tries to follow through, but remember, the nearsightedness from Nocturne means they can't see it. They get completely womboed by who he's flank. And the only thing I can think here, so originally I thought, okay, DSG is just going to trade up in gold because DSG does outscale here. So we'll give you that Drake. We're going to take all your inhibitors, right? Double inhibitor, cycle for the next Drake. But that clearly wasn't the play. I think it's just a straight up misplay by DSG, because the worst thing you can do is funnel in late against Nocturne, Ahri, Nico, and have exactly what happens happen. So the game is very even in gold again, but the level 16 Mundo is also still going to be Mundo.
He absolutely is still going to be Mundo. Rahel now does have some heal cut, though. Darkwing's working in for the death cap. But Huhi was really all about that engage, and the question is, can you replicate that? Obviously, you're in a much better spot than you were.
Yeah.
But that fight was an insta-kill on Sajed, where it's Pop Blossom into Charm into just insta-death there on the Varus, and he is going Dusk and Dawn third here, so a little bit of AP getting mixed into the build. It's going to be very high damage if he can stay safe, but has struggled to do that in the fights, which is why in pro play people generally play poke, because it's a lot easier to stay back max range and spam out arrows.
Absolutely. Just doing a quick look at everything. DSG has really struggled to keep their side laners safe. I think part of it is because Kryra is prioritizing his farm and his own power so much that he's not necessarily shadowing side lanes as much, because that's kind of what you need to do against things like Nocturne Ahri, is if you're just kind of in the area, you'll make even 2v2s and it kind of stops the Nocturne from being able to pull off successful ultimates. But in this game, very frequently Hanbok is finding isolated targets.
And Hanbok now has the G8, has been able to do a really good job this game. Honestly, playing a great series thus far. Kryra is ahead as far as the experience is concerned and has that level 16 as you called out. But we'll see if Hanbok can be a difference maker. Darkwings now has the death cap completed, so the damage definitely ramping up pretty heavily with that buy from the Ahri.
And Rahel is potentially being the savior of the scaling on the side of Sentinels, because the Mundo Ambessa Cassio, you think that's just going to scale and scale in terms of damage, but if one of these guys is getting one shot early, now with even the death cap Ahri, that's when Rahel's really going to be able to turn it on at the end of these fights. Considerably ahead in items to Sejed, which is interesting, almost with the Bloodthirster. Surely Sejed is sitting on a decent amount of gold.
Yep, grab the Seekers there. So
yeah, there we go.
Is going to be able to have that to try to respond to any sort of engage. It is one of the nice things about champions like Kai'Sa, like Varus, who can splash in some AP and actually get value from it. You can go Zonias. And Zonias is just such a powerful defensive item against dive like this, where he's getting one shot. And now if you're able to react to the Pop Blossom or a Charm and immune that with the Seekers, that can be a lot of value for the team.
Yeah, really setting up here for this next fight with double Seekers on their carries. Cassiopeia and Varus both having Seekers at the moment, and this next Drake is likely where everyone's gonna collect themselves.
And as much as the Mundo is incredibly tanky, Impact is very, very tanky on the other side as well. He is full tank on the Volibear and is going to be able to create some space. And if he can create enough space, if he can create enough chaos with all these divers, hey, if Sivir is auto-attacking, she is going to hurt at this point. There is the Bloodthirster now complete for Rahel, so on those 4 fully completed items, still does not have tier 2 boots and has just been prioritizing these item completions, but he is definitely going to be a problem and can shrug off any small damage now with that Bloodthirster complete.
I hope he has the Empowered Recall. Okay, he's actually just going to teleport in right away for this flank. They're going.
Yeah, they're going deep here. The Chains of Corruption do connect, but in onto Sejed. They're immediately coming. The Pop Blossom doesn't connect. Look at the Seekers to buy some time, but on the other side, Impact and Rahel trying to deal the damage. Castle comes in. He knocks down one. Rahel's in the middle of everyone. Rahel, that is not where you want to be. He stands, he fights, but he falls. And the cause of death is blood force trauma as Impact is fallen as well. He's got to run for the hills. Hanbok and Impact are the only ones surviving. Hanbok surely can't get out of this one. Impact has run for the hills and does survive for now. Hanbok not so lucky though. DSG win the fight. It's a scrappy one, but at the end of the day, it's 4 for 2.
Really interesting engage right there. I almost feel like Sentinels was trying to lull DSG into the false sense of security because they kind of did the teleport on the Nocturne. So when you see Ahri shown on that top turret, you feel like you have a little bit of extra time to set up, and that's why DSG moves in it. But at that moment, Sentinel says, no, actually we go now. I'd say it ends up being 2 desync though, because they can't combo anything directly with the Ahri. Both Seekers being burned is crucial. That first Seekers ends up being negated a little bit by the Bard ultimate, but it gives him that fraction of a second to move away during the Hanbok CC, and it just ends up giving them the Soul as well as the Baron. So a little bit of Exodia going on for DSG after that fight.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Sentinels now. They just couldn't quite coordinate on that engage. Maybe if Impact could have buffered the Chains of Corruption, immune that with your ult, get in there on the backline, it could have been very different. But Impact got hit by the Chains of Corruption as he's running in, lost most of his health, and spent most of the fight running. And then by the time he goes in, there was so much time bought by the Chains of Corruption, then the Seekers on the engage. It meant that on the other side, Castle and Kryber are just doing what they want, and Rahel was getting pressured heavily.
And the really nice thing about winning late game fights with Seekers is you get gold, and you just get them back. Because you can go double Zonias, you don't have to worry about that cooldown, and now they can just immune those engages yet again.
Yeah, and that is going to make it very, very difficult, because It's not like you're going to be wanting to go on anyone but those 2 targets. Don't really have the option, and now you have to deal with that Infernal Soul plus all the scaling problems. There's still a chance if you can find that perfect engage and just delete someone. Obviously, Infernal Soul not going to help with the defenses, but I think he's going to have to find a pretty perfect
There's a fight
engage.
coming. Call Me is isolated, so it's a 5v4 chance if Sentinels want it.
Yeah, Darkwings is spotted out on the ward. He is very deep behind them, and he is just going to cut the wave. And this is pretty smart from him, but the question is, can DSG push him back and stop this? They want to Baron buff up that wave, but on top lane, they're looking for an angle onto Call Me, who's pushing forward. This is a big wave there, and Rahel needs to get over there to try to clear that out if they want to defend top side, but not going to be able to do it for now.
I'm a little surprised that they didn't pull the trigger. I'm actually surprised that DSG didn't just 5-man against Nocturnari and instead try to 4-1. That's really risky, even if they're able to get a lot of turret damage. Lion's trying to babysit Call Me, but I feel like the Nocturnari could probably get one of them. They're just hesitant to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I guess they're just worried about Lions potentially muting the engage, but here goes now. They're going to go in onto Sajed. Sajed trying to survive as long as he can. Pops the Zonias here as Kryra in the middle of everyone. Call Me flashes forward, hits the petrifying gaze, and down goes the Sivir. Pop Blossom in the backline, but doesn't even matter. They don't have the damage to get the job done. Kryra is unstoppable with Castle pushing forward in this fight, looking for Impact. He's the next target on the list, and Impact is standing, is fighting, is surviving as long as he possibly can, but he's got nowhere to go. Hui trying to cut the wave, but he can't get that done. DSG do lose Sajed, but they take out the Sivir early and they win the fight.
Infernal Soul and Baron doing a lot of heavy lifting there with both AD carries getting burst down. I feel like DSG was kind of trying to bait the engage with their spread out positioning. Ends up working out. They break the middle inhibitor. They go for more.
The public execution comes in. Darkwing's on the run with the Spirit Rush, trying to get back to the base to heal back up. Hambach and Hui keep him alive for now, and that may signal DSG to just back up, but the Paranoia is here. They're going to go in on Castle, but that is a tanky top laner, and he realizes, I do not win this 1v1.
Yeah, Castle says, you want me? You're fighting me? And he just pushes Hambach away immediately. I'd say Sentinels is making this game quite hard, though, for DSG. Even with Infernal Soul, even with Baron, their reward for the teamfight victory is the mid inhibitor and the top inhibitor tower. So Rahel's going to continue to get items, and even if you have an Infernal Soul, those late game Sivers can be devastating.
They really can, and honestly, if Call Me didn't catch Rahel there, it could have been a very different fight.
Yeah.
He caught him with the flash petrifying gaze, stunned him up, they burst Rahel down. If Rahel lives through that fight, I mean, the rest of the team was alive for quite a long time. They just don't have the damage. If Sivir ever dies, an Ahri without ultimate is never killing this Mundo. It's just not going to happen.
Definitely not. Looks like he's getting that 100% crit Sivir completely online with lethal tempo, so able to do a lot of work. But it's difficult for the Sivir to hard carry against Casio because you're always going to be in range of that petrifying gaze, as well as Call Me played that last fight. But Baron buff is
public execution. Really, even if Kryra just gets in on top of him unopposed, you're probably going to lose that. So it is very difficult being this short-range champion on the Sivir. And DSG are spacing out the fights quite well, so his job is not easy.
Yep, currently 90% crit. Once he completes that last seal item, he'll be at 100. Thanks to the new 80 carry quest as well. Still got a lot of gold if they can continue to extend this game to get more and more items, but this Elder is going to be very difficult for Sentinel to contest.
Yeah, a bit of a weird TP from Castle. He just TP'd from the top lane right to the beginning of the mid lane. It didn't go very far, so that is down, but he does have the TP shield, and it does last quite a long time. So that is up and available. Kryra just zoning them away, stepping in their face, daring them to try to engage onto the Mundo, and Rahel trying to get control of this wave and look for a push. Hambach's on the side, but Sajed now is just going to be soloing the Elder.
Yeah, and they don't have vision of it currently, so Hambach would love to get something over that wall, but has no way of getting vision.
Yeah, it is going down very slow. On the hunt, going to be popped there by Rahel. The charm lands on the Castle, but it doesn't do too much to him. Rahel can't really find a way in. It's just so difficult for him to step forward and auto attack without being in range of the rest of the damage, and Rahel has eaten some poke from these briefcases. Sky Splitter comes down to be able to spot them out. Darkwing's going to be TPing back from base now here. The Bard ultimate not going to connect as they are going to pop the Paranoia. Will they go in for the engage? Darkwings has Castle low. They're trying to burst down Kryra. They can't quite do it as maximum dosage has been popped, and Kryra's healing right back up, but they're going to try to kite it out. It's a trade now of the max dosage for the Spirit Rush, but the Ahri without an ultimate is not going to have a lot of power.
I don't really feel like Sentinels has a way back in. Nocturne Ultimate is going to take so long, but that Elder is still very tanky, so Sentinels have to brute force their way through.
The Castle's looking for a wraparound here. Impact has joined back from base, TPing back in. One briefcase does about 20% of the health there of Rahel, who's trying to step forward, trying to look for this fight. On the side, Castle looking for an engage. Lion trying to find an angle for a binding. Darkwing's in a lot of trouble. Has to flash back from the public execution. There's a charm, but it's a flash forward from Castle. He's gone already. Humbug on the side is getting destroyed. Impact is trying to tank it up. The Pop Blossom comes through, but it just doesn't even matter because Rahel is already gone. DSG are winning the fight. It feels like DSG have finally been able to take over. It's a double kill there for Sajet as he gets some revenge after a tough game. DSG gonna take us to a game number 3.
Look at how much Heartsteel health Kryra accumulated throughout this game. An absolute force on this Mundo could not be taken down, and gotta shout out Call Me for tagging Rahel again with the petrifying gaze as DSG even the series.
So tough for Rahel to really find an angle in this fight, and Castle being able to get in the backline takes down the Ahri. DSG not going down without a fight. The year-long series score moves to 5-5. The best of 11 going to be decided next game.
You think these teams are evenly matched as hell?
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure. We'll see who's better next game.
Lounge, what do you think?
I think Raz is the
best of 11.
Yay!
What happened here? These teams are evenly matched? All right, guys. Cover your eyes when it comes to the predictions for me.
Yeah, honestly though, oh my goodness. And this one went so long too. You had to get fully outscaled with the super late game Giga Mundo with 10 billion health regenerating over the course of this Elder Dragon fight.
Anytime I see a Mundo in this region, by the way, it's just crazy. Munchie, Eugene, now this, Kryra.
Look at that, level 18.
I'm gonna walk at you, bro.
Infinite stacks. Doesn't matter that they turn out the lights. And at this point, like the comp has definitely been outscaled because champions like the Nico and the Ahri are really like bursty, and they're not going to do well in some of these late game scenarios.
Yeah, especially already with Infernal, they kind of just have to wait it out. Like it's a really nice flank from Castle, right, on the back half of that in mid lane, and then no one is killing this Mundo.
They just have to be creative. Because you're fighting basically like, if you can get past the Mundo, it's a Cassiopeia and an on-hit Varus. Like that is the quintessential front to back where you are even getting damage by the front. The front is banging.
The front and the back.
At both sides. It's crazy. So like, this was the most disgusting game that Sentinels were somehow finding fights. Like there was one huge Nico ultimate. That like gave an angle for Sentinels. So yeah, a little bit of a wild one.
I mean, that was so much back and forth. They actually got a lot of picks with the burst damage on the Ahri plus Nocturne a couple of times was really nice. Very surprising there, but this is perfect. You know, we get a 6-game day, first day back in spring.
There's one thing that has been consistent.
True.
Castle's a bit of a bully. He doesn't respect his elders.
More solo kills.
More solo kills. Well, this is from game 1, but we're doing an accumulative solo kill reel from game 1 and game 2 because he has been a real force throughout this series.
Yeah, and in this one, he got the counter pick on Aurora. In the ones we're about to see here, it was actually Impact locking in the Volibear counter pick, and then I don't know why he stays under turret.
He doesn't respect the flash. He doesn't think this guy's gonna flash on me.
And he does it.
But Q2 and flash is a lot of distance.
And that's a matchup that we've seen, of course, America's Cup. Gigo pulled it up against Thanatos, did incredibly well. We've seen the matchup do very well for Volibear globally. So the fact that he was actually having an amazing game. I think Castle has been a real force, a consistent force, and they should try and play through him, I think, a little bit. Now that the Mundo's off the table, let's play to the consistent best player on the map, it feels like, in Castle.
Yeah, honestly, is Mundo one of your favorite champions? Because Mundo looking good.
It's literally, I swear.
He's really strong.
I was watching.
Favorite, I don't know.
Like, even watching an ACL, you just see a
Yeah.
Mundo anytime it gets a lead, like both Munchie and Yuji just completely steamroll a game. This was another great one too, because they just don't have like consistent damage in comparative to what DSG have.
Yeah, let's take a look at this week's Pagoda moment with this guys winning a team fight in the top lane. This is before Mundo scaled, okay? This is before Mundo scaled, but look at this Bard ultimate that delays the engage. So Nico and the Volibear both going straight onto the Cassiopeia. Bard kind of delays here, and then you get the teleport in for Castle.
Yeah, and once again, Castle is directly onto Darkwings. It takes him out of the fight completely. Calmy cleans up Huhi. It's just a really nice collapse from DSG and shows kind of some of that coordination we talked about when we were like, okay, how does DSG take out Sentinels, who we think are a slightly better team? Well, it's through their actual team fighting.
Yeah, just like watching throughout all of these moments, it doesn't do it justice. Just even rewatching like team fight after team fight after team fight, you have something for us, don't you, Kobe?
Yeah, I mean, we had some other crazy stuff that caused this game to go even longer, some dragon shenanigans, and we did also have I just thought this one was cool from Cryro, where he walks up and just steals it during a Nocturne ultimate. Obviously, they're going to turn off the lights. You know, Sentinels had... I thought this one was kind of in the bag, right? Wait, this one goes so fast.
You said you just wanted that. I was the one that recorded it.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, can I slow you down? There we go. 0.25%.
Ooh, I can see it.
But I thought this was a good play from Sentinels because they Nocturne ult, they scare them off. Okay. You know, they're all running away, Disguise are running away, and then Cryro says, you know what? Wait a second, I'm going back in. They're trying to sneak my dragon. This is Dragon Soul Point. And he just walks up on Mundo and yoinks it anyway. And then after they had invested Ahri ult and they had invested Nocturne ultimate, I thought that was just, that was a critical play because they ended up getting Soul later as well.
I actually wanted to see, okay.
You want to do it? Just go ahead, go ahead.
I wanted to see this, which is, first of all, Mundo's doing way too much damage.
Damage taken? You better believe it. It's about to touch Volibear's damage taken.
Damage mitigated. Whoop.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to do that.
Oh my god.
This is your dress, I'm telling you right now.
I know, it's my sleeve.
It's the flowing thing, yeah. Boom.
There we go. 82.5k.
Yeah.
Mundo is a ridiculous champion.
Yeah, a lot of shielding on Volibear too, though. Huh?
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Your boy.
Not bad. The sad news is that we won't get another Volibear. The good news is player of the game goes to Cryro. So good job, Mundo. Yep. Well done, well done. I wonder what the actual fans back at home thought. I think you guys think the same thing.
Kill participation.
I think the
That's
fans,
pretty nuts.
Yeah, I think there's not much to say on it. Like, let's see. Oh!
A lot of Sajed.
Yeah, a lot of Sajed, a lot of Castle.
I thought Castle was close as well.
Yeah.
With the you know, he got counterpicked.
True.
He solo killed Impact, and he had huge presence in a lot of these fights too.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair. Like for a back and forth game like that, I think it makes a lot of sense to go towards these players. I mean, like with how Castle's been playing, he might even be like a quintessential like player of the series. So that being said, the caster said the same thing. Best of 11. It continues. Let's go to game 3 after this break.
DSG not going down without a fight.
What an absolute barn burner of a game.
Welcome back to the LCS Opening Weekend presented by MasterCard. And we've been in for a treat for our first day here. We're going the distance, all 6 games, as we are tied up once again between Sentinels and DSG.
I hope this is a burgeoning rivalry in the LCS, because DSG Sentinels are extremely competitive, and the games themselves have also been incredibly fast-paced. The first game in this series, it was non-stop solo kills from the DSG solo laners, and then they couldn't outscale the team fighting of Sentinels. And then this last game was actually a lot of early game power on the side of Sentinels, but DSG was able to outscale. So a very entertaining series so far.
And I'm really interested to see if Impact can stabilize in the top lane, because when getting counterpicked, he got dominated by Castle. When he counterpicked, he got solo killed by Castle. Even though he did have a really big advantage, he kind of threw it away with that lazy recall, got killed on by Castle under his tower. And I want to see if Impact can stabilize things, because if Castle isn't getting a big lead, you do feel like it's going to be a lot harder for DSG.
Absolutely. I'd say, to me, both of the first 2 games, with how evenly matched these teams are, were kind of decided by draft. The draft that we favored ended up winning both games. Game 1 was the 1-2-3 blind pick, essentially, of Ezreal, Karma, and Orianna. And then just the raw scaling that DSG had last game with the Mundo Cassiopeia, as well as being able to fight against the pretty early game pair of Nocturne Ahri, worked out pretty well.
Xin is up and available, not banned, and a lot of these AD junglers have been worked through, so wouldn't be surprised to see that. Rumble also going to be available, but Galio is unbanned, even though it has received second phase bans last game. So both teams kind of thinking through the options. Vi, Xin, Rumble, Galio. Where do you want to go?
Looks like they've locked in the Vi, so prioritizing Hambach having a high amount of agency for this game. He's been having a great series, even though prior one player of the game. It wasn't because he was gapping the Nocturne, it was because of the scaling of the Mundo. Hambach has made so much happen on Skarner and Nocturne so far, so I understand prioritizing his pick, especially with Galio being up. The Rumble priority drops a little bit.
Definitely does. There's always the option, occasionally you'll see teams just take both away and say, all right, we took the counter too. But then you are blinding your Galio, or have to be willing to be a little bit more creative. I would be expecting the Xin, though, to come through. I do think it's still so powerful, and you can kind of just go a pretty standard 1-2 here. Even if Impact goes for the Galio, it's not so much a counter as it is like an answer. It's more of a neutralizer, and so Castle can still go first strike and farm gold.
I could also see Impact taking Ornn and being fine.
Yeah.
So he's still got options, even if they dropped him to 4-5. So I actually think Sentinels has a pretty important choice to make here. If they want to just lock in a powerful bottom lane they still feel like is left, the Lulu and Seraphine were both banned, so things like Yunara Lulu or Ashe Seraphine, they can't pair, which then makes them go down and just pick the Galio, and they'll pair something else with Yunara.
Yep, so they are going to be grabbing Yunara here. They already have some really good engage with the Galio as well as the Vi, where DSG does kind of need some of that. So the question is, are they going to match picks here? Are they going to go a different direction? You can, of course, just grab your own AD carry, knowing there's going to be Yunara on the other side, or you could grab, powerful engage support, something along those lines, if you so choose. But it is going to be the matching of AD carries, I think, here. Kai'Sa, to me, was Sejed's best champion by a lot. Oh, no, it's not actually going to get locked in. It's going to be the Yone. So very interesting. So they are going to go grab Yone, and then they have multiple protection bans to be able to try to make things a little bit more difficult.
Really aggressive here. Aggressive drafting by DSG.
It's a great
by
combo.
Picking the Yone this early. Yes, it's a good combo, Rumble Yone, but they kind of know that Darkwings is a control mage player, and they probably feel comfortable with this stage of Fearless, playing it into any of his picks. Not to mention they can ban Annie. Maybe Victor would be the next ban, because I can imagine Darkwings finding a way to neutralize this with Victor a bit.
Yeah, you're thinking about things like Victor, about Hui, about, champions along those lines that he does like to go towards. Syndra is another pick, so he almost always stays within that realm, and I think they're just saying, Annie is a problem, the rest I don't really care. Yone is pretty good into a lot of these matchups. You just survive early, and then you can become quite powerful later. But with the Kai'Sa not being grabbed in the first round, it will not be able to be available. In the second round, they're going to take away both the Kai'Sa and the Xayah, expecting that it is such a strong answer to Vi Galio. So when you're thinking about other safe picks, you can, again, go towards the Jhin. That's always a common one that people do just kind of stay far back. There also are some kind of less common answers that people will go towards. Sometimes they're just going to play things like, oh, okay, I'll just play MF and just stand and ult over the top or whatever.
Yeah. I was going to say that if they want to dominate lane, they'd pick something with Caitlyn, but once you pick Alistair, your chances of dominating lane go down drastically.
Yeah.
That's definitely something that plays towards the solo lanes, which is understandable with the state of this series so far and how much success Castle and Calmy have had in lane.
And it's so interesting, too, because they clearly have a conditional pick here for AD carry, because they're going AD carry on 5. You know, that is very uncommon. But now they see there is a Rakan, you know, not obviously a super strong laner either. They could try to pick for winning 2v2 if they want to go for one of those angles. Like you said, you can go for things like Caitlyn, but of course it can be difficult to survive the potential dive. Rakan, Galio, Vi. I feel like Jhin makes sense to me just because you need to kind of stay safe, have some sort of value, but, you know, you can go more aggressive options if you feel confident.
Yeah, there's so much go in. And Jhin Rumble, Jhin Yone have always been really potent combos. And it's Vayne. Oh my god.
Okay, well this is crazy.
Oh
I mean,
god.
Vayne in some ways can survive, but the problem is there's so much point and click. And Rakan ult hits you whether you're stealth or not. Vi ult, you can't outplay with a tumble. Like, that thing is following you no matter what. And then when you get hit by the Vi ult, the Galio ult's coming over the top. All these combos are coming through, and it is going to be Smolder here. So are they going to swap the Yone to top lane for Castle? So now it becomes a bit of a mind game, right? Of are they going to move things around?
Crazy.
And the question on my mind is, were they going to do that? It looks like they will not.
Faked
they
it. They swap it back. It's a 20 seconds. This means Yone's mid, Rumble's top. But both teams just threw down at the end of this draft, for sure. Game 3 of Fearless, the 11th game they've played against each other this year. They're 5-5, and they decide to play this decider with Vayne 5th pick, and then also a Smolder mid into the Yone. My goodness.
Yeah, and this is famously the matchup that FlyQuest against Genji in Game 5, I believe they played.
In 2024, absolutely. It was, in that case, though, it was Smolder Ziggs, and they were able to, with Ziggs bot, and they were able to really just stall out the game. Not to mention, the 225 stacks back then was much more powerful on Smolder. Smolder was much more of a threshold champion back then. But now, I really just want to see if Sajet is able to throw down on this fan, because it's 2 games in a row now where we have felt like the compositional play would be to stay back and support the solo laners. Even on Varus, he could have gone poke Varus instead of getting Dove, and now he could have gone Jhin with so much dive, and instead decides to just get in there with the team on the Vayne. Definitely a very risky pick.
I mean, the big question to me is, will he be able to survive the dive, right? Or maybe he's thinking, my team will be so aggressive, they will be putting them on the back foot.
He can just chase in with
Exactly,
Night
maybe
Hunter.
just chase in. But I just feel like Rakan Galio is going to be so strong against the composition that DSG have. When you're looking at 4 melee champs and then a Vayne who's relatively short range, it is so easy to land these multi-man charms. And we'll see how Calmy can handle this 1v1 in mid lane. Because yes, Smolder does have scaling, but a lot of the power has been moved more towards the early game over the patches. You know, you talked about the nerf to the 225, how powerful that is.
Yeah.
And the execute threshold no longer scales, has been like that for a very long time. So the scaling is a lot weaker, but the early game is a lot stronger. And the problem with this matchup is not only can you get bullied because it's range versus melee, but you can't avoid getting stacked on. So you can really accelerate in this matchup, because every time you step forward, you're going to get queued by the Smolder. You're giving over free stacks, and when you hit a fast 25, it really accelerates you to 125, and that really accelerates you to the 225. So we'll see how Darkwings can do.
Looking forward to seeing if he can bully this lane, because we definitely have this archetype of Darkwings that he's this scaling mage player who's just kind of trying to survive while maybe Hombok does something crazy with Huhi, and they've been playing around bot side. But now they have an opportunity to maybe have Darkwings get babysat a little bit if he's able to put the Yone down. Because if they can keep Yone out of this game, the win condition's really narrow for DSG.
I mean, Calmy still has his potion, but he is getting very low here already. Of course, he has teleport. Really, he's trying to survive to be able to get this wave. You definitely want to get the cannon. You want to be able to have a reasonable buy.
Yeah.
But, you know, this is the problem, is it's just kind of all about survival. And, you know, Darkwings is going to be able to start working on this first plate. And as soon as you go for any of these range minions, you will be eating a free Q, a free W.
Yeah.
And that's what's tough about this matchup.
It's the stacking. I doubt Calmy will die, famous last words, but with second win, Dorn Shield, and Fleet, not to mention the short lane for frequent recalls, I feel like he's going to be able to survive, and it's just about maximizing the CS.
Yep, he does pop the potion now, finally, and Darkwings up to 13 stacks, but is going to go with the Soul Unbound and try to get a trade back, and this is really your only option, is to try to look for these aggressive trades, try to chunk them out, but Calmy in some trouble. And this is the updated year-long series. The first game, the first series that they had was 2-1 to DSG. The second series was 3-2 to Sentinels. And then, of course, they are 1-1 here in this series, bringing the total game score to 5-5. So just dead even between these two teams as Kryra comes through. And we'll be able to delay the recall there of Dark Wings, but they're going to look for a potential little engage as Hanbok goes forward. But down comes the Galio now, and Kryra's just going to flash onto Dark Wings. In comes Call Me with the Soul Unbound, looking to get some damage down. Impact faster on the roam, flashes forward with the Justice Punch. There is the taunt. Castle flashing in as well. Hanbok falls for first blood. Kryra's getting some healing down. Impact has no damage. DSG out to a 2-0 lead.
It's been a while since we've seen a first crab flip a game, but we may have just seen it again. Full stack Conqueror on the Xin. Triumph proc after another stays alive, and the bot lane's all in at the same time.
So Jed procs another Silver Bolts there. Rahel incredibly low, even through the barrier. Had the condemn into the wall, had the lethal tempo stack. He flashes in. Great flash back from Rahel, or he would have been dead to rights. Lions wanted the kill. Rahel equal to the task. Still, good job by DSG being able to get this aggressive move because they were actually down quite a bit in farm, especially once this wave is gone.
There's no barrier,
They're going to try to look for it. He has the angle for the condemn. He gets him into the wall. He gets the kill in the 2v2, and now Hui's in a lot of trouble as well. It's a double for the Vayne. You lose to Alistar. Who cares? 4-1 in the 1K lead at 4 minutes for DSG.
Sajed Vayne gets the 2v2 double kill. What I love about these teams in DSG is they are not afraid to hands check. Look at the gusto of this play here. Flashing in for the Q he threw out of Dark Wings, and that's after Call Me had already taken the aggressive trade, and then, even though Impact is first, they just continue fighting. Nobody abandons the fight. Call Me stays close, Castle burns him down, Triumph proc comes in from Kryra, gets the passive heal from the Xin, and ends up picking up the second kill.
We're back to live. Kryra here fighting again. Smolder's gonna get knocked up and might just be getting knocked down. Kryra grabs a kill as Dark Wings will fall. He escaped in the last fight, won't be so lucky this time, and now the wheels feel like they're starting to fall off for Sentinels.
They really do, losing control of both rivers. Kryra making a move over. Gotta be careful not to get too aggressive, but they're all sitting at full health in the bot lane.
I mean, one of the craziest parts about this 2v2 kill is you're now down 4 sums on the side of Sentinels, and you didn't even get a single summoner off of the Vayne here as they're going to re-engage here on a Huhi, and Huhi is incredibly low, does get back to the tower. In comes Hanbok, but they know they cannot really look for an aggressive play, and the wave is being frozen on them, so even though they are down quite a bit of CS, Sajed is trying to hold this wave and make things very difficult for Rahel, because if you overstep, there's Hex Flash available on Lions, so we'll call that half a summoner, and you have both available on the Vayne.
And still on level 6 for Rahel, so doesn't have a good way of avoiding Sajed. Kind of faking that he's recalled right now, actually. He's been in the bush for about 10 seconds as DSG continue to punish the Soul Lanes.
Call Me looking for this all in here. Darkwings has no flash. The Soul Unbound comes through. The knockup does connect. Mom comes down for a heal, but Kryra looking for a play on the bot side as Call Me claims a solo bolo in the counter matchup in the mid lane.
And this is why DSG picked Yone blind, because they were confident that whatever Darkwings throws against him, he's going to be able to perform. Got a huge amount of help from that top scuttle fight, but knowing that Darkwings was down flash and he hit level 6, he could just all in. Not to mention, they have full information because of how aggressive Kryra has been playing. He's been fully evading the bot jungle. There was no threat of Hanbok ganking there on Vi, and they are really playing this game aggressively.
Yeah, and as much as things can go well for Smolder, if you get ahead, you're constantly chunking out this Yone, putting him back to base over and over and over. When you get this gold injection, you have early attack speed, early Vamp Scepter, all of a sudden you can't really punish him anymore, and then he's the one threatening you for all-ins, just like he did there. His Lion's going to be going up to the top side. He has the Hex Flash. I don't even think he needs to use it. Impact's just going to get comboed. He's trying to tank it up. Castle is going to be able to grab the kill. Style points with the equalizer. Call Me will get shut down by Hanbok in mid lane, though, so Sentinels showing some signs of life. Do get one back.
Yeah, the kill will end up going over to the Vi, so he's going to need to snowball a little bit. Would have loved to have that go over to Darkwings. Crazy by lines there. He could have killed with the auto, but instead wanted to give the kill to the Rumble with the ultimate. I think the cooldown's low enough that'll end up being effective for DSG.
They're behind him.
Darkwings has made a nice roam here. They can send 4 pretty easily.
Yeah, Huhi is not 6 though, so the engage not that powerful. And it's going to be easily stopped there by Lions. You shall not pass.
Look at this early game, though. 5 gold leads for the team. Watching the dive one more time. Hambach in fog until this moment, and by that point it's too late with no flash on the Yone. So a really nice executed lane gank there to get the shutdown gold onto the Yone.
Yep, good kill there on a Dark Wings. And a bit frustrated, obviously. Dark Wings didn't get the kill, excuse me.
Yeah.
The fact that Vi picked it up, you can see he's a little bit frustrated, even though they were able to knock down Call Me. Knows he's not in the easiest spot, and when you fall behind in these kind of matchups, Yone just constantly is going to threaten the all-in, and you feel scared to walk up for really much of anything. So we'll see if Dark Wings can kind of stabilize and just continue trying to scale.
Yeah, sitting at 66 stacks, this lane is definitely not going how he wanted it to. You want to be able to hit those breakpoints really early, start poking, stacking on him for free. Now he's just fearful of the all-in at every single moment.
He really is. Sajed, slight gold lead off of the back of those 2 kills that he was able to grab early on. But they're not out of the woods just yet. Of course, it is very difficult to play Vayne against teams with a lot of point-and-click CC. Yes, you have the ability to outplay, to pop the final hour, to go invis, and to try to outplay, but when you just get point-and-click vi-ulted into a charm, into a taunt, there's sometimes not much you really can do. So we'll see how he's going to be able to start up these fights, and if his team can kind of create enough chaos where they're the ones engaging, and that gives them the freedom to fight.
Yeah, the weird thing is, though, they really do have to scale, right? Like the Smolder Yunara, they need a lot of items to end up being effective. And with this Vayne pick, as much as it felt weird, I'm thinking about how Yunara does get advantages on a lot of other carries. It's like when you're level 6 and you're in a 1v1, a lot of times you can just press R and you run the other guy down. I think if Vayne presses final hour at the same time, it's a wash, and maybe even in favor of Vayne. So for the 1v1 and for certain parts of the laning phase, Sajed's going to be quite comfortable, even if the team comp and the team fights seem hard to play.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to make that happen. Famously, one of the weaknesses of Vayne is always the wave clear. You know, you have very little wave clear, so that can be difficult. But Kryra is here and has not been spotted. Hambach hanging around as well, so potential for a 3v3 to break out. Both supports are now level 6. And Hambach has his ulti back up and available to face check Kryra, but they could actually look to turn on him. Kryra going to go for the engage. Flash forward there from Lions, but the TP is coming in immediately from Call Me. Smolder cannot stop that TP, so here's the Yone, and Sentinels are in trouble. Sajed gets another kill. The second one goes to Kryra, and DSG are up 9-2 at 10 minutes into the game.
DSG is just completely running this game, even though it looked like maybe they were going to be able to catch the Xin. That TP was instant, and the Sundered Sky from Kryra, the MasterCard Power Spike, crucial in that fight. But everything for them is dominant. The fact that they have that bot turret just consistently pushed in whenever they need to with the Vayne Alistair bot lane tells us enough about how this game is going.
Absolutely does, and here it is one more time, and just instant commitment on that engage as soon as Kryra was revealed.
Yeah, so Puhi and Rahel completely caught out. No way Smolder. I mean, Smolder's probably pretty happy in the short term. He's like, ooh, the Yone's gone. I can get a couple minions
My bot lane died. Great.
Oh, no. Now it's over. Now we lose.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Smolder can't do anything to stop the TP, so that's why Call Me was able to react so quickly. When you think about a lot of the meta mid laners, most of them can stop TP in some way. You know, Victor can ult and cancel your channel. You can get Shockwave. You can get Gravity Field. You can get Scattered. You can get, you know, a Zero ulted. There's like a million ways to stop it. Smolder has none. So all Smolder can do is just hit the person who is TPing in his face, as Lions will be sent backing up here. But still, Sentinels does have really strong scaling. The question is, can you realistically get there? I mean, you're already down almost 4K, and it's not even 12 minutes.
They really are not. And Kryra plus Sajed can run the game. On top of that, Castle has just one lane the whole series. It's been completely one-sided in the top lane, so they'll have easy push top lane whenever they need to. Call Me can push and roam. I think they need to make sure they don't overplay and know they have, like DSG needs to just realize they have a big lead, stack the dragons, and make sure that they are eventually accelerating the game in an organic fashion, since you could say, like, maybe there's too many melees, maybe it'll be hard for them to close if they let the game go too late, but right now they're in a perfect position.
Yep, they're in a great spot here, as Call Me can't quite find Dark Wings with the knock-up, so we'll just have to settle for that dragon that they're grabbing. Lions laying a trap there for who he is. Sajed potentially going to look for the engage, has already completed his Kraken's Lair, and is going to be going for a pretty high damage build here on the Vayne. Not looking for an early Bork or anything like that. You know, this build is really punishing. And obviously good synergy with the Silver Bolts. Kraken is, every third hit as well. So it's kind of just doubling down on the extra damage.
Yeah, this is another amazing series that Trajectories is having against Sentinels. His breakout series in the LCS was really the first one he played, which was against Sentinels, having clutch team fights. And I just feel like pulling out the Vayne in this situation, getting the 2v2 kill, and now having so much of the game revolve around bot lane is just an incredible performance.
Yep. And back to the same kind of fight we had before. Hambach uses both charges of Sweep Burst, finds out that the second brush was warded, but Cryer was in the area covering for him as well. Castle up 1.5k in the top lane. I mean, he got some kills off of that early play when he roamed down, so that obviously made things a lot harder. But as you said earlier, he has just been dominating Impact in the 1v1. That has been the biggest gap, it feels like, in the lanes by far. And Castle continuing that, it's just going to be tough. I mean, every fight, you either just engage on Darkwings or Rahel, Equalizer is on your head, Yone ult is coming through. It's going to be a lot of chaos for these AD carries.
Yeah, and I'd say 4 minutes and 30 seconds into this game, DSG won these advantages, and it's been a lot of execution since then, because the top lane skirmish, they get a double kill in a 3v3, that gets all of the solo laners ahead. A minute later, their bot lane gets a 2v2 double kill. So they won the whole map by that point, and then it makes Sentinels have to make these funny plays to try and get back in it.
Calmy gonna pop the ulti, just try to run away, but it's blocked there by Hambach, and that is more than enough CC to knock down the Yone. Rahel not the one to grab the kill, though. Hambach does claim another one for himself.
Yeah, Hambach, you need to make sure you secure the kill. The team needs to secure the kill, but they're getting a little bit unlucky with these kills going directly over to their Vi. I'd say DSG was a little bit sloppy in parts of game 2, so Sentinels is in a similar situation here where they just have to be really creative, make the game as hard as possible, and really just pick off these solo laners. I think it's a little bit difficult to try to do any type of 5v5 team fighting, but Hambach has found 2 picks so far, needs to try and find more miracles.
Has to keep looking for him. The difficulty is always that Cryer has been doing a good job tracking him too, right? Hambach was constantly in those bot lane brushes. Cryer always seemed to be there behind him. And you know that you need to look for these aggressive plays, but if the jungler is there, you're probably going to lose the even numbers fight. So we'll see if they can find that perfect engage, that perfect CC to try to turn things around as GSG do move up towards that top side to grab themselves a Herald.
Should be an uncontested Herald. Now it's just about making sure they don't get punished on the other side of the map. You can see Hambach again looking for Calmy. Sneakily jumps over the wall. Doesn't look like he's on vision.
Yeah, and he is going to be getting the bad news here, but Darkwings has pushed back so far. I don't know if he's even going to be able to need to use his flash here, but now in comes Hui and Rahel. Lions here to cover. Flash forced there by Calmy, but that is 4 members bot for an HP disadvantage on the trade, and a trade of flashes.
And this gives such a long turn for DSG. What are they going to do with it? Vayne free hitting the turret in mid. Kryra looking to invade jungle camps and lines, just wasting even more time.
That's going to be the first tower of the game, going over to the Vayne, who's going to be able to pick up all of this gold as Kryra even takes away the Gromp. Sentinel sent so many members down there. Calmy's back to full HP. Well, Darkwings has to go back to base. And look at that gold injection there for Sajed, who was already ahead. They're trying to look for more now on this bot side. TP's coming in. Impact is way behind them, but doesn't even matter because all of DSG is here, and they're just looking to engage on the other side. Impact gets pinged out. He's got to run for it. He could actually just be dead. They know he's there.
They suspect he's there.
There's a lot of pings.
They're not going to waste their push to go chase him, and they're still trying to keep the pressure up in this bottom lane. Kryra just marking the Vi.
Lions just flashes over the engage. In comes the Equalizer, but now comes the hero's entrance. Calmy trying to chase Hambach on the side, but it's Rahel who's in more trouble as Kryra goes in for the engage. Calmy is back. The knockup is there. Rahel flashes. He heals. He barely survives for now. Impact gonna have to flash back here as well. Sajed gonna pop the final hour, tumbling forward, looking for more. Can he find the angle to try to get Rahel? He knocks him down. Even with the taunt from Impact, can't keep their AD carry safe.
Objective bounties are on because this game is beginning to get out of hand. An extremely long and drawn-out play in the bottom lane here is likely going to result in most of the bot lane turret. Impact probably going to clear this out, and now everyone on DSG redeploys. They are absolutely fearless as ale with the way they attack.
You gotta love it. I mean, they are confident. They know that they are playing from a position of power, and they're just gonna force the hand of their opponents at every turn. Kryra is just flying in on every single fight. I mean, Lions is flashing over the engage to engage himself. Darkwings has TP'd down to bot, but
Smolder flank?
There's the responding TP. I mean, Sentinels, you gotta give them credit. They're still trying to look for plays, but DSG are ready and feel like they have numbers at every turn.
Yeah, now that the TP has been matched by Castle, DSG just will naturally start this Drake. They can probably even babysit this wave and pick up the bottom turret. No way Sentinels is matching this play. You can see Unara Vi on the top side of the jungle, just trying to scrounge up whatever farm they can. But for a game 1 and 2 that were very close, this game 3 is definitely the most one-sided.
Yeah, it is extremely one-sided. And even though they do have a good dive, you know, to try to maybe punish this missing flash from Sajed, their follow-up is tough. You know, when so many of these members are so far behind, you don't necessarily have the damage to just burst them down without the AD carries hitting, and the chance of the AD carries being able to get past these super fed members on DSG are very, very low to punish the Jed.
Yeah, Sentinels has got to be very disappointed with how this game has played out so far. The Smolder falling so far behind has really unlocked the Yone, and then the biggest thing is just this Vayne being 4-0 has to kind of blow. It's blowing my mind a little bit that Rahel is 2.2 thousand gold down against the Vayne.
Kryra hid that whole time. They're going to try to look for a setup on the dive, but now he reveals himself. The equalizer was used defensively, and Impact pushed back. That was a good shot by Kryra. He was just kind of dancing in and out of the brush as he stepped forward to hide that he was around. Doesn't end up amounting to too much, but still a nice play. I feel like Kryra has just been everywhere he needs to be this entire game.
He really has, taking the end of that Mundo game as Sajed has barrier, but
no flash. He does have a great condemn back onto Huhi, but it just doesn't even matter. Exhausted, charmed, knocked down here. Hambach will survive the final turret shot. But again, Hambach is the one that gets the kill every single time. Has to be frustrating for the AD carries, but in a play like that, you can't blame him. You have to secure the kill.
If he tries to give the kill to someone else, he dies, and you just backfired your 3-man gank, but finds another pick. Their time is running out, though. 3 minutes and 30 seconds until the Soul is going to be coming up. Baron being up now, so if one of those plays goes sideways, Yone Vayne will kill the Baron very quickly. Still a big fan of the way Hambach's played this whole series. I feel like he's found ways to be effective in all 3 of these games. It's just the early laning went so sideways this time for Sentinels.
Yeah, I feel like both junglers have actually played quite well throughout the series, so it has been fun to watch 2 of the new junglers this year in the LCS doing well. Kryra, obviously, you know, a young NA jungler here, and has been doing well. I mean, the team was built around him. You know, when I actually talked to DSG, that was the intended starter, of course, as they're going to look for an engage here onto Hambach, who is getting focused down. The Crescent Guard is popped, and Call Me claims the kill. The TP comes in, and that means there is no recourse for Sentinels. They just have to accept jungler is gone. Yone grabs another kill.
When you're strong and you know it, you just fight. That was a 2v3 that they just flew into, and now they start up the Baron knowing other team has no smite. But they're not showing. They are on a ward as well. It just seems so
Smolder's
impossible
bot
to move into the space.
Yeah, I mean, Smolder's bot, they're not even going to try. Unara's mid, Smolder's bot, you have no damage, and Impact maybe can't even push out the top wave. Is going to be tough. It's going to be pushed back here by Lions, and now the ulti has to be popped defensively there from who he's trying to keep his top laner alive. Can't even do it. They kill your top laner who's pushing out the lane as they're taking Baron. It's a 6K gold lead at 21 minutes. And DSG have just been getting better every single game.
Yeah, that was just rude, what DSG did. That whole sequence was just rude. You think you have your Krugs, you don't have your Krugs. We're taking Baron, you think you can get waves? Those are our waves. They are distributing their plentiful resources very efficiently and snowballing this game well.
They really are. And remember, if you don't have your tickets yet, they're still available for tomorrow's games. The tailgate is going to be happening as well. Come get some free boba, some free coffee, hang out with the squads, buy yourself some merch, and then watch some LCS as Sentinels maybe their last hurrah here. Double TP towards top. It's just a Baron recall. Castle's already gone.
First game up tomorrow, Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. We need to see if the best scrim team in the LCS cannot look completely average on stage. We need to see if they can pull it off, or if FlyQuest can reverse their trajectory from the end of the lock-in tournament where they lost consecutively to Blabber, and Inspired. So really interesting first matchup tomorrow, as DSG is really just dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and trying to end this series.
Yep, Castle pushing back Hombach, and Impact chunk low as well. And yeah, it looks like DSG, they are fully in the driver's seat on this one. 30 seconds until a soul spawn. This would be, 23-minute soul, incredibly fast. And it's hard to imagine a world in which Sentinels can even get over there to try to contest. If you're looking across the board at the item completions, it's so much better over on the side of DSG. Darkwings has knocked down a couple of towers, has got some objective bounties. On the bot side, he got one on the top side as well. So getting some gold there for the Smolder. And we'll see if he has his second item completion off the back of that. But even if he does, I just don't know. I mean, Call Me, Kryra, Castle, and Sajet are all super farmed.
Yeah, and we haven't even really had an opportunity to see a team fight. I'd say every fight in this game has just been a skirmish. Part of that is because the lanes have been so well played, because Kryra has just been really effective at getting deep vision, and they're finding so many opportunities to play around this Yone, right? It's tricky when everyone's having these amazing games. Their kill participations are going to look low, like, oh, wow, this 7 kill participation of 12 jungler. Couldn't you be more involved? But it's just because so many players are just winning 2v2s and 1v1s on different parts of the map.
That's absolutely true. And so there's definitely a first world problem for the jungler. I just can't get enough KP because all my soul laners keep solo killing them.
My stats are too low.
It's so problematic. As DSG have the Baron, have the soul, it was uncontested as expected. And Sentinel's just going to pray that the game can get delayed and delayed and delayed, and that maybe this double 80 carry comp can carry through in the super late game. But at this point, you're hoping that this game can go 20, 30 more minutes to really kind of reach the promised land. And even then,
I mean, it was
hard to know if it's going to be enough.
It was such a fast soul, it would set us up for a sub 30-minute Elder, if that's what DSG wants. So they've done a very good job accelerating this game, not letting the Dragons sit around for too long. It does seem like, though, that with Baron buff subsiding and with Sentinels kind of accepting their fate here, now Smolder can finally farm. He's at 235, so he got into that 225 threshold. They can maybe hope to contest Elder, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely try. I think it's worth a shot, and at least the Baron is kind of split on the spawn timer from the Elder, but they could delay the Baron if they want to just try to get both at once. And if you get both at once, I don't think that they really can do anything to wait for their ore to fight you. So we'll see if DSG does look to do that. And Rahel just trying to get towards that Infinity Edge. When he has 3 items with the IE, he will have a lot of damage. And again, if you can find that perfect engage, maybe you can try to one-shot this Vayne or one-shot the Yone with some CC and turn it around in that way. But the problem is there's just so many threats, right? Even if you kill off one, you probably commit everything to do it, and then you're probably getting destroyed by the Xin and the Rumble that you're trying to fight through.
Very likely. So normally I'd say try and pick off Call Me because that's the thing that's been the most effective in this game, but I remember the last time they tried to do that, it was a 2v4, and they were completely effective at repelling it. So 7,000 gold lead with the Chemtech Soul. How can we caster curse this moment a little bit more? Because this really does feel like it's done and dusted for DSG.
Yeah, I mean,
but they haven't even broken an inhibitor yet, and they're all short range. So there's a way you mess this up. If they walk in...
5-man quickness from Huhi into the 5-man Galio taunt.
Yunara does a lot of AoE, Smolder can as well.
It's basically that. It's the Dream Engage, right?
Yeah.
If you don't see him and you clump up and you get hit by everything, you definitely can still die. You definitely can still get burst down. On the front line, though, getting very tanky. Xin has that Guardian Angel, and you do have Castle, who is very close to his Zonias and still has that Seekers active. You have a shield bow for Call Me. You have the experimental hex plate that's going to make you a little bit tankier on the Vayne, plus the barrier, plus the locket. So there's a lot of tools to not get one shot here, and it's going to be DSG looking to start these fights off. As Call Me just goes over the wall for a little bit of a chunk and just snaps back as the CC was coming in.
Wanted to poke his head through, see what's over there. Oh, your whole team? Okay, I'm going to back up. It's fine. And even though this game is one-sided, these teams are still incredibly close. We know they've played each other 11 times this year. Current record is 5-5. If DSG closes this out, it moves to 6-5. They played each other in the playoffs. That was the difference between essentially the 3rd place finish and the 6th place finish, as they got knocked down to the lower bracket after that defeat. But if DSG wins that game, it's likely they would have been the 3rd seed if they win game 4 or 5 of that playoff series during lock-in. So really looking forward to seeing how these teams develop throughout the split, because when I'm looking at the power rankings, I do still see C9, Lion as those top teams with probably TL based off of how dominant they are in scrims. But then I feel like everyone else can actually beat everyone else. So really looking forward to seeing those matchups throughout the rest of the split.
Yeah, me too. And honestly, even TL obviously looked very beatable in the regular season. Yes, they have a lot of talent. They have an incredible amount of talent on the team. You know, every pro player you talk to will still tell you, even while they are losing on stage, that this team should not be underestimated, that they could easily win the split, that they are really, really strong. But until you do it on stage, you kind of have to have a healthy amount of doubt.
And Sentinels beat them during lock-in 2-1. Arguably 2-0 because the Guardian Aatrox game doesn't really count. It counts in the standings, but not in our hearts.
Yeah. Sentinels with some drafting troubles at times.
Yes, they've had those.
They did have the accidental vein, so it's funny that they're getting the vein coming through against them. That is clearly intentional
on purpose.
And clearly very effective. And now with that Baron buff, they're pushing 4 members top. The Equalizers are going to get dropped just to try to push them back here. Mum comes out over the top and is going to chunk them down. Could look for potential engage as Lions is getting pretty low. Had to pop the Unbreakable. He's down about 30% HP, so likely has to reset.
Yeah, no ult does have his summoner heal, so he's hoping if he finds the right engage, but we know the only thing that can go wrong here is they lose a big team fight and give up all their bounties. I think they're just hoping to break these inhibitor turrets down so that with the Elder they can maybe finish.
TP coming back in here from Castle, who does have that Zonia's completed. Look at the damage on the Hawk. He is just getting cooked. And now on the side, you can see Calmy pushing Darkwing's back. It looks like that top lane inhibitor tower is pretty much guaranteed to fall in this wave. Hombox going back to base to heal up, as is Darkwing. So they're going to have to give up the double inhibitor as Calmy's coming in through that mid lane, looking to knock that one down as well. And will they go for the final engage here? Kryra goes forward with the Crescent Guard. Everyone on Darkwing's this time is just running for the hills here. Darkwing's incredibly low, does get back into the fountain. Sentinels were hurting there. They do survive, but it's double inhibitants and Nexus Tower's under fire.
Kryra has burned his ultimate, does have GA. They can't break any of the Nexus turrets, but I think mission accomplished here. Get the double inhib down, potentially reset, but if they can win the game with a re-engage, I'm sure they'd take it.
Likely will just back off, go for the recalls. TP coming back in here from Calmy as he spends up his gold once again.
Yeah, right now, if they just start the Elder, the super minions as well as the Elder will sync up fairly well, so Sentinels needs to use this window to try and find a fight.
Oh, Kryra's fighting on the side, but could he be in trouble? Lions coming in for an engage over the top, but there again is the Equalizer in the backline. Hombok does fall and is going to try to stand and fight. Calmy going to the backline looking for more. He gets a kill in the middle of 4, and now Sajet is unleashed. It is the final hour for Sentinels. DSG pushing down mid lane. Kryra fighting here against Darkwings, and he's going to win that fight as well. The Crescent Guard cuts him in half. He's a Dragon Slayer as DSG march on the Nexus, claim the game win, claim the series win, and take down Sentinels in a dominant game number 3.
Really great performance by DSG to close out the day. Kryra deathless, Castle deathless. They kind of won this game at 4 minutes, and then the next 26 minutes was putting the icing on that cake. But they got to feel good about the way they started the spring split.
They absolutely do. Impressive performances here across the board from DSG. Castle's laning was so good in this one.
Oh, man.
The early 2v2 from the bot lane with the Vayne getting a double kill without even having to spend a summoner was massive for their game, and then it just felt like Kryra was everywhere, deflecting the plays that Hombok was looking for.
And it's a really exciting team to watch because when they're in game, they're extremely aggressive. Their laners go for solo kills, and they're willing to throw down in a hands check for their mechanics. But then they also draft in a similarly aggressive way. They're willing to dare you with strange blind picks. They're willing to pull out picks that other people aren't playing. Last split with the Nasus top, now with the Vayne. And even in game 1 that didn't work out, they just have a different read on what they consider powerful. So I really am happy that this team is fighting so aggressively here in 2026.
We've got an interview here with Castle on stage. Take it away.
That's right, I've got an interview with the victorious Castle. Congratulations on the dub, Castle.
Thank you so much, thank you so much.
Before this game, you guys versus Sentinels for this year, you guys were 5-5. You end up taking this one 6-5. It feels like a constant back and forth between them. How does it feel? What do you think of when you believe in like taking them down? And they were a 3rd seed team just last split.
I think we still I know them. You know, like they have like my previous teammates there. Like I only didn't play with Impact with like there. Like I know everyone, so like yeah, I know we can win there.
Do you have any stories or just thoughts about the players that you did just play with last year? Because it is just the banter and the conversations, even the content that we see from both DSG and Sentinels about the connection that you have with those guys. Any stories that you want to share of, or just like any thoughts about playing with those teammates in the past?
It's just really funny for me. Like when we came here at the first time for Media Day, and like we met Sentinels, but like I wasn't really close with my teammates, but like I was closer than them. You know, like I stay with them. Like actually, I stay with them together. Yeah.
And I kind of want to go back because when you came into the league, you were with IMT, and I remember the conversations when you were with IMT was like, you were incredibly good in lane and trying to have the team basically connect you to the rest of the map, right? Try and get the lead flowing to the rest of the map. This entire series has been you dominating top lane and then being able to impact the rest of the map. Even in the Mbessa game, that counter pick going up against Volibear, you solo killed there. Same happened in game 1. Every top laner, it feels like, thinks of you when it comes to being the kind of like player that they believe should be a top 3 top laner in the league. What is your goals and what do you think about like your goal going into this split?
My ultimate goal is like being best top laner in the league for sure, and like I'm just trying to like be better every time. I think I still need something to work on in lane page a lot, but like yeah, just trying to be best.
And I guess the last question that I've got for you is thinking about these teammates, because you've had a year with them, or at least the just last split, but it already feels you guys are clicking. This last game was ridiculous, right? So what is your thought being able to play with these guys? What's special about the teammates that you have right now?
I think we're like point is that we're a pretty young team. Like I'm the like second oldest team. Like I was like youngest like teammate last year, but like I'm the second oldest now. Like just it's really funny to be with them. Yeah.
Wait, who's the craziest zoomer on the team? You have a story about anybody that's a little bit like feels like outaged you?
I just say the name, just cry. It's just so funny. Yeah. You guys can see like that moment in our YouTube too. Yeah.
Check out the content. Check out the DSG content if you can. Any final shout-outs do you have for the fans that are staying out here for you?
Thank you for like watching us. Also, like it's been 3 years to be in LCS for me here, but like I never had the interview here.
There it is.
Yeah. So like, yeah. I guess finally I got the moment. Yeah.
And there's going to be plenty more to come, I'm sure of it. And of course, to close out this day, we're going to send this one straight to the lounge. Congratulations, brother.
Yeah!
Let's go,
Castle interview!
Thanks a ton, guys.
I do like how there's
you guys
so
are
many,
awesome.
Like you can see it on their content, obviously, but there's so many hints that like he's like, I'll just say a cryer. It's the craziest one.
He's funny.
And
What's
he is actually our player of the game.
How you doing, bro?
For
I'm doing
game
well.
3.
Dude, that's a
I
sick
feel
jersey.
like in this
I
game,
don't even know what it is.
Super hard, right? Because
Yeah.
Castle did super
that's nice.
well
It
in
is
the
really
top
nice.
lane.
Yeah.
Cryo was great in the jungle. Sajed pulling out his Vayne, which I've waited to see.
He
I
is
remember
7-1 on the Vayne now.
in NACL. It was so good.
Yeah.
So I'm happy we got it. I am curious to see what the fans thought. I feel like they're going to vote for the Vayne.
Oh,
no, okay.
Castle.
So Castle.
Dude, justice for Castle. At least we gave him the interview.
Yeah, okay.
We hit him with the interview. Castle was doing so much work this whole series, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like top diff most games, even when they lost.
Yeah.
He definitely had impact's number.
Yeah, and we've talked about how important he is to this team because he gets those lane leads, right? And even talking to Raz about how he's going to translate that to the rest of the map. Let's take a look at all of today's pogs, in case you forgot, because we went all 6 games today. So Isles for game 1, that Nico was really insane.
Yeah.
And then Thanatos, it took him so long, it feels like, to get a pog. And then
And now he's
today,
getting them all done.
today he was so good. And then Vulcan getting it for game 3 in line C9. And then refresh. This is a jungle. We set this up as a jungle. I mean, I feel like this doesn't tell the story of how game 3 in particular was kind of a DSG winning at everywhere. But
Yeah, I mean, they blasted. Game 3
Game
3 was like, oh my god, whoa, what are we watching? And then like already that they're going to win, and you have to wait through some like more pain watching DSG just pummel Sentinels. But it was a fun one.
Yeah, I mean, it was also cool. Now they own the overall series.
They won the best
match.
of 11.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see if they meet each other again. But tomorrow, we have some banger matchups. In particular, I'm actually, so we have the ultimate grudge match for Daejeon versus Shopify. But Team Liquid Fly is super interesting to me because it felt like Fly, to me, was a bit ahead of schedule, and then they kind of didn't perform as well, or had to run up against C9.
Yeah, so multiple times. We'll just say it. They got
but then TL, everyone's always like TL was so good in scrims. The trend has continued. How much do you believe in TL?
I still believe pretty strongly in them. I dropped them from first place down to third place with the scrim bucks.
Yeah.
Have started to drop, but I still keep on hearing like, oh my God, we're winning so many scrims. Oh my God, they're blasting so much still. And so eventually that has to show up on stage, right? And they have to, do better than fourth. So I think there's still advantage over FlyQuest, but we'll see if it actually happens on stage. I do like your shout out though for Palafox versus Shopify.
The ultimate grudge match.
Palafox was removed from Shopify, and his replacement has not been doing well. And last time Palafox did get the advantage as well, pretty heavily.
Daejeon won that, so we'll see if Shopify can get their revenge. That's it for us here on LCS, but if you're watching on YouTube, we'll actually be rating the LCS's most recent...
Yeah, they almost broke the mug, Raz!
Co-streaming partner, Kobo, a VTuber joining us from Japan, so make sure you say hi, and we will be back at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for Team Liquid Alienware versus FlyQuest. Raz is throwing stuff at us.
Didn't expect retaliation, did you?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Riot Games Arena here for the first day of the 2026 LCS Spring Split.
AC door. Okay. You can go on, you guys.
Yeah. We're going to get
They're looking mid.
Touch one more.
We're going to die, guys. Move, Nando.
Separate dead.
Yeah. I portal flash. I'm going. I can flash.
I can heal him. Right here.
C9, the first game was a little wobbly, but they bounced back well. They'll take the best of 3 win against Lion, revenge for finals, and Thanatos is just the man.
Ari also has no off. Can we look Ari? Ari. Yeah, Ari don't play. Volleyberry's on it. Ari's there. Yeah. Come. I'll bolt to 5. Yeah, here. Go for it.
Tip it up.
Guys. Sorry, my bad. It's fine. You'll play early ult.
DSG march on the Nexus, claim the game win, claim the series win, and take down Sentinels in a dominant game number 3.
Like, actually, 1 HP.
We're gonna push. You want to kill me?
Thanatos.
Oh, please!
One theory.
I got it!